Good morning, House of Chatty.
Hey, how are ya?
Katrina got the belt?
Katrina gets a belt today. Congratulations, Tasha
Oh,
/Katrina
yeah.
/Dawn. What's up, y'all? What's up, Russ Dog? Good morning. In my promote Doug Christie era. Nice. Hello, welcome. Good morning. What's up, Warren? Wheezy, Casey Tucker's here. Jason and Johnny G are here. David's here. Gang's all here. Kitchen. I'm trying to think if this is an inappropriate name or not. Like if I say this name together, if it's gonna make me say a bad thing. Kitchen Handy. I don't think it is though.
I don't think so either. Oh, my bad. I hit the wrong button.
No, you're good. What's up, Michigan? Hello.
I was trying to reload more things. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, Drew Down's here. Hey, man.
Look at that, Chris Herrera just baiting Kyle. Just come on now.
If you mean the Kings, then yeah, if he can play some three for sure.
That would be a Swift Kirk in the Dicker.
Boy, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
I'm so sure it's gonna happen now. What's up, Miguel? What's up, Westack? What's up, Brian? Hello, good morning.
I don't know who Luis Morales is. I don't know. When did the A's draft this guy?
Don't know. Son of bitch. There we go.
Was a Cuban who defected to Mexico and then was drafted in the
Oh, it's because he works on he or she, sorry, I shouldn't. It's because they work on kitchen equipment.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's in the I see. Oh, okay. It's in the profile picture too.
That's someone to have.
I can't
like,
tell
in your
what
back
that
pocket.
I don't know what it is, but
that could be anything.
Well, yeah, it could be anything. But now that we know they work on kitchen equipment, it looks as if they're possibly working on kitchen equipment.
If you told me to guess what this is, I would have started with like HVAC system.
That's a tester for sure on the outside.
I might have gone to.
Is that a dishwasher? Maybe not. I don't know.
You could tell me this is anything, and I will believe you.
All right. It's anything, Kyle.
Oh yeah. What's that, Tone? Yeah, that's facts, Steven.
Oh, that's
an oven.
Oven with a gas barometer.
Obviously.
I need.
All right, what up, gang? A happy Wednesday to you. James Hams there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are the Insiders, and we are hanging out with you until noon. Everybody on the radio, hello, good morning, thank you, appreciate you. If you're listening on the radio, maybe heading into work or running errands, when you pop out of the car, make sure to turn us on the free Odyssey app. If you're already listening on the free Odyssey app, thank you. You download that app, you search ESPN 1320, favorite it, and we're there. We're just there when you turn the app on. It's great.
Seems simple.
You can listen to us anywhere in the country. YouTube, Twitch, of course, the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello and good morning. And everybody listening on the podcast at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, which everybody listening now should be subscribed to wherever you get your pods. Hello. Hope the future is going well. So vibes are up today. We're having a good time. Office culture cracking right now. It's great.
Our office culture is really good right now.
Yeah, it's really strong. Just having it's always nice coming into work where, like, yeah, hey, we're gonna stand around and chit chat about. Sometimes it's work stuff, sometimes it's not. Having a great time. I have a complaint about something that we're doing to boost office culture that I will get to. But when I said the vibes are up, you said they're not, because you had a little hiccup with your vehicle.
Oh my goodness.
And I need you to explain.
Kyle, I've never felt so stupid.
Oh, okay. My.
Well,
ever?
Maybe I have. Maybe I have. So I went to the orthodontist yesterday.
As one does.
I'm going to do something crazy like straighten my front teeth. They used to be straight, but I had a wisdom tooth come in. And I'm looking at my phone and I'm like, okay, well, that's not good. I'm running out of battery in my phone. So I'm signing up like the contract and everything else to like for my orthodontistry as you do. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, my phone's just about to die. Oh, it dies. No big deal. I can get into the vehicle with my wallet, of course. You know, I don't need my phone at all times. I go to get into the car and I look in the window and there's my wallet sitting on the seat. So I've locked myself out of the car.
Okay, so hang on, pause.
Yes.
You have an electric vehicle.
I have an electric vehicle.
And your phone is your key?
My phone is my key.
But there's also like an actual car key.
I have a credit card key, right? It looks like a credit card.
Got it. Okay, it's not an actual credit card. Got it.
And it gets me into my car, right?
Sure.
No, I don't have that either. So I go inside and I'm like, hey, can anyone charge a phone? And they don't, of course, have the charger for my phone. So I borrow the lady's cell phone at the desk. I call my wife. She won't pick up a number she doesn't know, even though I called her twice really quick to see if she would pick up. Nothing. I had to have the orthodontist send out like an appointment reminder. And that appointment reminder said, James got locked out of his car. Can you unlock the car from remotely? Which my wife can do. And so I go out to the park. So she gets like an appointment notification on her phone from the orthodontist. And the orthodontist appointment notification says, unlock your car. James can't get into the car. It's the stupidest thing. I swear. So I'm wandering around.
Reply C to confirm.
Yeah. I'm wandering around the parking lot looking for someone who might have a charger. Guy actually like helps me. He gives me a charger and then I hear the car unlock from a distance and I go over and open the car and I'm in and yeah.
Moral of the story, charge your dang phone during the show.
Or like put your wallet back in your pocket. That's very unusual that I would pull my wallet out of my pocket.
Man.
In the car. But yeah.
That's a bad beat.
It's a bad beat. Like feeling helpless, but the car is right there. I
love the creativity of the push notification.
Yes.
It's just like a appointment reminder.
Yeah. She's like, I think we can send a like through our system. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. Like,
yeah,
whatever will work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just totally bizarre.
Shout out. This is a technology win and a technology loss.
Yes. It's like first world problems, right?
1,000%.
Yeah.
I'll get to my complaint later. We gotta bring the vibes back up. Let's talk some hoop. I got a ton of basketball to get into. Got a little bit of NFL news. We're reaching the point we're a week away in the NFL from the legal negotiating window. I hate calling it the legal tampering period.
Yes.
Because by definition, tampering is not like tampering is the illegal thing. So to call it legal tampering means it's something else. It's like when I go to the bank and I say, hey, can I get a few dollars out of my account? And they give it to me. That's not a legal bank robbery.
Of course.
That's just getting money out. So that means it's like, so the legal negotiating window opens. So if you hear legal tampering, they're referring to the same thing. Legal negotiating window, it opens a week from today. So you're going to start getting a bunch of NFL news, and we'll get into some of that with what's going on around the NFL. But last night in the NBA, of course, we're at the point of the season, March 5th, where we're scoreboard watching every night. And we are in a Western Conference. If the Kings were where the Thunder are, we would not be doing any scoreboard watching. We're chilling.
Oh, yeah.
They're the 1 seed. If the Kings are, if they were comfortably in a playoff spot, we might not be doing a lot of scoreboard watching, maybe a little bit. Right now, given that 2 games separates 10 from 6, we're watching every night. So we'll start in Madison Square Garden, where Golden State beat the New York Knicks 114-102. Impressive win for Golden State. No Karl Anthony Towns, though, for the Knicks, which is a significant reason that Golden State won this game. Because if the Knicks had it any more offensively, I think they would have buried the Warriors in the first half. It was ugly, dude. Yeah,
the Warriors have a propensity to fall behind big and to blow big leads. Like, nothing feels like it's sustainable, and then somehow they win.
Yeah.
They're on a tear right now, though. What are they, 9-1 since the Jimmy Butler trade? Something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Steph had 14 in the third quarter. He went 3 for 10 in the first half, 14 in the third quarter. It's kind of ironic because when you start, we'll get to our Western Conference tiers a little bit later, but it feels like every team has a significant flaw outside of like Oklahoma City. And even Oklahoma City, you can talk about experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like the Lakers, I don't know, they're pretty undersized. Denver, we'll talk about this later, not a super deep team. The Rockets, really young. Memphis, who knows what the hell's going on with Memphis? Golden State's biggest thing is that they can't shoot.
That's weird.
Right? The jump shooting team, the team that ushered in
greatest shooting team in the history of the NBA.
Sure.
Over the last decade, 15 years, whatever it is.
One of my biggest gripes, pausing on this game for a minute, one of my biggest gripes is when everybody says that the Warriors and Steph Curry ruined basketball. Daryl Morey and the Rockets ruined basketball, okay?
Yeah.
Daryl Morey and the Rockets started the volume 3-point shooting stuff. I just want everybody to know that.
Even it's Mike D'Antoni, the 7-second, 7 seconds or less. Not only that, but George Karl and dribble drive motion offense.
Yeah.
Where it's either you shoot at the rim or you shoot the corner three. That's all you shoot.
Yep.
And like those, they revolutionized the game. They changed the game for sure. But it's just wild. I mean, we've talked about this, how Peja Stojakovic, when he retired, was like 3rd all time in 3-point makes.
Yes.
And now he's like 23rd.
I'm so glad you brought this up because this is one of my favorite things. And I promise we'll get back to last night's games in a second. But anytime I can talk about how awesome Peja is, I'm going to do it. So Peja Stojakovic is one of the greatest 3-point shooters to ever step on an NBA court.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think anybody here, specifically in Sacramento, is going to argue on that. His career high in 3-point attempts per game was 6.8. He did that twice. He did that in the 03-04 season and with the Kings, and then the 07-08 season with the New Orleans Hornets. How many players in the NBA right now are averaging 6.8 or more 3-point attempts per game?
It's got to be more than 50.
It is.
My guess is 53.
It is not more than 50, no.
Oh.
I'll let you know that Malik Monk is averaging 6.8 per game.
Okay.
Exactly.
Man, I'm going to guess I'm really surprised there's not 50 because I would have thought 2 per team.
34.
34
players in the NBA. Here are some of the NBA players currently averaging more 3-point attempts per game than Peja Stojakovic did in his career, high. Buddy Hield,
of course,
at 23.4 minutes per game.
Oh man,
is averaging 7 threes a game. Kobe White, Norman Powell, Fred VanVleet, Peyton Pritchard playing 28 minutes a night.
Peyton Pritchard off the bench?
Pritchard off the bench.
Wow.
Boston has Jason Tatum at 10.1, Derek White at 8.8. How many do they have in the time? Peyton Pritchard is 7.7.
Where's Brown? He's got to be on there.
Jaylen Brown?
Yeah.
I don't think Jaylen Brown is in.
No?
Where's Jaylen?
Well, that's crazy. I can't believe he's not averaging 6.8. I mean, that team is shooting 50 a game.
How is Jaylen Brown not on this list?
I don't. Maybe they just they're averaging 48 threes a game. Let me see. Jaylen Brown is averaging 5.9.
Oh,
that's why.
Boo.
Yeah. Peyton Pritchard 7.7.
Yeah, dude.
Are you
That's
kidding me?
Kobe White, Lauri Markkanen, Victor Wembanyama 8.8 a night, Jordan Poole 9.4. That's crazy, bro.
The Celtics have
Peja would have shot 10 threes a night.
Yes, probably 12.
28 a game.
Yeah. The Celtics have 8 dudes averaging 4.9 attempts or more. That is wild. Their top 8 scorers all average 4.9 3-point attempts or more.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they have all 8 of those guys are averaging 1.7 makes per game or more.
That's ridiculous. More than half of their field goal attempts per game.
That's just crazy. That just doesn't make any sense.
Blame the Rockets. Blame the Houston Rockets.
Okay.
It's Daryl Morey's fault. No, but getting back to Golden State and kind of their biggest hang up, like their biggest flaw, like you said, they're rolling right now. But when you watch them game in and game out, they have a really hard time shooting the ball. Like they go through these stretches where nobody can make a shot. It happened in Charlotte. It happened last night in New York. And then they'll get a Buddy Hield stretch where he goes 3 for 3 and it digs him out of it. Steph Curry, of course, has bailed him out a bunch of times. If you take Steph Curry, who's shooting 39.8% from 3, if you remove him from the equation for Golden State, they're 15th in 3-point percentage right now. If you take Steph out, they drop to 34.8%, which would rank 23rd in the league.
Yeah.
They're just not. I don't know if they're going to be able to shoot it consistently enough.
I don't think that there's a player outside of maybe Jokic that means more to their team than Steph Curry.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, like, I think OKC could survive like a pretty long stretch without Shea.
It would look different, but I think
they
could do it.
They'd have to manufacture points.
Yeah, Jokic for sure is up there. But yeah, you take anybody off Boston, like Boston can figure it out.
Yeah.
And Cleveland, probably same thing.
Well, it's talk about depth, but it's just really, oh my goodness. Now we have DK Metcalf requesting a trade.
Really?
Yes, that just happened.
Holy smokes.
We have breaking. I think Tom Pelissero is first.
Not gotten to use the breaking news music yet.
2-time Pro Bowl wide receiver DK Metcalf has requested a trade from the Seahawks. They have agreed to explore options. Wow. 27 years old. Becomes a top receiver available on the market.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Now the T. Higgins is tagged. That's pretty wild, man.
We got a bunch of wide receivers that are becoming available today.
Yeah, Devontae Adams was released
yesterday.
DK Metcalf requesting a trade. Tyler Lockett, also from the Seahawks, released today.
And then, of course, Christian Kirk, Kyle's all-time favorite.
The great Christian Kirk also released today. And technically, T. Higgins, he's been tagged. He won't be a free agent, but he'd be available for trade.
Oh, that's wild.
If a team wants to trade, well, if the Bengals want to trade him and a team wants to trade for him. Like I said, a lot of NFL news is going to start coming out. The Chiefs traded one of their best offensive linemen today.
Yeah.
They traded him to the Bears.
Yeah, that was why the Bears are bulking up. They've added 2 really good guards here in the first couple of days of whatever this is.
Yeah, right, it's just the pre-agency period.
Yeah, they're the only one who's being active at all.
Like nothing is official, by the way. No NFL trades that happen right now can be official until March 14th at like noon Pacific or 1 Pacific. Doesn't matter. Anyways, yeah, we'll get to some of that NFL news for sure coming up. The Raiders released Gardner Minshew. We'll talk about what that means. We'll get into more of the NBA action from last night. We were talking about the Warriors shooting. I want to shift that conversation to Sacramento. And is shooting the ball Sacramento's biggest weakness right now? We'll discuss that coming up on the Insiders. And we'll also dive into their game tonight. Huge game in Denver. Plenty coming up over the next couple hours. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, any former Seahawk is in play for the Raiders for sure. Unless Pete Carroll just really wore out his welcome, which I'm not sure is the case. Did
you guys see Leezy went on D'Lo and Casey when I covered on Friday? He did really good.
Who, what?
Leezy. He went and sat down with D'Lo and Casey for about 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
On Friday. He did really good. Yeah, I see him in the chat. So just wanted to shout him out, dude. You did great.
Probably filled in for that 3 to 4 hour that I took off and went to Sonoma. NBA guru Zach. I don't know if this is the worst 4-week stretch in their franchise history. I'd have to go look, but I mean, there's a good chance it is.
I can't imagine it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I just, again, I don't you know,
I
haven't.
Look, here's how I know it's not. Because everybody has done some version of the tweet of like, here's what's happened to the Mavs over the last X amount of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a timeline listing all the bad stuff that's happened. The fact that no Mavs fan has come out and been like, well, actually, this isn't as bad as the 1983 stretch.
Yeah, I mean, they did have like, like with the Kings, like we can't say that this is the worst like moment in Kings history. Like there are dark moments in Kings history. And I'm sure Dallas, I mean, they have the Roy Tarpley situation where he just kept getting banned from the NBA for drug use. Maybe that was, yeah. Yeah, see, that it's a worst 4-week stretch that doesn't include Roy Tarpley. But outside of that, I don't know what else that they've done that, yeah.
The Luka trade by itself was like, wow, what a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
But then you start factoring on all the injury stuff.
Oh, yeah. The injury stuff is crazy.
And you start factoring in the fact that they went from the finals in June of last year, 9 months ago, to Luka's out, or no, I'm sorry, Luka's gone. Kyrie is hurt and might be done. He's not done playing basketball, but he's certainly done this year, probably done next year.
Yeah, most of next season, at least half of next season, probably more.
And then what does he look like in his mid-30s coming back from an ACL tear?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, salute. Thanks, voice guy. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch right now, go ahead and hit, I don't know if there's a thumbs up on Twitch, but I know there's one on YouTube. If you could hit the thumbs up and subscribe to the channel, ESPN 1320, that would be dope. We would appreciate the hell out of that. So we were talking about Warriors Knicks, because the Kings, of course, rooting against the Warriors right now, chasing them in the standings.
Of course.
And we were talking about how Golden State is, man, I don't know if they can shoot. Like, I genuinely don't know if they can shoot well enough to either hold on to a playoff spot or to be dangerous in the playoffs. But I sort of think that this might wind up being the Kings' biggest weakness as well.
The inability to shoot the three?
Yeah, it's not that they don't like, because I wouldn't call them a bad 3-point shooting team. I think they're pretty middle of the pack.
They were bad early in the season.
Yeah, right. Okay, so they're 20th, but you're right. That's come up quite a bit. They're up to 35.1%.
Yeah, and I think Keegan Murray, it's up to like 10 games, maybe a little bit more, that he's shooting over 40% from three.
Yeah, he's been a lot better, and that'll buoy that. The thing I really struggle with is something we talked a little bit about yesterday, and it's the attempts per game. It's a 35.7 per game. And that's just something that, and again, this is not like a criticism. It's just if you see them running into issues, I think that's kind of where it is, where they get into a playoff series and you're facing a team that's going to shoot it 40 plus times from beyond the arc, and you're shooting it 30-ish times from beyond the arc. At some point, you run into math.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to get through that math is to be extremely efficient and get to the rim and score at the rim like nonstop. And the Kings
get to the free throw line.
Yeah, the Kings right now, they're fourth in the league in 2-point field goal makes per game. They're 8th in 2-point field goal percentage, and they're 7th in attempts. But that 20th in 3-point attempts and 20th in 3-point percentage, they're pretty consistent as far as like they're 21st in makes, 20th in attempts, and 20th in percentage. But I would guess that number has come up. And like Doug Garcia said, he wants 50 3-point attempts per game. He really wants more like 45.
Yeah.
But he's trying to get that number at least to 40.
Yeah.
Right. And some nights it works and some nights it doesn't. I think the only thing that really matters is that you are able to score like on a consistent basis, because efficient offense leads to better defense. And so I think they're getting better at that. And like we talked about this like maybe a week and a half ago, that all of the advanced statistics were like weighing so heavily against the Kings at that point, and they've turned the corner. All of those things since the Zach LaVine trade have leveled out. Their offensive rating, their defensive rating are much better. They're climbing in offensive rating up to 7th in the league. Defensive rating, they're 15th overall in the season. So they're starting to show you signs that maybe this thing can work, at least short term. And but the 3-point attempts is going to have to get up there.
Yeah, completely agree. So the Kings couldn't get any help from the Knicks last night. They did get some help from Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers.
Hell yeah.
The Pacers knocked off the Rockets 115-102. Houston, since February 1st, is 5-10. But check out their next 15 games. At New Orleans, home against New Orleans, Orlando, who's sliding, Phoenix, Dallas, Chicago, Philly, at Orlando, at Miami, Denver, Atlanta, at Utah, at Phoenix, at Lakers, Utah. That's a pretty soft stretch of games for Houston.
Yeah, that was going to be one of the bigger problems that the Kings faced when you're trying to track down Houston is that they have the 24th like most difficult strength of schedule, 4.77 win percentage against. That's not, and the same with Minnesota. Minnesota has a 440 win percentage against. It's 28th in the league. So like those teams that are sitting right there with them, it's Phoenix who has a crazy schedule, and Portland that are around them, and the Lakers that are all like really difficult strengths of schedule, and also the Clippers. Clippers have a tough time.
Yeah. That's just one of the things where if like right now we've got Houston on the radar, right? Because Sacramento in the 8th seed is only 4 back of Houston now. So it's like, all right, you got to keep them on the radar, but that's just to me, and this is where I'm talking to myself. If Houston is going to be this goal, if you fall short of Houston because Houston goes on a tear through these 15 games where they play a bunch of teams who are tanking or hurt or
just not good,
done with the year, just playing out the string, and Houston goes on a tear and goes 10-5 in their next 15 and Sacramento just never catches them, it's not like some failure if you don't catch Houston. Oh, no, it's just they're sliding right now. They could easily bounce back and negate that 5-10 stretch pretty quickly.
Well, that, and I think that when I look at Houston, the thing that stands out is that they have lost to bad teams recently. Like their last couple of, like this stretch they're going through, there are some bad losses in there. You know, again.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, you know, it's no shame to lose to OKC, but the Pacers aren't. I mean, they're playing well right now. But the Spurs, well, they beat the Spurs. They lost to the Jazz. Yep. They lost to the Warriors. They lost to the Mavericks. They lost to the Nets.
Yep.
So this team is showing you that there are signs of weakness. They lost to the Nets twice in a week. Yeah. So this is a team that, like, look, I do think that they're uber talented. They're just so young. And when young teams hit the second half, a lot of times they're just not prepared for what happens. Yep. The schedule is clearly going to help them here. And, you know, so they might be able to rip off a whole bunch of wins right now. But I think it's kind of like the rabbit, right? And like you go to the horse track, the rabbit is, everyone chases the rabbit around the track. I think it's good to have. What? Yeah, they have an electronic
you just said this
rabbit
thing as though like this is common knowledge, and I've never even heard of such a thing.
People, yeah. So like dog races, like greyhound races and stuff. There's a rabbit that it's an electronic thing that's on a rail that runs along the rail, right? It slides. They hit a button and all the dogs are chasing the rabbit around the track. So it's just a pace thing, right? No, you have no idea what I'm talking about.
I've never heard of this.
If not, I have heard of this. I actually have.
Oh my God, Joe's heard of it.
I'm sorry.
Joe's 14 years old and he's heard of this. Okay. Good God. Okay.
Yeah, not horse races, dog races, right? So dogs will
I didn't even know those were still a thing.
They'll chase greyhound races. Yeah, they'll chase the rabbit around the track. Okay. Anyway, it's good to have somebody who's right out in front of you that you're chasing the whole time.
Sure.
Because every game matters and you need to keep your eye on the prize. And the prize in this situation is a Houston Rockets team they're only 3 games up on the Kings in the loss column. And so, yeah, like they make some mistakes. You can track them down. And we're getting to a stage where I think, the bad teams, a lot of them will just lay down. We're not quite to the stage where they just throw their jerseys on the court and you just run over the top of everybody.
Yep.
We're not to that stage yet. That's in the last like 12 to 15 games of the season where it's just a cakewalk.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kings are also entering a stage where they're about to play a bunch of tough games, and you've got to go out there and do your best to keep up.
I want to talk about the Suns. The Wolves, they beat the heck out of the Sixers. Probably an encouraging game if you're a Minnesota fan. Julius Randle's back, looks healthy. They had 7 players score 12 or more points, and 4 starters had at least 16, but nobody had more than 23. A really well distributed offensive game for them. But again, it's Sixers. They stink. Quentin Grimes is hooping. Scored 30.
Oof.
2 games after having 44.
Yeah.
So he had 44 against Golden State, 14 against Portland, and then 30 last night against the Wolves. He's played on 4 teams in 4 years. Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
He must be tough. He must be a tough hang.
People want him though. For whatever reason, didn't work out in Dallas, but it was part of the trade for him to go to the Knicks to the Pistons, right?
Yeah.
That actually was like to balance out salaries in a trade.
I think it was the Klay Thompson deal. They had to move him so they could get Klay. I think is how that went.
Okay. Well, he got traded mid-season though, right? From Dallas to 76ers. He started this season with Dallas.
Okay.
I think he's played on 4 teams in 2 seasons.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's wild. I know he's just a good player.
Yeah, he's a
really good shooter, good defender.
Yeah.
6'5", plays a little bigger than that. I just can't believe he hasn't stuck on a team.
No, I totally
he played
agree.
With the Knicks, he got traded to Detroit in like the Bojan Bogdanovic deal, I think it was. And then he went to Dallas, and then Dallas just shipped him off to Philly.
Dallas could have really used him. They were able to get Caleb Martin in that deal, but then Caleb Martin's hurt and he's not going to play. Just weird.
I don't know. Strange thing. Anyways. Yeah, so the Kings didn't get any help from the Timberwolves. They did get some help from the Suns, though.
We were hoping for this, but I did not expect this.
Bro, they were down 19 going into the fourth quarter. I turned the game off.
Oh, wow.
It turns out, so I use Fubo TV.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a deal with Turner. So I've had to go like back channels to watch TNT games.
Oh, no.
I learned, just like it turns out, I'm the only person who didn't know about the rabbit in the dog races. A quick survey of the Chatty House. I'm the dumb one. Foul on me. That's fine. I didn't realize that. I knew that TNT streamed games on Maxx, but I thought you had to have like a TNT. I was going to have to log into TNT through Maxx. It turns out that's not the case. It's just like Amazon Prime. It's just available right there. So anyways, I learned that last night. Huge W for me. Obviously, if you're watching NBA games, you need TNT. But a game was at 19 points in the fourth quarter. I turned it off. And then Kevin Durant goes for 19 in the fourth quarter. They outscored Dallas by, they outscored LA by 21 in the fourth to win by 2. Something named Colin Gillespie had a season high 10 points in the fourth quarter for the Suns.
Okay.
Just bailed him out. It's NBA champion Colin Gillespie. Won it with the Nuggets a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. The Suns figured out a way to help Sacramento in a big way. Sacramento now a half game ahead of the Clippers in the standings. The Clippers, who like 3 days ago were in the 6th seed, are suddenly 9th.
I love that the bottom half of the Western Conference is starting to have like a little bit of a competition level. Like the Suns at 33 losses, the Blazers at 34, the Spurs at 34 losses, but all of a sudden now Dallas is at 30. And Dallas falling, everybody sees it. Dallas has now become like the rabbit for those lower level teams. There's a bunch of teams who are looking at this and going, oh, we can get to that 10 seed. And if you get into the play-in, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you win one game, you get to play again, you win one more and you're in the playoffs. And so like for a team like Portland that has decided that they're not just going to fold up this season it makes sense for them to push. A team like the Suns, like you don't even have your picks. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It does make sense for them to push. And we'll see. I think the lower part of the Western Conference is going to be really competitive down the stretch outside of like New Orleans and the Jazz.
So Golden State is the number 6 seed.
Mm-hmm.
They're 3 games back of Houston for the 5. Minnesota is a half game back of Golden State in the 7. Sacramento's in the 8th spot, a full game back of the Warriors. The Clippers are a game and a half back of the Warriors, a half game behind the Kings in 9th. And then in 10th is Dallas, 2 back of the Warriors. But the reason the Suns win last night is notable to me is we'd kind of written them off. But I wonder if the Kyrie Irving injury and the fact that Dallas looks cooked, looks as cooked as they can look, if the Suns are all of a sudden looking at that spot and going, hey, we can rally around this and go get this 10 seed now.
Yeah, why not us? Yeah.
And maybe they just, I think they all hate each other and maybe it won't matter. But man, if you needed any kind of motivation, if you were the Suns and you thought your season was just kind of over, I wonder if they become dangerous down the stretch. Like that's the thing is Phoenix has always been a team that when you look at Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal to a much lesser extent.
Mm-hmm.
They bring in Nick Richards, who I like a lot. Like Bol has had his moments this year. What's his name from Duke? Help me out. Had a career year last year. Signed into a big contract. Grayson Allen. Thank you. Goodness gracious. Grayson Allen who can get hot from 3. Man, Phoenix could. Tyus Jones. Man, Phoenix could be a little bit of a problem, and they just haven't been.
It doesn't make sense that they've been this bad.
Yeah, that's why I think they hate each other.
Yeah. I would say the one downfall for them is the 590 strength of schedule remaining is like it's so much worse. The Kings are second at 553, but that's like that's
590 winning percentage is just ridiculous
in the final 20 games. Yeah, you're playing almost 600 against 600 ball clubs every single night. The bad teams that they have left on the schedule are the Raptors, the Bulls, and the Spurs. And they have 1 game against each of those. They only have 3 easiest opponents. That's all they have left. Yeah, it's brutal.
Man. And I'm not, like I said, I'm done worrying about them as far as the Kings go.
Yeah.
But I do think that's notable that if they have some resurgence, if this is the thing that sparks them, now all of a sudden those Phoenix games on the schedule for whatever team, including the Kings who play the Suns the last game of the year, those might be a little more consequential now.
Yeah, I totally agree. And someone brings up that Bill got hurt in that game. That might be why they came back and won. Yeah, sometimes it works out that way.
Brad Beal, like I said, to a much lesser extent, Brad Beal on that team. How many minutes did he play last night?
He didn't play very many.
Oh, yeah, only 15.
Yeah.
Oof. But even, I mean, look, Bradley Beal being out for an extended period of time doesn't change my thoughts on the Suns.
No. Not at all. For me, it
Royce
doesn't.
O'Neal, Mason Plumlee, Colin Gillespie, obviously.
The roster isn't that bad.
It
feels better. Their roster is deeper than it was last year.
Yeah.
They just don't win.
They
Very
can't
strange.
stand each other. And apparently Kevin Durant doesn't like Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah, they got into it on the sidelines. Although they did kind of like cool down.
Yeah. The West has a really clear defined set of tiers for me. I would like to know if you agree with these.
Okay. I'm here for it.
Tier 1 is the definite contender, and this is just to make the finals.
Yep.
There's a definite contender that's OKC. They're in a tier by themselves, number 1.
Totally agree.
Okay. Tier 2 are the 2 and 3 seeds, LA and Denver.
Yep.
And those are like on the verge.
Mm-hmm.
If you told me one of them went to the finals, I wouldn't be stunned. By themselves in tier 3 are the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay.
Because they don't fit with the Lakers and the Nuggets for me. But I also have them a little bit ahead of tier 4, which are the teams I don't think are winning the West, but also nobody wants to see them in the playoffs. And that's that group of Houston, Golden State, Sacramento, Minnesota, and the Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, you have to put them above that tier just because of the standings, the way that it is. And you can't put them in the top tiers, the top 2 tiers. And I agree that there's two top tiers, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where you put Memphis.
I have no... You could convince me that Memphis gets boat raced in the first round, or Memphis went to the finals. I would believe either of those things.
I don't think they'll make it to the finals. I just think that we have no idea who they are still. And that to me is really strange. I mean, we all know that, again, Taylor Jenkins teams, they play really, really hard, right? They give you everything they have for 48 minutes. And it's such a rare thing in the NBA. And they have tons of talent, again, John Morant and Desmond Bane is incredible. Jaren Jackson Jr. is probably going to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
So they do have talent. I just how does this all piece together? Because I look at the Kings who have, 3 20-point per game scorers. Memphis doesn't have 3 20-point per game scorers. And then after you get past the 20-point per game scorers, their next is Jalen Wells at 11.4. And then, at Santi Aldama at 12.8. And then Jalen Wells at 11.4.
Love Santi Aldama.
The Kings have way higher tiered players than that. Like Malik Monk's averaging 17 a game. Keegan Murray's at 12.4. So he's in that category, but the Kings have so many more scores than they do. But here they are. They play defense. They play at their pace.
Can I tell you a fun fact about the Memphis Grizzlies?
Uh-oh.
The Memphis Grizzlies are 6th in the NBA in offensive rating. They're 10th in defensive rating. They are 4th in the NBA in net rating. It's OKC, Cleveland, Boston, Memphis.
That's wild.
They're a full point better than Denver, who's 5.
That's crazy.
Here would be Memphis' path. They finish 4th. If the standings stay the standings, they'd play the Rockets in round 1.
They're getting through the Rockets.
I think they get through the Rockets.
Yep.
If everything goes chalk, they then get Oklahoma City.
Bounced. I don't think they have a chance against Oklahoma City.
No chance?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Oklahoma City, they took their big leap last year, and then they're ready to take another leap.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think I agree with you. I would pick Oklahoma City in that series.
Okay.
But if we're talking ourselves into this Memphis run, I don't think it's if let's say it's Golden State. Let's say the standings are the same. Golden State's a 6. They play Denver. They somehow get past Denver. I'm not picking the Warriors to beat Oklahoma City.
No.
I could see Memphis pulling it off, though.
They'd at least give them a series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they're in a tier by themselves, though. Because I feel better about them against any of the teams ahead of them than I do any other, Houston, Golden State, Minnesota, Sacramento, Clippers.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see those teams, but I don't think they're going to be favored in any series.
No.
That's where I think things stand in the West. And maybe that changes over the next couple of weeks, but I doubt it.
Yep. I'm with you.
Big game tonight for the Kings. Measuring stick game in Denver. We'll talk about that because this test feels a little bit different, and we'll tell you why next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matz and Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, we're clear.
What's going on, everybody? I don't know who Justin Valentinius is, but I don't think he should be the starter.
I was going to let you get to that. I was going to wait for you guys to see.
Was that Mitch in New Jersey in the chat?
Well, it's everyone's worst nightmare, so maybe. Just kidding, Mitch.
Hey.
What was that? Who's smacking on the glass out there?
Katie.
Telling her to come back in here?
No.
There is no update for Monk yet. He is still listed as questionable.
Dude, fingers crossed. Well.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that.
They're saying don't be afraid to throw a flag back here. So here's the thing. I'm willing to, right? but I'm gonna be a little more like it's gonna take a lot more criteria for me to throw the flag.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the flag will come eventually, I promise.
that's fine.
But
I think I'm going to flag that.
Nice, dude.
There it is.
The threshold's a little higher though, so just a heads up.
All right, very good. Thanks, Joe. You're crushing it.
Zabo, that's just ridiculous.
This is good. This is a great question. What is the most improved player award? Because to me, Cade Cunningham, who was really good, going from really good to like, man, that guy's awesome, is so much different than guy who averaged like Kobe White should have been most improved last year.
Okay.
Like Kobe White went from a guy who was like, hey, I don't know if I really see it to he's scoring 20 plus a night. Like to me, it's a leap.
Yeah.
That goes beyond like that. That is supposed to, for me, the spirit of that award is, hey, nobody really thought about you, and then you forced your way into the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, Cade Cunningham was the -- 1 overall pick.
He was good last year.
Yeah.
And he's gotten like a lot better. Like I don't get it twisted. He's gotten better this year to be sure, but the spirit of that award to me is not good player on upward trajectory, continued upward trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken like the standardized leap. 17.4, 19.9, 22.7, and 25.3.
Yeah.
Like he's a really, really talented player. This
But
is the exact.
but didn't Tyrese Maxey win it last year? Am I making that up in my brain?
No, it's possible, but Tyrese Maxey took a huge leap.
Tyrese Maxey went from 20.3 to 25.9.
Okay.
He went 17.5, 20.3, 25.9. Now he's 26.3.
Okay.
Like
he
to me,
did win most improved
Right.
last year.
Like to me, the award is for Tyrese Maxey was a rookie in 2021. He scored 8 points a night. Shot 30.1% from 3. The next year he shot 42.7% from 3 and scored 17.5 a night. I don't know.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Kings Nuggets tonight at Ball Arena. Look, man, this is a big-time measuring stick game for the Kings.
Oh, I totally agree.
And if we're going off my tiers being correct, this is a little bit different measuring stick game. This is not to take away. I don't say that to take away from the win over Houston. The Houston win was awesome. Really, really excellent box to check. But Denver is a second tier team for me. They're a top 3 team in the West.
Mm-hmm.
They're a team that if you told me they went to the finals, I would not be shocked. They have the player who's not going to be, but maybe should be the MVP of the league on their team. They're in a fight for seeding in the West. They're trying to win. They're at home. This is a really, really tough spot for the Kings. And for me, it speaks volumes about where Sacramento has come over the last couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That 2 weeks ago, had they played this game, it would have been like, can you not get blown out? Can you just play well? I don't even need you to win. To now all of a sudden I go into this game, I'm like, hey man, I'm not chalking it up as an L.
No, and I mean the Kings are riding a 4-game win streak. They're playing a team that they haven't beat this season. They're 0-2 against them, but that they had great success against last season. You match up perfectly fine with Valanciunas defending Jokic. That'll be, something we'll talk about. But like, there isn't a lot of reasons to believe that that Denver is just so much better than the Sacramento Kings at this point. The Kings are rolling, and again, Denver's done a nice job of stringing together. They had this big win streak. They put up 9 wins in a row. But again, it was very similar to the Kings' last 9 games, where they didn't really play a whole lot of legitimate star-studded teams. And now here they are, just kind of win one, lose one, win one, lose one. And Michael Malone hates to lose against the Sacramento Kings, but he's done it quite a few times since taking over that team. And I think this is a gettable game. It is the final game of a 4-game road trip, and it's been a long road trip because it's a road trip that's been spaced out. So the team hasn't been home in probably well over a week. But now you're looking at can you find a way to have a 4-0 road trip where probably no one expected you to have that type of road trip after you're not only the last game before the All-Star break, but the first game coming out of it.
Yeah. And to your point, their winning streak was Philly, Charlotte, 2 against New Orleans, Orlando, who's not playing well, Phoenix, 2 against Portland, and then Charlotte. They got smoked by the Lakers at home. And Nikola Jokic said after that game, maybe that 9-game winning streak was just us beating bad teams, and then we played a good team, and it showed us who we really are.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. But then they go beat the Pacers. A nice little win on the road. Lose to the Bucks. This is the win-loss pattern you're talking about. And come back, beat my Pistons. All right, good win on the road. Beat the heck out of them. Beat them by 15. Come back against Boston. Really good game in Boston. Fell behind big and just couldn't quite get back over that hump against a team like the Celtics. They lose that one 110-103. So the goal for the Kings tonight is break that pattern and give them a second loss in a row. Because they haven't lost 2 straight since January.
Yeah, that would, and again, the Kings are what? They're 9-2. Is that what they are over there? Or are they 7-2 over their last 9? Something like that. Either way, they're at a point in their schedule where they've started to string together
7-2 in their last 9.
Yeah, they've started to string together a nice run. It's helped them build. Again, that's 5 games over 500 during that streak. They're starting to build something, and you got some winnable games after this. So what you don't want to do is let off the gas and just say, hey, we're not going to beat this team. It's at elevation. It's the last game of a road trip. There are no more excuses for this Kings team. They have to go out and play every game like it's their last one. And I think what we've seen so far is not just wins, but beating the brakes off of teams, just absolutely trashing teams. And that's a point where we were hoping that this team would eventually get, barely holding on to beat a Dallas Mavericks team in overtime, or barely beating the Pelicans. We had some harsh criticism for that because those aren't good teams, and they're teams that are in turmoil or missing a bunch of players or whatever. And you're not beating them the way you should be beating them. That's building confidence. A win is a win, but it's not building confidence. I think the last 4 games, it's built confidence. You played a Charlotte Hornets team and you thumped them by 42
points.
Yeah. You play a Jazz team and you thumped them by 17, and it wasn't even that close.
No.
Right?
No.
Again, you beat the Rockets by 10, and that Rockets team is a playoff team that's above you. And then you absolutely thump the Mavericks. You're showing that you're just way better than teams right now. And to me, that's a very good sign for this Kings team. Whether you're playing good teams or not, what you need to do is against bad teams is take care of business. And I feel like they have.
Yeah. And now they get to finish their road trip, potential 4-0 road trip against a very good Nuggets team. And again, it's not like if they lose tonight, it undoes everything that all the momentum they've built. But for me, if you go in and all of a sudden you beat Denver, now you're riding a 5-game winning streak. You've just knocked off the number 3 seed in the West. That's a legitimate measuring stick game where I will it'll feel more real to me. Oh, hey, they are climbing. They're not just staying in the mix in the West. They are going the right direction. And we'll of course dive into that tomorrow. Let's get to the injury report first.
Okay.
Domantas Sabonis still out. Malik Monk is questionable with a toe sprain after getting his foot stepped on at the end of the first quarter against the Mavericks. The Nuggets, everyone's questionable. If you play for the Nuggets tonight, you're questionable unless you're Julian Strawther, who's out.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Jokic, Gordon, Kankar, Zeke Naji, Watson are all questionable for tonight. Jokic has a ankle inflammation or soreness.
Okay.
It's possible Jokic doesn't play. And if that's the case, again, the game doesn't get just way easier. This is still a very talented team that can beat you. But if Jokic for some reason doesn't play, this would actually give the Kings a leg up. This is yeah, he is so good, and his on-court, off-court is crazy.
I want to let everybody know right now, if Malik Monk doesn't play and Keon Ellis starts, which is my expectation, right? It's the case. And they go out and win and play really well, specifically the starting group, I'm going to be obnoxious about it. Just a heads up.
You're bringing it tomorrow.
I'm gonna be super duper obnoxious if Malik Monk is out, Keon starts, and the Kings get off to a great start against the Nuggets and win. Just FYI,
it's possible.
Heads up, everyone.
And he's coming off a really, really rough shooting game.
He is. It's gonna get hot. Watch out.
Yeah.
I did not see this. You relayed to me that there's a groundswell of support for the idea of Markelle Fultz starting if Malik Monk is out.
Yeah, I had people tweeting at me, hey, what a feel-good story if Markelle Fultz will start.
No. That's
and
a thumbs down. Bro.
Wait. No, that's not going to be what should happen here. Like, Keon Ellis is your sixth starter.
Yes.
He deserves to be in the starting lineup, and I think he'll play. If Malik Monk doesn't play, I think he'll be perfectly fine playing alongside Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, sure, you can bring Markelle Fultz can play that first sub off the bench, whether it's at the 4-minute mark or the 6-minute mark, whatever it is. And just so people know, the Kings did bring Devin Carter back up from the G League. He flew out and should be available for tonight's game because that's kind of, you want to have depth at that position.
Mm-hmm.
But Markelle Fultz, like he's a nice story so far. But he shouldn't be your starter. There's no reason to skip Keon. Keon's been too good for this team for too long.
Yeah, no doubt. What's your matchup of the game?
Jonas Valanciunas against Jokic. You do have a big body, and I just feel so much more confident with who the Kings are today with Jonas versus what Alex Len was. And it's not because Alex is a horrible player. It's that Alex is a career backup at this point, and Jonas is a career starter, and he just happens to be a backup on this team. But with Sabonis out, he's going to get the start, and I think he'll give Jokic a tough run.
I'm locked into the bench battle tonight.
Okay,
because the Nuggets, as good as their starters are, with Jokic and Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook. Aaron Gordon off the bench, good player. Like I think that we're big Aaron Gordon fans.
And he's questionable.
Questionable, of course. But then it's like Peyton Watson, who's a nice player.
And questionable.
But questionable. Yeah, just assume it's baked in that they're questionable. And then it's like Julian Strawther and DeAndre Jordan's playing minutes. This is just they're not a team that when they go to their bench, you're just overwhelmed by the talent that they're bringing in that group. So I think this is a spot where, and again, not that the Kings bench is the best in the sport, but they're playing well lately. And I think that could be a significant area in tonight's game.
No, I totally agree. I think the Kings bench, they're playing better. I think having a game like the last one where you just run over a team, it gave Jake LaRavia some opportunities to shoot an additional couple of shots that he hasn't normally got. He sort of got in a rhythm, and that may come back to really help the Kings because offensively, he just hasn't been there. Trey Lyles had a good game. Like, this bench is starting to form a little bit of an identity with Markelle Fultz, with Keon Ellis. I'm intrigued to see what the Kings bench can do tonight.
All right, James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Massive game for the Kings tonight in Denver. That's just going to be all the games going forward. Every game is going to be the biggest game of the year. It's just
the way it is.
Just buckle up, and we're going to say it every time. We'll have your keys to victory coming up next here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, this basketball season, when your favorite stars score buckets, we're alley-ooping you an opportunity. I'm not going to do it. I was going to try and just do the read outright. I'm not going to do that. We're talking Underdog, of course, daily fantasy. The Underdog Pick'em game, it is super easy. You choose whether a player go higher or lower on one of their stats, points, assists, rebounds, three-pointers made. They got a ton of stats. They do it by quarter. They do it by half. They do them live. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. You can make a lineup that is only basketball picks. You can mix and match other sports. Here's the lineup I'm rocking with tonight. And again, keep in mind, I went 4 for 4 with my last lineup. Won some cash.
Mm-hmm.
Here's where I'm going tonight. Kings, Nuggets. I'm going Jonas Valanciunas. I'm going higher than 9.5 rebounds. Zach LaVine, higher than 2.5 3-pointers made. And then Christian Brown, I'm going higher than 23.5 points, rebounds, assists. I think the Kings are going to struggle a little bit containing Christian Brown. And that's my lineup. You can ride along with me on those. You can fade me, but either way, I think you'll have a blast playing on Underdog. So download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credit when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credit instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Nailed it. Nailed it. I'll be right back, James.
All right. Malik Monk has been ruled out tonight per our friend.
Son of a... I'm
Chris-
leaving then.
Chris Biederman. Also, the Las Vegas Raiders are signing Pro Bowl defensive end Maxx Crosby to a 3-year, $106.5 million extension that includes $91.5 million in guaranteed cash, making him the highest non-paid non-quarterback in the NFL. That is huge. We'll see if Kyle takes calls at the next segment. Do we still have people on the line?
Yeah, we got 2 on the line.
Okay, cool. Ouch.
TC, if you can hear me, I promise. I promise I let them know this time. I got called out on Friday by TC. I'm sorry, TC, but I'm letting them know that you're waiting.
Well, we just know that TC is going to come up with another clever way to get Kyle Shanahan fired. That's all. And Oldie wants to fade TC.
Hour number 2. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil. Pushing buttons, cutting sound, doing all the stuff that a producer does. Excited to have Joe with us every day of the week now. This is terrific. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I got that. Hanging out with you till noon. D-Lo and KC coming up at noon. They'll take you to 4 o'clock, blah, blah, blah. Some breaking news, more breaking news in the NFL. Regarding your Las Vegas Raiders, James Ham.
Yeah,
What's
according
the news?
to Adam Schefter, Las Vegas Raiders are signing Pro Bowl defensive end Maxx Crosby to a 3-year, $106.5 million extension that includes $91.5 million in guaranteed money, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Absolutely crazy.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, I think he's worth it.
Honestly, man, like, good on the Raiders for taking a foundational piece of their defense and making sure he's going to stay on their team. Don't put him in a situation where you're penny pinching and all of a sudden he's asking out. And once that ball gets rolling, you're not stopping it. Once a player decides they don't want to play for your organization anymore, you're done.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of going, hey, okay, we're going to play this out. We're not really sure what direction we're heading. You go play and just hope that we're going to be good. Like, no. You lock him up. Now he is with you. You have this foundational piece of your defense set. You have a cornerstone pass rusher. He's one of the 5 best pass rushers in the league. You have him on your roster locked in now. And you don't have to worry about, we got to deal with that contract. And no, that's on the books. You're good. Now you can build around him. This is a great start for the Raiders. I love this for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they have a lot of work to do this offseason, but they did a great job last year as well, adding the big defensive lineman, Wilkerson. Is that who they added?
Yeah, Christian Wilkinson.
Yeah. So that was another big piece. Yeah, Wilkinson, right? That was huge. And this is how you have to build a team. You got to go interior. You got to get your defensive line set. You got to get your offensive line set. They've got to find a quarterback, and I don't know who that is, especially after they waived Gardner Minshew. But that is it's a big move. It's stability for a team that realistically needs some stability, and sometimes it's got to start with player stability. And you tied up a good one here.
This is, man, Diamador Lenore, 49ers cornerback, speaking of edge rushers, tweeted 12 minutes ago, Miles, with a bunch of L's, a bunch of S's, and an eyeball emoji.
Uh-oh.
He's got to be trolling.
Oh, maybe he is.
Although with all the weird NFL stuff, so DK Metcalf has requested a trade. Tyler Lockett has been released or is going to be released. Christian Kirk has been released. Devontae Adams has been released. Maxx Crosby's gotten a new deal. Gardner Minshew is going to be released. You mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even. We're a week away from anything actually happening in the NFL too.
Oh, it feels like
the
a cut
legal
down
negotiating window. Yeah.
Yeah, Metcalf asked for a trade. Yeah, it's just like it's wild out there.
Man. There's more breaking NFL news. We'll have it for you because apparently there's going to be.
Yeah, it feels like that, doesn't it? Like
keeps on hitting. I'm paranoid now. I'm sitting here scrolling Twitter.
I feel like whatever team gets Myles Garrett, there's a potential for it to be as big as the Reggie White transaction that happened in 1993 when he chose Green Bay over the 49ers, and it made Green Bay a legitimate contender for a handful of years.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know how you can afford everybody, but if I'm going to invest money, getting a superstar defensive lineman to go with my superstar, outside rusher would probably be a good one.
Man, Reggie White. Oh my God.
Yeah. Reggie White's stats are crazy.
This is the thing with Reggie White. That season, that 93 season, he was 32 years old. What he did after his age 32 season is the reason he's one of the, if not the greatest defensive players of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Because typically, when you go look at the data on this, defensive ends decline rapidly after they turn 30. Reggie White, starting in his age 32 season, second team All-Pro, second team All-Pro, first team All-Pro, second team All-Pro, second team All-Pro, first team All-Pro, and defensive player of the year at age 37.
Yeah. And the crazy thing, from age 27 to 37, he missed one game.
Jeez Louise, man. Yeah, he's just different.
Yeah.
Garrett could have that type of impact. I don't think he's going to be able to replicate that, though.
No. I mean, at age 37, he had 16 sacks.
Man.
I mean, it's just
an outrageous player.
Absolutely crazy what Reggie White was able to do. R.I.P. Reggie White.
R.I.P. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings Nuggets Ball Arena tonight. We talked about it earlier. You're going to hear the term measuring stick game. But honestly, man, like it's a measuring stick insofar as I don't even know. I don't want to. I hesitate to call it that now because the more I think about it, the more if the Kings go in and lose tonight, it doesn't undo the last 3 weeks.
Oh no, yeah.
Like, that's where it's not like, oh man, like if you go in and you lose, it's not just like, oh man, well they can't beat the Nuggets, so I guess none of this counts. Like no, the growth is still there, the progress is still there. No, if they get into a tough game, this is the thing I am watching for tonight, like really closely. Like they might go lose by 20. Yeah, stuff happens sometimes, right? The thing I'm watching for tonight is if it gets close or if it's tight down the stretch or maybe they get down 10. I'm interested to see how their offense looks and if they continue playing how they have defensively when they're playing from behind.
Okay.
Because that's the thing they've not really had to do. I know they got behind very, very briefly against the Rockets, but they haven't been down like a bunch where they've been fighting uphill against a good team. And again, this is not to criticize their 4-game winning streak or what did we say? 7 of their last 9 they've won.
Yeah.
It's not to criticize that. It's just, hey, here's a box they really haven't had to check yet. And so what I'm interested to see is if that happens tonight, it may not. But if they get down a bunch in against Denver, do they continue running their offense and trying with the same effort on defense? Or does it devolve into your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn, with a bunch of dudes just dribbling the air out of the ball, trying to get to their shots?
Yeah, I think what we're hoping is that we don't see how they looked against the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Because that game was not highly competitive. It did not feel good at all to see where the Kings were at that point. And I think that's where, again, coming out of the All-Star break, you lose one going in, you come out of the All-Star break, and you lose one bad at home against, your closest rival. Yeah. And so it just ended up like kind of feeling bad. I don't know that, again, you're playing without Malik Monk tonight. You're playing without Domantas Sabonis. We now know Malik Monk is out. He's been ruled out. And so like you've already have a built-in excuse. You're on the last game of a 4-game road trip. It's at elevation. Mm-hmm. You're missing two starters, but 2 dynamic starters. You're 2 playmakers, really. Mm-hmm. So you have built-in excuses, but like, how does a team deal with adversity and how do they deal with built-in excuses? And the one thing that I've noticed under the Doug Christie era is that they don't deal with excuses. That's not who they are. Yep. And again, he's 19-10 as a head coach, right? You have a possibility to get to 20 wins before you get past 10. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty crazy. If you could go 20-10 to start Doug Christie's career as a head coach, it's already impressive what he's doing. But this is a moment where it's like, hey, like go out there and play really hard and see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think with the way they're playing right now, you go play really hard, you have a really, really good chance to win. Let's get to keys. By the way, I don't know if we got this on air. Malik Monk officially ruled out.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't. I hadn't.
No, it's okay.
That. Where are we at?
We're at keys.
Great. My goodness, I'll figure this out someday. Keys to victory. Here's how number 1. You got it.
Take advantage of the non-Jokic minutes. That could be 48, and that means you got to take advantage of the entire 48 minutes tonight because he's questionable. Mm-hmm. But also, the second he steps off the court, they're just not very good. And you could say the same thing about Sabonis with the Kings, but the Kings at least have now a starting level center with Valanciunas, like there to help you. The Nuggets, it's so difficult to replace a superstar like this who's averaging a triple-double on the season and 29 points. So we'll have to see how it looks.
I have some numbers to back this up for you.
Okay.
With Nikola Jokic on the court this year, the Denver Nuggets have a plus 11.8 net rating. That would be second in the NBA.
Okay.
Just behind the Oklahoma City Thunder and ahead of the Cleveland Cavaliers. When Nikola Jokic is off the court, they have a minus 9.4 net rating. That would be the second worst in the NBA, ahead of only the Washington Wizards.
Oof. Yeah, he matters.
They are horrible when he is not on the court. I love that key. That might be the biggest key. Number 1 for me, just don't forget about Jamal Murray. Still a good player.
Yep.
I know he's not. He had a really bad Olympics. He's averaging a career high 21.4 points this year. But I feel like during the regular season, there's so much oxygen taken up by Nikola Jokic's dominance that it's really easy to forget that, like, hey, man, Jamal Murray can get you.
Yeah, if you get playoff Jamal, you're in trouble.
Yep.
And if Jokic doesn't play, I expect to see playoff Jamal Murray.
Yep.
Like, he comes out looking to score 30, and he is a knockdown shooter. And when he gets hot, you're in trouble.
Yep. Number 2.
Number 2 for me is defend the 3-ball. The Nuggets are 3rd in the league in 3-point percentage. They're also 1st in 2-point percentage, and we saw this earlier this year. Like, during their win streak, they beat a team where they scored like something crazy, like 88 to 46 points in the paint.
Oh yeah, was it Portland?
I can't remember. Maybe it was.
They beat the hell out of somebody.
Yeah, and it was so dominant at the rim that, you know, the Kings are going to have to figure that one out. And Valanciunas is going to have to stay out of foul trouble because that's what they like to do. They lead the league in 2-point field goal percentage. They do score a ton at the rim. They take a lot of shots at the rim. This is one of the better the offenses in the league. They're number 2 overall in offensive rating. This is extremely talented team.
Yeah, and it's not just because Jokic is really good at scoring at the rim, like he is, but man, they get those lobs to Aaron Gordon. Christian Brown's really good at getting downhill and touching the paint. They're just a really effective team scoring around the basket for sure. But man, if they start getting hot from 3 too, it's
trouble.
Yeah, that's where you start getting run out of the gym.
Yeah.
Number 2 for me, Jonas Valanciunas stay hot. He's been really good in a starting role. With Domantas Sabonis out, I think he's averaging like 14.5 points and 11.5 rebounds. You need that again tonight. I don't think he's not going to win a matchup against Nikola Jokic, but you just need effective minutes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Valanciunas has just been a godsend for this team. He's a guy who, like, really, it just makes you understand how much you missed having that guy. And the fact that you're paying a lot of money for it, that sometimes that's what has to happen. But when you add him as you see that it was a missing ingredient to this roster.
Yep.
And like the fact that he's starting for a couple of games, it's just huge that you have a starting level, player that plays backup center for you. It's crazy.
I don't want to go to the world, and we talked about this the other day, but I don't want to go to the world where it's Alex Len and Trey Lyles as your 2 centers right now.
No.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah.
Don't want to deal with that at all. Number 3?
Yeah. Number 3 for me is you have to create your own energy in this game. Monk is not playing. Domantas Sabonis is not playing. Someone needs to create energy with this group, and I believe it's going to be Keon Ellis. But Markelle Fultz needs to come in with that energy. Jake LaRavia needs to come in with that energy. Trey Lyles, he's going to have another game like he did last game where he had 9 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. Like, whatever you're doing, you need to find somebody who's bringing the juice because this team usually thrives off of that, and not having Monk is a big deal.
Number 3 for me, I need less or fewer than 13 turnovers.
Yes. Please.
You cannot give the ball away. You cannot let them get out on the run.
7 turnovers.
Is going to be they had 7 against Dallas.
Yep.
I'm not asking for only, like, if he can do 7 again, great. But just need less than double that.
That's right.
You can get
less than triple that.
Way less than triple that. Yeah, 12, 13, like, okay, you can survive that. If you start getting up 15, 16, 17, 18 turn, Denver can really make you pay.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the other one. You got to, like, turnovers are always key, so I try not to use it as a key, but especially tonight, you need that number to be very, very low. Anyways. Yeah, same 3 keys every night. Shoot the 3 ball well, defend the 3, don't turn it over.
That's right.
You got it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Hopefully the Kings win tonight. Tomorrow's going to be fun on the Insiders at 10 a.m. If the Kings do make it a 5th win in a row tonight against the Denver Nuggets, but win or lose, we'll be right here breaking it all down for you on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports. Yeah, we are. My bad on that, dude. I was deep diving something and completely spaced on the Malik thing.
Oh, no stress. No stress.
Bad.
Drew down. I don't think that Valanciunas is a lot of money at $10 million. I think having over $50 million wrapped up in a center position is a lot in the NBA by NBA standards. And so that's why I say that.
We're going to talk about this. I have lots of thoughts on this.
Yeah, because I honestly think like going out and getting Valanciunas was, the right move. Whether I knew he would work out with, again, you're not being able to play him and Sabonis major minutes. I think we've only seen him play together twice since the trade.
Yeah, that was weird. They pulled that arrow out of the quiver super fast, and then it just never gone back to it.
Yeah,
and then Sabonis got hurt.
And when they did go back to it, they went back to it in weird situations. Like twice they've gone against teams that are going smaller, and they just put two giants on the court and said, "All right, well, we'll see your small players, and we'll raise you to 14 feet of Lithuanian." So Domantas Sabonis this year makes $40.5 million.
Hey, are people still on the line?
Oh shoot!
Yeah, we still have 2.
I'm going to great. This is the same 2 people.
Sorry,
I'm gonna hit up engineering about getting us a monitor where you type in to the computer who's on the line.
Oh,
and then we can see it.
I wonder
because I keep forgetting.
You have your laptop, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have but
we just do a little Google Doc.
Well, you don't have it attached to so when I get texts, they pop up on my laptop because of Apple. So
yeah, no, my Mac is at home. I use my work computer.
Yeah. So Domas makes 40.5 and Jonas makes 9.9. Next season, you're gonna have almost 54 million in centers on the roster.
The responses to the thing you sent about Malik are outrageous. Joe sent us a screenshot of the tweet saying Malik Monk toe ruled out Wednesday. Here are the responses. Who's going to handle the playmaking? Okay, That's fair.
Uh-oh.
I just know he got his toe sucked.
What does that mean?
Well, Joe,
my life right now sucks in all caps.
Okay.
He's a good man for making it known early.
We're coming back.
Wow.
That's wild.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The internet's a terrible place.
Of course it is.
Just confirming. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We talked a little bit of NFL today with a avalanche of news coming down. Our guy TC is on the line and wants to talk a little bit of 49ers. TC, what's going on, bro?
What's up, big dogs? Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Just vibing, man. Getting ready for this game tonight. Getting ready to take off. Like I said, man. Hey, like you said, Hammer, the energy, Moker, folks. We're going to need it from the team like we've been seeing. Zach, have another game. Try to get this win, bro. Seriously, let's go, Kings.
Love it.
As far as the Niners, Kyle, Ham, I'm being dead honest when I say this, bro. Dead serious. This ain't got nothing to do with Kyle Shanahan or nothing. Y'all know how I feel about that dude. But $45 million is more than enough for Brock. I'm not paying Brock 50, 60, 70 or anything, bro. To be honest with you, 30 to 35 is like the max I go for that dude. 45 is a lot, dog. That's more than enough. That's all I got.
Hey, TC, you feeling okay?
No, I'm feeling more than okay, Kyle. I mean, that's an honest question. You don't think 45 is enough for Brock?
No, it has nothing to do with the take. I don't hate the take at all. I feel like you sound like usually you come in and like you're throwing fastballs. Today feels more like a little changeup from you.
I think it's because we left him on hold.
No, It wasn't that him. It was just, you know what, I wanted to come in and I just wanted to get my point across because I didn't want to feel like it had something to do with Shanahan because this is really how I feel about Brock, bro. He's not worth 50 or 60.
All right. Thanks, TC. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, I agree with the Chatty House. Felt like a little bit of low energy from TC, but that's fine. I actually don't fully disagree with him that Brock Purdy but again, with NFL contracts, the average annual value could be $90 million. And if there's no guaranteed money on it, then it's like all fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's so. But yeah, 45 AAV average annual value. Like I don't hate that, especially if you think you're going to need cap space to build around him. I don't hate that at all.
Yeah,
I think he's going to get more than that.
I agree. I'm hoping that somehow his contract does come in around that, but with the understanding is probably going to come in around 50 or 55.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Jason La Canfora, who I believe works at the Odyssey station in DC, tweeted randomly yesterday that the 49ers are lowballing Brock Purdy because they have offered him his first contract offer was $45 million a year. Which, like, first of all, I don't believe him. Second of all, that's not like a super low ball offer. That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
it's on the low end of what if you had said, hey, generate a realistic range that you think Brock Purdy is going to get, I would have said somewhere between 50 and 60 million annually. Again, structure of the deal matters a lot in the NFL, but just average annual value. If you told me, I'm saying, yeah, 50 to 60 million. So to start at 45 is not crazy.
No, 45, 50, 55, 60. That's
right. You just, because that's how negotiations go. The Niners go, hey, how about 45 a year? Brock's people go, hey, how about 70? And then you work your way towards a middle ground. I don't think 45 is a low ball offer at all. I completely agree with TC. If that's where he ended up landing, it wouldn't be like, wow, what a bargain. It'd be like, yeah, no, it's probably about right. I still have questions about Brock Purdy in a situation where he's not going to have prime Deebo Samuel. At some point, he's not going to have prime George Kittle.
Nope.
At some point, he's not going to have Christian McCaffrey. And what does it look like then? That's the biggest question to all of this. And the 49ers are thinking about that. Brock's not. Brock's trying to get paid. Don't blame him at all. He should. But that's the calculus the 49ers are running right now.
Players should always try to get as much money as possible.
100%.
Like I totally agree with that. As much money as possible. Can I bring a weird point that our friend Tim Bontemps made in a video chat for ESPN? He said, I'm going to be honest, I don't think Anthony Davis should ever play for the Mavericks again. He shouldn't play the rest of this season, and they should trade him this summer. He has, so Anthony Davis, of course, you know, what does he have right now? Is it a knee issue? I believe it's a knee issue.
It's an adductor.
Oh, that's right. It is an adductor. He's owed 57.6 next year, 62. And then he has a player option at 60, almost 67.
So the thinking is you pull the plug this year and tank as much as possible.
Yep. Because you know Kyrie's out.
And then this offseason, trade Anthony Davis for assets.
Yeah.
And kind of do a soft rebuild.
Or a full rebuild because you're going to pay Kyrie 44 next year.
The problem for the Mavericks is they put themselves in a spot where if you try and call and get anything for Anthony Davis, that team is going to say no. Like you traded away Luka. It is prime. It is pre-prime. You traded Luka for Anthony Davis and 1 first-round pick. So for you to give us Anthony Davis, you're getting less than that.
That's tough, man. I just wonder, like, what is Anthony Davis's worth?
That's the other thing. His value might get super jacked up if there's 12 teams in on him.
Yeah, and I mean, he's almost 32, and he's an absolutely incredible defensive player. He's a 10-time All-Star. You know, he won't make All-NBA this year because he's not going to play enough games. But like, this is a phenomenal player, and I don't disagree with the take. I think that they probably do have to trade him, and I think it's possible you get 2 or 3 first-round picks out of him.
Really?
I do. I think that, Anthony Davis is going to be the way that they get more the actual value out of the Luka trade.
God, that would be so funny. If they got more for Anthony Davis than they got for Luka.
Well, yeah, but
they're probably not going to be a player involved, though, or at least a big name player.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you're getting, Anthony Davis is what you got for Luka.
Right.
Plus a first-round pick, right? And Maxx Crosby.
No, that's a good point.
I think, again, a team like Sacramento, they could come up with a salary matching type deal and throw a bunch of first round picks. And I know that's tough to look at a 32-year-old Anthony Davis and who is injury prone, but he might be the most perfect fit next to Domantas Sabonis ever. Like his ability, well, maybe he can't shoot the 3 ball as well as he could before, but great defensive player, very, very good rebounder. When they step off the court, you still have a star there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it would take, but if Anthony Davis's name that's out there, I have a tough time saying, hey, go for it. But that's where you're looking at, okay, can you become a title contender? And that it's at least intriguing, right? You'd have to come up with a whole lot of money to make that work. But I actually think the Kings could figure out a way to do it.
Huh.
Yeah, and if I'm Dallas, I'm shopping Klay Thompson, see if you can get anything for Klay. Maybe you can. Maybe you can get out from underneath that contract. Maybe you can go to a team like the Lakers and say, hey, Klay Thompson for Rui Hachimura or something just to start over.
Yeah.
And give them the shooter that they need. Interesting stuff.
Man, more seismic shifts in the West. Why not?
Yeah. Keep shifting.
Well, you're okay. All right. We're just going to do this. We're just going to dive in. I'm not trying to overreact to 2 games.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is talk team building. No, that's what this is. This goes along with you just mentioned, like, oh man, could the Kings get in the mix if Anthony Davis does become available? If the Mavericks say, hey, we're blowing this whole thing up, we're going to move Anthony Davis and we're going to try and reset here. My question is about Domantas Sabonis, who's making $43+ million a year starting next year. If you're not going to commit to building around him and putting the players around Domantas Sabonis to maximize what he does and maximize the reasons that you paid him what you paid him, why do you have him on the roster? Because now you just mentioned you have $50 million tied up in the center position, but you've built a roster that's going away from all the things that made Domantas Sabonis the most effective version of himself.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what you could, with the money that he's taking up, you could get another low cost center who's just a big body, and you can start filling in other spots with better players.
Okay, so
that's just, I know it's not that easy, but that's like the soft logic of music.
Yeah, I'm more of the opinion that you've seen what works and what doesn't, and you can admit that you made mistakes here, or maybe you can't. I don't know. We'll see.
Sure.
We'll have to see, and we'll have to see who is making these decisions moving forward. But I see a pathway where you can go reset a couple of positions on this roster without touching the Domantas Sabonis contract, or without touching the Malik Monk or the Keegan Murray contract. So
sure,
yeah, I mean,
that's what I would like. That's what I want them to
build around him the right way.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've seen what it looks like 22, 23. It was all about Domantas Sabonis. It was like, dude, look at the leap this guy took. Look at the level of play they went to. And every Kings game you watch, it's like, he's the offensive hub. He's the offensive hub. And then they just went away from that. And then they brought in DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and Malik Monk. All these guys that have to have the ball in their hands. Instead of, hey, let's surround, okay, Domantas Sabonis, not a great rim protector. Let's make sure that there's adequate length and athleticism on the perimeter, maybe even an excess of length and athleticism on the perimeter, to make sure that we're nullifying that. And let's make sure those guys can shoot, and make sure there's a couple of guys who are effective cutters, and just let's build this thing through number 10/11.
Okay, so I think you can do that, and I think that there is a way. Again, like Jim Thurkill in the chat says, do we realize that Zach LaVine is a 50-40-90 with the Kings? I think Zach LaVine can actually work with Domas as an offensive player.
I would agree.
So I think that, again, I think he's a better fit than De'Aaron Fox with Domas as an offensive player.
Really?
I do, because you traded for a guy
better shooter for sure.
Well, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that De'Aaron Fox, not only did he not shoot the ball particularly well this season with the Kings, he had to have his career highs in order for this thing to work over the previous two seasons. But also the other problem is that you have two left-handed players, and they never were able to capitalize or figure out how to play those two in a two-man game together for long stretches. And I think Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, you can play in a two-man game together for long stretches and just keep feeding that because of Zach's incredible ability to get to the basket on the right side, but also his ability to shoot the three ball better. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, that's a holy train wreck. And the only way to have those two to beat your best two players is to absolutely stack the roster with long, athletic defensive players.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way to do it.
I agree.
And I don't know if they can do that. But that's how, I would start is okay, if this is who we're going with these two, how do I support those guys in the right way? How do I get a shot blocker to put next to Domas? How do I get, and Valanciunas can be part of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, and Keon Ellis can be part of this, and Keegan Murray can be part of this, and even Malik Monk can be part of this, but those other players have to be so good defensively that you're masking a lot of the things. And right now, are they getting away with some smoke and mirrors and being able to play defense at a reasonable level? They're 15th in the league right now in defensive rating, sure. But over the course of a 1, 2, 5 year period, you're going to be a rough defensive team if you don't figure out these other positions. And so, yeah, I think you can build around Zach and Domas. I would hope that maybe you can get, Zach is under contract next year, $46 million. The year after is $49 million, but it's a player option. Maybe you can get Zach to say, hey, I would take a longer term, less money deal to stick around. You do have to worry about injury, career, him being 31 next season, 32 the year after, and then having a long history of injury. But at the same time, he's a dynamic scorer. The scoring is never going to be the problem. It's always going to be on the other side of the ball. And the fact that if you have a player that's like this, you're really putting Sabonis at a disadvantage on the defensive end.
Sure.
We're going to see more and more games where he's at 5 and 6 fouls because you gotta find ways to support them in the right way. And they don't have the roster currently to do that.
That has to be that's kind of what I'm getting at here is this offseason, and I'm not trying to fast forward too much, but since we're talking about the Mavericks and stuff and them punting on Anthony Davis, I've just been kind of thinking about this when you're watching the Kings without Domantas Sabonis. You're like, all right, well, if you want to make this work, or you can make this work with a $10 million center, and if this is the team build you're committed to, then it would seem to behoove you to just pay less at center. But on the other hand, I don't think you want to just punt a guy like Domantas Sabonis who can give you a triple-double when you do this right, or damn near average a triple-double when you do this right. And that's what I would like to see moving forward here is I don't think we're going to get it this year. I don't think there's going to be a version of the Kings this year that is like, hey, we're going to go back to Domantas Sabonis gets the ball and it's a ton of dribble handoffs and it's him orchestrating everything offensively. But what I would like to see is if they're going to move forward with him, make sure you're supplementing the roster that way. In all the ways you just mentioned. That just has to be that has to be the commitment. Instead of, hey, we need another guy that can score. We need another guy that can score. Just everybody can put the ball in the hoop. There's a requisite level of offense you have to be able to play, right? You can't be unplayable on the offensive end. That defeats the purpose.
Yep.
But there's a style of player that fits where there's a lot of them. There's not a, now if you're looking for a shot blocking 5 who also hits threes, there's not a ton of those dudes. But if you're looking for a 6'6" to 6'8" wing who can jump a little bit and hit a corner three and be switchable on defense, there's enough of those guys that you can revamp your roster. And that's the way I think they have to do it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, a perfect scenario for the Kings is going into next season, Keegan Murray is your starting small forward.
Yeah.
That's a perfect scenario where you have somebody who can handle that 4 position, that can stretch the floor, that can rebound a little bit, that can play defense. Is why we talk about guys like Bobby Portis. Like they're basically Trey Lyles, but can you get a more mobile, better version, a better defensive version of Trey Lyles? And there are those options out there. Even, again, Cam Johnson. If you go back to the Cam Johnson like scenario,
or Cam Thomas.
I
love Cam Thomas.
But there is a way in which that in itself can work. I would say a bigger version of that would be better for me. Like I would be happier. And then you have to make the decision if Malik Monk is your starting point guard next year, or if you're going to go to a Keon Ellis and Zach LaVine starting backcourt. We'll see that tonight, most likely. Will that work? And will it work for like an 82 game stretch where you're going without a natural point guard? That's totally possible for this team. That they could do basically what you see from the Denver Nuggets tonight. So maybe you have some of the pieces on the roster already.
I think you do.
But it's just difficult to put them in the right situations to figure this whole thing out.
Yeah, no doubt. Kings, Nuggets, Jonas Valanciunas v. Nikola Jokic, maybe. Everybody on the Nuggets is questionable.
We're all questionable.
We have no idea who's playing. But hopefully we get that matchup because I think it'd be a ton of fun. We got the handoff coming up next. One of D'Lo or Casey. I think it's Casey's day.
Okay.
Hopefully one of those two guys is in here. If not, we'll keep talking Kings basketball. And of course, if there's any breaking news, we'll have that for you as well. Stay locked in here. ESPN 1320. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh my goodness. You guys are ridiculous. Chat has gone sideways. So Jay, can you get Gafford from the Mavs? I don't think a true rim runner works on this team. And I mean, maybe if you had a rim runner that could hit the 3 ball. And like Jerry Reynolds pushed hard last year saying, hey, go get Jalen Smith. And I don't know that Jalen Smith is just good enough as overall as a player, but I think he's a good player archetype for what the Kings kind of need. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But like this year, he's shooting 35.3% from the field, 8.4 points, 5.5 rebounds. Like he's a type of player that you need, I think.
Who's that?
Jalen Smith. I just think you need a better version of Jalen Smith. Yeah. I mean, maybe he works. The player he was, playing alongside Halliburton in Indiana was pretty good. 9.9 points, 5.5 rebounds, shot 42.4% from 3, and he did all of that in 17 minutes a night. Oh, Bronson. Sorry, Bronson, we had you on the air on hold forever. Is he still on
sorry,
hold?
Bronson. No, he's not.
And today's his birthday.
Oh my God, Bronson. I'm sorry. I texted Joe and Joe said during our little discussion, and I said, hey, tell Bronson we'll get to him here at the end of the segment. And Bronson declined.
Yeah.
He said to hell with those guys. Don't want to talk to him anymore.
He waited until I picked back up to tell him he's coming on soon to say, actually, no. He was thinking of you guys, though. He said, let him finish strong. I'll call back in tomorrow.
Well, salute Bronson. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. We'll hear from you tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
You got a lot Does anyone have tickets to Friday's game they want to give to Bronson? He's got a baby on the way. Yeah. You got a lot going on, Bronson. You have a lot going on.
Love that for him. I'm so excited for Friday. Yeah, it's bad. That's bad by me. Just catching L's today, Kenny. It does. That's a sick hoodie. That's
we
so
had
fire.
some things going on, though. I don't even know what's on up there. True TV.
I'd be a fake soccer fan to wear that. Yeah, no doubt. When Bonte went to Europe, unbelievable, bro. He came back wearing PSG stuff every day. Whole tracksuit, hoodie, jacket, beanie. Oh yeah.
Did they give him that stuff, or did he have to buy it all? Oh,
of course he bought it.
all
But
right.
the Gucci PSG shoes was crazy. It didn't actually have that. Oh?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. Let me get your mic on. There we go.
Yeah.
So is that right that a person who will remain nameless is going to be in Sacramento on Friday?
Yeah, the streets are saying we're getting a visit. We're getting a visit at the Golden One Center on Friday. That's how big this game is.
Oh
on
my.
Friday night. Yeah, man.
Oh my.
Yeah. Maybe I'll divulge who it is. Maybe I won't. Maybe everybody.
Is that person going to be in studio?
No, I don't think so. I'm
going to see if we pull up.
Yeah, see if we pull up.
Oh.
Yeah. See if we pull up. You know what I mean? See what's good.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves with Friday's game. I'm really excited for Friday.
No, it's going to be dope.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
The thing I'm frustrated with, and I got to talk to our guy Complex, because of my other job. I like to get there early and feel the vibes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to do that on Friday. So I got to
maybe
Complex can blow a rabbit out of his hat.
Do you want me to fill in for you?
Absolutely. Who's the 7-member Asian band that's K-pop, that's the most famous band in the world?
BTS?
Yeah, go ahead, baby. Play BTS right there.
Yeah, BTS. Meg Thee Stallion's got a song with Twice. She also got a song with Lisa.
Oh no, people are.
Come on, man.
BTS, they're still the most famous group, right?
Yeah,
are they together? Are they broken
up?
No,
they're not broken up, but because of mandatory military service.
Oh damn.
A lot of them have gone to do their military service, and in the meantime, when they've not been in the military, they've been doing solo stuff.
Jeez, that is different than just wanting to go off.
Yeah,
and
no,
solo,
the scuttlebutt is, we're talking K-pop here on ESPN 1320.
The same thing happened with NSYNC.
Yeah, the scuttlebutt is that they are going to. That's the whitest thing I've ever said. Scuttlebutt. That's crazy. The rumor is that once they're all done with their military service, they're gonna get back together and tour,
have a reunion,
which is going to be insane.
The highest grossing tour.
Oh my god, it'll be ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
crazy.
It's gonna be insane. Can't wait.
So I was listening on the way in, and I don't know if you guys shifted directions in the last 5 minutes.
It's a smorgasbord today.
But Kyle, me and Kyle have been having this discussion, and I've been like trying to push him, like, like we might need to talk about it. But I understood why he didn't. But yeah, the discussion about how you build a team and all this other stuff, fantastic. You guys were breaking it down perfectly on the way in. And this is the question that I was thinking about. And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I think it's how you want to build a team. And I'll ask you guys the question. And we'll use Sabonis as the person, because I love Domantas Sabonis and I want to trade him, but I'll ask him the question.
I want to, before you ask that, that's what this discussion is not like, man, is Domantas Sabonis good? Like, no, we're all on the same page. He's good. A really awesome player. It's just about how do you build around him? Go on.
if you pay Domantas Sabonis, or what do you think is easier to build a team? Paying Domantas Sabonis $40 million and trying to find another top flight player, or, and I'm just going to use his name, I'm not saying this is the guy per se, but paying Zach LaVine $40 million and finding the money to pay people around him that are easier. And let me tell you my preference. I don't think Domantas Sabonis is a 1. I'm not even sure he's a 2. So if you're paying him $40 million, you're going to have to find at least one other person that's way better than him, maybe 1.5.
That's interesting.
And I think it's easier, like Zach LaVine or a player like that. If you pay him 40, you can find, and once again, I'm not prisoner of moment or speak. You can find a $10, $12 million Valanciunas, a $16 million Cam Johnson to piece with him. You don't need necessarily another $40 million player.
Yeah, I don't know. The modern NBA, the way that, you do have to have 2 stars. And again, if your 2 stars are Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, number 1, I don't know if you're good enough at all. But number 2, you better build the right roster around them, because you just can't throw those guys out there and say, okay, like, this is what we got. So
it feels a little bit like they present the same issues. Like, you need to build around those guys the same way, like athleticism on the wings, switchability defensively, like where you can mask their biggest issue.
I think so.
But I don't like.
Maybe I worded it wrong though. I think with Domantas Sabonis, you need another $40 million player. With Zach LaVine, I think, and I'm not even talking championship with either, because that's just different. I'm talking about being like a, second round type team. I think with a Zach LaVine type, you can spend $40, $45 million on him and not paying anybody else $40 million and be good. You can get, like I said, $12 million for Valanciunas, $16 million for Cam Johnson, another $12 million, $15 million for your point guard, and be a team that's like a second round team.
I think if we're just taking all those same names, I kind of feel the same way about a team built around Domas though.
Okay.
Like, I think you're.
I don't think there's a right or wrong.
I think
answer.
It's tough. I think your ceiling's about the same. If it was Zach LaVine specifically, and I know you said he's just an avatar, but just to bring him down specifically for a second, the injury stuff is big for me. When it comes to if we're just, I know it's not about these 2 guys, but if we're going to make it that discussion, that's where I lean Domas in that specific instance, because I know I'm going to get him for 80 games a year ish. Between 75 and 80 games a year.
Yeah.
Whereas Zach LaVine, I might get him for 65, but I might also get him for 18.
Yeah.
Well, that and like Domas, the talk of him being a bad defender, it's not accurate. He's not a shot blocker. He's not a bad defender. And so if you really look at, him as like a position defender or even a team defender, he's fine. It's just that he's not a shot blocker. And the fact is, like, this team should have found the shot blocker to go alongside him a long time ago. If that's what you need, if that's what you want, you also could have found the defensive wings to go around him. I think like having the combo of Fox and Domas, it was just so super clear what you had to have around them. Get as many shooters as possible. It doesn't matter if they're good defenders or bad defenders. Just load the team up with as many shooters, a Trey Lyles, a Keegan Murray, a Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk. Just keep adding 3-point shooters. The lineup with Zach and Domas is different because you have one of those 3-point shooters already, and the other one's already taken a big step as a 3-point shooter. But now it's like you have to have long athletic defenders. That's just the way it goes. And so if you can build that, it's possible that you could take off and this team could find some high level success. I don't know if it's going to be championship level success, but I think it would depend on the level of player that you were able to put around them. And that doesn't, again, Keegan Murray could be your other 18 to 20 point per game scorer in the future. There is still a possibility of that, but you have to have a completely different roster in order to support that.
Yeah. I just think it's an interesting discussion. And like I said, I don't believe there's necessarily a right or wrong answer. Just how you want to build the team, how you want to go about it.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is you're saying, if the contracts are equal, go ahead, $40+ million. Would you rather have a $40+ million player who is going to be your number one scorer, or would you rather have it be a guy like Domas, who's maybe not your number one scorer, but he's going to get you 15 rebounds a night, and he's going to get you, in the right situation, 7, 8, 9, 10 assists a night?
Right. Yeah. And in some cases, once again, because people like to clip and do all this other stuff, aggregate, that's the word they say. But it's not Domas per se. It's just, I feel like if a Domas player is getting 40 plus, I'm going to have to find another number one scoring option that's going to require me to pay $30-40 million again. If Zach LaVine already has that covered, I can go get a Valanciunas, a Mitchell Robinson, a Cam Johnson, and fill in the holes that way.
I'll lean. Joe, where's your flag? I thought he was still on camera. It's fine. Yeah, I guess where I lean is, I think the player that you can build around a center like Domas with, I think there's a greater like pool of players you can select from to build a good team. Whereas with LaVine, I feel like it needs to be a little more specific.
The interesting thing is, teams have tried with both and failed.
That's
Well,
the Bulls and the Pacers is what I'm talking about.
That's it.
Well, and here's the player I would point. So you're going to watch the Nuggets tonight. Jamal Murray makes $36 million next year, $50 million next year, 54.5 the year after that, 58.5 the year after that, and 62.5.
Yeah, does he have a 9-year contract? What the hell?
I would
How many years is that?
much rather be in the King situation with 2 years left as Zach LaVine than I would with Jamal Murray, because Jamal Murray is great in the playoffs, but number one, he has massive injury problems as well, and he's okay in the regular season. He's a 21 point per game guy.
Never been an all-star.
Yeah, he's not an all-star level player though. Like, he's below all-star level, and that it just is what it is. And then you look at what they have with Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon makes $22.8 million next year. Then it jumps to 32, 34.5, and 37. Like, they're already for next year. And we didn't even talk about Michael Porter making 38 and 40.1. Like, we're talking about a team that their payroll for next season with not even close to 12 players, 13 players is $203.5 million for next year. The year after that, 193. Wow. Like, they're cooked.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a tough spot.
I was a big Jamal Murray believer coming out of Kentucky, and he's been good in the NBA.
Yeah, he's been really good.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I like that guy.
But Denver is a team where you look and they don't have an additional star. They've got an additional really good group of players.
But they're paying them that way.
They are.
That's what I'm talking. They're paying them on that level.
Just to put a bow on this, because we got about a minute here. I think you can do a LaVine Sabonis combo. You have Malik Monk and Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray making, what do we say, like 4 and 80?
Yeah.
I think that works. But in this spot, like, Malik's got to be your sixth man. And everything else to me is malleable. And when it comes to the draft and free agency, I want wings that at least try on defense and just do the little things. And if you can start checking those boxes of like the little things, hustle plays, good defense, guys who can shoot, that's where you start to, I think, maximize what you're getting out of Zach LaVine, what you're getting out of Domantas Sabonis.
And it's okay to draft.
And I don't think this roster is that right now.
It's okay to draft a tall 19-year-old.
That's okay.
Yeah, like they
it's
don't
okay
all
to do
have
that.
to be 25, Monty.
It's okay to do that. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
Man, Knicks, they didn't help me out last night.
That was tough.
Those are my boys.
That's tough.
We'll talk about that. We'll get ready for Kings Nuggets and a little football talk too.
Can't wait. D-Lo and Casey coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil pushing the buttons. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water. Be nice to people. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Chatty House. Good show today.
Thanks, friends.
Chatty House, thank you. I will see you all tomorrow.
Mañana.
Mike's on.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one more time. We let it ride. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, March 5th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Worst slums of Sacramento.
Slums of Sacramento, man. We are happy you are here. What's good, baby?
What's good, man? What's good? It's Wednesday. It's a little gloomy today, but that's all right, though.
It's all right,
it's all right.
man.
We still cooking. Kings play tonight, so I'm always hyped for Kings basketball. And I thought about today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's still time to play, but we're getting into like countdown territory. Are we under 20 games left?
I
think we're at 19
this will be it, right? This
sounds about right.
Or
no, wait. Did you say the other day we had 22 games?
Is that it? Because I feel like their record was an even number. What is it? 32. Yeah, so 22 left.
Okay.
32 and 20.
Well, we're under
22
25.
left. Yeah. So I mean, what are the rules? When did the countdown start?
Under 20.
Under 20.
Yeah, under 20.
Well, I feel like we're on countdown mode now because
We've been on countdown
I'm sitting around watching. Your sorry ass Knicks can't beat the Warriors.
Man. Yeah, hey Jesse. Hey, bro. Hey, nah, bro. It's done. It's done. I know Cat wasn't there. I know Cat wasn't there.
You want to pull up the text? You want to pull up the text from that day?
You know what? I actually got that screenshot.
Well, we can do that. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, it's over. I'm telling you, it's over. What do you want me to do?
No, I screenshotted that, no joke, like 3 weeks ago because I was pissed off about it again.
when you find it, read it out loud. Was this the Cat trade?
I literally got it right now.
Cat trade.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
What's
it
to say?
Yeah, so it's whatever. It's like, did we not talk about trading Cat literally yesterday? And you're all facts. And then we talk about the details, and then Kenny's all Knicks the favorites. I text back, you don't believe that. And then we just went from there.
They were the favorites.
No, they weren't. They were never the favorites.
I had them as the favorites.
They were never the favorites.
Well, no, it's done. It's done, man. And whatever's going on with Cat is a little scary too. If Cat was, if I knew what was
going on with Cat,
I don't know. They say he's gonna miss the whole road trip, so he's not gonna play against the Kings.
Oh man,
yeah.
Knicks have been fraudulent since what? 1978, 1975 was
why
the last time.
Why are we piling on?
I'm just
why
saying.
are we piling on?
You already heard they told us,
oh,
the Knicks, here they come, bing bong, bing bong, and what happens?
I've admitted it. Just because you saw the second episode of Celtic City doesn't mean you have to come in here disrespecting the Knicks.
I actually just watched the first episode. The second episode's not out yet.
Shout
out Bill Russell.
Oh, y'all.
Bill Russell.
His features, like the old guys are mentioned.
I feel like Bill Russell is going to take up the first 7 episodes.
Yeah.
Then you got to have a whole episode on 08, and then you get 5 minutes to Tatum and Brown.
So, like I said, shout out to Bill Russell, winning them championships with 6 teams in the league.
Well, Knicks didn't even win those. Are the Knicks the Knicks are the Kings in a big market?
Oh, they've made a couple.
They actually worse.
They're
worse.
Yeah.
They're worse because they went out and got all these trades and OG and contracts and Cat and.
I still think
they're a middling playoff team at best.
They'd have to play were they like 4 or something like that? So they'd play the Cavs.
Are they still 4?
They're the 4 or 5.
No, they're 3.
They're 3.
They're 3.
So they get the.
They're actually 3 kind of comfortably.
Yeah,
they got 4.5 on Milwaukee.
Regular season Warriors.
Yeah, no, they're
disrespecting my boys like that. Cat didn't play last night either.
You just dismissed them. And you talking about you worried about me. You worried about me disrespecting them.
I said I'm not having them as a championship contender right now. I'm not disrespecting them. I'm not telling them like, oh,
Hey.
you're this terrible middling team.
Hey.
No, that's disrespectful.
Hey,
It's
I
the
took
truth.
offense to
What'd
that.
that text say again?
Oh, it said Knicks are the favorites.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they were the favorites at the time.
In your mind.
Yeah.
the time.
I think-
Namias Kate and Luke Cornett had Cat in the walls at Jericho like 2 weeks ago, bro. They were
Oh,
cooked.
man.
They blew a 20-point lead 2 weeks ago.
Walls
We're
of
talking about the
Jericho.
Cavs.
And then Cat got hurt.
Talking about the Cavs.
Oh, yeah, they beat them down. They beat them down. Hey, I'm mad at them, though. They should have handled business last night, though. That's ridiculous. Anything anybody wants to say about them right now is justified, even though they didn't have Cat. But still, man, handle business, man. Help a brother out.
Oh, they didn't help none of us out, man. We'll talk more about that game.
Real quick, the chili dogs are back.
Really?
Yes.
Danielle filled up.
Does
the snap.
anybody know why this keeps happening?
Hey, JC's bringing chili dogs. All I know is I'm grabbing 2 chili dogs today.
Danielle,
And you feel okay when you eat that?
Yeah.
Danielle filled up the snack shack. I'll pass.
Hey, I
I
saw
already got to the snack shack this morning.
I saw the way that snack shack was filled up. That joint gonna be empty by the end of the week.
Yeah, somebody I need to
Like
talk to Jonathan right now.
when it was Kimberly's snack shack, that joint was packed. There's like 10 shelves. It was 10 shelves full.
It's almost like they're trying to get us to be a little healthier. Like, hey, only take 1 snack maybe, or else it's gonna run out.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's gonna work.
I'm still taking 6 today.
Because you know
So
what people do? They
four
do it.
yesterday.
They do what Kenny did. I caught Kenny doing this yesterday. They didn't even catch him doing it.
Wait, what do
He
you
just
mean?
did
What
it.
do you mean?
Yeah, dude.
No, this is what they all do. Oh man, I gotta run out to a meeting. Oh man, I got a long drive home. I'm gonna grab a snack.
has a
Oh
long
hell
drive
no,
home?
no! You can't be
Nobody.
taking snacks home.
You got a
Nobody
long
but me.
drive home.
That's it.
Well,
They
JC
going
JC
around the corner. Well,
JC
Yeah,
living
JC's
on
from-
JC living a whole other
Jay-Z can do what he
continent.
needs to do. Kyle can do what he needs to do. Other than that, everybody else going around the corner.
That's crazy. Taking
Leave
snacks
that-
home.
No, leave that.
That's
Not
the
for
shoot.
me. Not for me. Everybody else, leave them there because you going around the corner.
No
Oh,
integrity in there. Hey,
or-
you still 916.
You
pal.
about to
If
eat
you're
in about-
916, you can't take them home.
Well, no, I'm in a completely different side of town.
I know what Kenny didn't do though. He didn't bring his kids in here and send them to the snack shack.
Oh no.
He's bringing the kids in like, no, guys, go grab a snack instead of, it's
got a
not like that
pantry at
those are there
home, whoever you are.
for the hardworking people that work here.
Your kids get a W2?
No, that really did happen. That happened.
No, that's the shoot right
yeah, your
there.
kids get a W2.
If you don't get a W-2, you don't get any
yeah,
snacks.
sorry, little Johnny wants a snack box or whatever. No, like
You know,
if
little
he's
Johnny
not paying
can-
his taxes here, then go kick rocks.
Little Johnny can go sit his ass down and play on his phone.
You better bring.
You got
your
snack
juice
money,
box.
bro?
That's how you should approach them. Y'all got snack money? Sit down.
See, we let the little kids just run wild about here. No one says anything about it. Like Reese and Ryan are cool. They'll come hang out in the studio. They'll be good and stuff like that. They behave.
Nah, Reese got beef. I don't know what his issue is.
Well, I don't know.
Reese got beef.
Yeah, out here on 2K or whatever. I might have him. I have to settle this, man. I'll call it, man. You know what I'm saying? See
What
what's
if we
going
get
on.
Reese versus D'Lo 1-on-1 in the Caraway compound?
And what?
They could play 1-on-1 like a hoop.
You think you can beat Reese? Yeah, you can. He ain't got no
I
left
can
hand.
beat Reese.
He ain't got no left hand.
Like, come on, man. Like,
do 3
I,
dribbles.
I'm the worst ball player in the room, but like, come on, man. I could beat a 10-year-old.
I believe in you too.
If I have to back him
Next
down
year, I
and
don't
just
think so,
jump
though.
hook over him, I'm gonna do that all day.
Next year, I don't think so. You know the strategy is with me. He always like, I'm gonna beat you one day, Dad. No, you're not. I think I've talked about this on the show.
You can't quit.
Look,
You got to pass that torch.
this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna keep playing. I'm gonna keep beating him, and then there's gonna come a day when he's gonna be up like we're going to 11. You're gonna be up like 8-3, and I'm gonna use everything that I have to come back and win that game, and that'll be the last game we ever play.
Mm-hmm.
It happened to me. I'm passing that down. My Uncle Kevin, he did that to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was about to beat him. I was hyped. He came back, start backing down and everything, and got the win. And like I was like, no, we got to run that back. He said, no, I'm never playing you again. And he talks to me about it to this day. And as you can see, it hasn't left. I'm still here frustrated about that.
I see that.
Yeah. So that's what'll happen.
My little neighbor used to come over back in my desk like, oh, can you play basketball? He's like 9 or whatever. I used to lower the rim and dunk on him. Shout out, Donald.
Dunk on him. Dunk on that. Dunk on his head.
Sometimes-
Hey, I got to really lower it too because I'm only like 5'6", so we're playing on like a 7-foot hoop.
Hey, sometimes you gotta let them know. Sometimes you gotta beat a kid in basketball. Sometimes you gotta tell these punk ass kids they can't have any snacks. Like some of these parents in this office need to learn the meaning of like no, like you can't. There needs to be a Jesse's on point. There needs to be a sign at the like if you don't get a W-2 with that stupid orange logo on it, you can't have a snack. Get out of here. You don't need any I don't even know what's in there anymore.
I'm missing out on a Gatorade because some 9-year-old took it.
Right, yeah. Right. Some 9-year-old who was here for 10 minutes and
he doesn't even respect what we do here.
And Andy had to do the music log, so we told him to go get some snacks.
3 of them.
Well,
that's why there's no snacks.
Also, that's the other thing. Stop having kids. You got Kelly over here running around with 4. Andy got what'd you say, 3?
Well, he's got 2, but it's always a friend that comes along.
Oh, so he got 2 plus 1. Oh, it's a club now. Now Odyssey's a club where you get the plus 1 at the entryway. And then the snack shack gets the extra joint over
World
there.
famous Odyssey.
So, 2 levels. Y'all know what it is. DJ KC on the right. Jesse Tappy on the left.
2 levels is crazy.
World famous Club Ricky's, baby. That's how we got down 7th and J Street. Then the Hard Rock opened up around the corner.
Hard Rock was popping.
I know. I used to stand on that corner like, man, it looks fun over there.
Hard Rock was popping. And that was when I first turned 21. That was like first place I went to. I think my 21st birthday.
See?
That Thursday night I went to Hard Rock.
Could have walked right around the corner and hung out with your boys.
I know. I didn't even know. I never went to Ricky's that whole weekend.
Boy, you missed out.
No, Ricky's looked like it was popping. I went in Ricky's eventually. It was popping. It was popping. But that first weekend, I was at Hard Rock. And I was at Hun King Lounge.
Oh, yeah, Hun King's Lounge, yeah.
We need to bring back Ricky's, bro. It's just
I don't think we need
to. That's prime
it's like
location.
a restaurant. Yeah, I think it's like a restaurant now.
I think so too. But
I think it was a restaurant before. I can't, for the love of God, figure out who might have eaten there.
Yeah, I watched.
Or if that poor individual is still with us. But
I watched a couple of fights there, like boxing matches there.
Oh, I watched a couple fights there too.
Well, they weren't sanctioned.
What? I watched a couple of heavyweight matches out there on the corner of 7th and J Street.
That's prime location. Somebody on that. That's a good little spot. Right there on what's that? That's J or K?
The 7th J. Yeah, it's J.
That's man. People walk out of the go to one center and look to your left. You're right there.
Right there.
Come on now.
Right there. If that lady's still there, she'll tell. No, Domas can't. Nope. Keep it moving. Malik. Malik, you don't look nice.
Is that the lady who was at the Juneteenth joint? Who would turn him away?
Nah. I haven't seen this lady since I left Ricky's. Like she's the one who looked Mike Bibby dead in his face and said, "No, you and your 10 friends can't come in here with all your money. Get out of here." And I watched Mike and Dane and E and that whole crew walk across the street, and I'm just sitting here like, all right, dude, like. All right, man. We're taking an L tonight.
Man, how you gonna Sacramento's dress code situation used to be absurd.
I was explaining that to somebody at breakfast today because there's that dress code sign outside the spot we were at Saturday night.
Well,
like that code doesn't apply to everybody.
You said they might have changed, so I won't.
Well, they changed that night.
let's just put it like this. I ain't never.
They changed that night.
I ain't never been there in my life. Silent protest.
As you should. I think they came to us, didn't they?
I didn't know.
No, they came to us and we were like, nah.
Oh, you're right. Oh, for 102.
Yeah. We're like, nah.
Yeah, it was them in the park. We were like,
we're good. Cool. Nah, appreciate you though.
Silent protest.
We appreciate.
I don't know. Maybe things have changed. Maybe we can. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, times are hard. Sometimes you rethink. But that sign is still out there. Hard time.
Bro, it's 2025. I'm not putting on hard bottoms to go into the club.
Well, see, that's the thing.
I'll just walk down the street.
No one had them on, so I don't know what that sign was out there for.
Not wearing a button up. I would walk down the street and go to another establishment.
But I looked fire on Saturday night.
Well, I'm sure you did. You can look good in that, but I'm not doing that for this establishment.
We'll come back. We might start the show. I'm not really sure.
What happens when the Kings don't play?
It's raining. Kings play tonight though.
Leak out. Damn.
That's a good look. We'll talk. So that's official.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about it. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know what comes back? It's a busy time. It's going crazy right now. I got to see episode 7 of Paradise. I won't say anything for nobody. I got to that. Raising Canaan is coming back on Friday. Tapped in, and then this it's the guilty pleasure. Your boy, I ain't even gonna laugh. I ain't gonna lie. Beauty and Black comes back tomorrow. I gotta tap in and see what's going on.
Tell me about that one.
And that show's so ridiculous.
So you still got to watch episode 8 for Paradise?
Yeah. Well, how many is it? 10?
No, it's 8.
It's 8.
Yeah, it's
I didn't know I was there.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I
have
watched
made
that
it
yesterday
last night
morning,
anyway.
I think.
Good show.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
show.
it's
I was a little. It was a little anticlimactic from everything that I heard about episode 7, but
It was a good episode. But yeah, people were making it seem like it was like
Yeah.
the worst of all time.
Right.
It was a good
still
episode.
though.
Yeah,
It was good. It's a hell of a show.
I was telling Chris, I was like, hey, if this is going down, like we're not gonna run. We're just gonna go to my dad's and like chill. It's gonna take us out. Like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
We'll just sit right here in this.
Yeah, we're just gonna
studio.
kick it. And yeah,
I ain't going nowhere. I'm driving the
play a
family
couple
right
of
here
board
to the
games,
studio.
and hopefully we're north enough to where we're fine.
To be loved. To be loved.
Shut the fuck up.
Yes. You shut the fuck up too. That needs to get watched.
I agree. That's a good call. That's a good call.
That needs to get watched.
Everyone's been talking about this one. Damn, you seen Severance?
I've heard about it.
So I started it and I was like, all right, nah, I'm gonna try again.
Is that
later.
Apple TV?
Yeah.
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 I've heard about it.
I've
heard
heard
good
talking about it on
things.
Twitter.
Man, I'm gonna have to pick up a second job to get this pool shit finished.
Ooh, were we? Well, no.
It's
Are they off today?
it's
Because
well, yeah, but the turf guy says he's coming tomorrow.
Pool and an air fryer, dude's balling.
I ain't get the air fryer.
Oh no,
No.
and he's gonna be.
I ain't get the air
He's gonna
fryer.
be playing football and baseball games. He's got turf and everything. Now.
I know.
Crazy, bro.
7-on-7 at Delos. Bring your squads. $50 buy-ins.
That's funny.
7-on-7.
I'm gonna try Severance. You are watching
No,
it?
I
or
haven't
aren't?
seen it.
Oh,
Everyone's
okay.
been talking about it. Yeah, so indeed, I got to start Daredevil too. My dad was saying it was cool.
See, I gotta slow down by all these shows. This ain't what I do. I got basketball to watch.
TV's back.
I got the Big South tournament to watch.
Talking TV shows during the commercial break.
Yeah, I gotta slow down on all these TV shows because it's tournament time. Yesterday, who did I see?
You talk about countdown. Like I was thinking about, all right, like I might just have to, break the pack and start Paradise. But then I just started watching basketball again. I didn't turn away. My stupid ass. I turned away. Suns were down 20.
I fell asleep and I thought that game was over.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, whatever, man. I'm gonna watch an episode of The Office, do some work, and call it.
See, I didn't even know that's how
I didn't know they
went
won till this morning.
I woke up at 12:30. It's like, all right, let me change what I wrote in the rundown.
No, I mean like going into the fourth, like it was like the fourth quarter, and they were down 20.
I didn't know how any of that went down until like I started hearing people talking about it this morning. That's good. I had to run Sherrill Grove to the airport, so I was like, I missed all the late game, right?
Where's she flying off to now? Somewhere rich, huh?
Well, I
In
don't know if
Paris,
it's rich. No, she's in
Italy.
the country.
Oh,
Going to New York.
okay. Again?
Yeah.
Didn't she just get?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. She was pissed that she had to go watch Kings Knicks, so she was like, "I'm just gonna fly back and watch a
Wasted
better
the first
basketball
trip.
team." Yeah.
So yeah, I get home. We're driving, and this is kid life to keep the 2-year-old from just screaming at the top of her lungs
Well,
for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Here, take my phone and watch Ping Pong. So I don't know what's going on. I get home, finally get my phone back. I say, oh, Suns won. All right, cool. That's a good look. That's a good look. I didn't know how it went down till today.
Yeah, it was wild. It was like what was this? 43-22 in the fourth quarter. That's what they did in the fourth quarter to get the win. 43-22.
KD, so what he got 19 in the fourth.
Yeah.
Does that game say anything to you either way?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But the Clippers. Like Kawhi had like 30 something, didn't he? Like, I mean, maybe it wasn't 30 something. Kawhi had a night. And it's like, it feels like they've just trickled down.
Have they trickled down, or have the Kings and Warriors trickled up? If that even makes sense.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think the Clippers, I believe they were playing above their head for much of the season.
Kawhi had 21. What am I talking about? Zubac had 35. That's who was cooking last night.
Damn.
You thought they've lost to the Lakers twice. They lost to the Pistons, Pacers, Bucks.
Not bad teams though.
No, they're not bad, but they didn't beat any of them.
Now, here's the killer. There's about a 3-week window when the Kings got to make their move on the Clippers, because their April is extremely.
Well, are we there now? Because this is the Sunday game,
this
right?
is part of it, yeah. It starts, I guess, now.
Yeah, okay.
The Clippers got some teams they got to play. The Kings, unfortunately, do as well. But if you're not ahead of them by April 1st, I don't think it's going to happen. So this is where you get at least a little cushion on these Clippers, if you can.
I don't think cushions are going to be built, bro. I mean, how can you build I mean, 32 and 28, 32 and 29. I don't know. Maybe.
Did they really do anything at the deadline?
The Clippers?
Yeah.
They traded Terrence Mann for.
I'm not trying to be funny. Did they get Ben Simmons?
They got Ben Simmons in the buyout. Yep.
Yeah, but nothing too notable. I mean,
they got Bogey.
Oh,
they did get Bogey.
Yeah,
That's right. They did get Bogey. How's that working? Everybody happy for Bogey or no? Just checking the room.
That was a wild week on the show.
Checking the room.
And that's actually kind of crazy, though. Like Terrence Mann, it might have been a situation where I don't know the contract situation or what, but like I like Bogey. Like Bogey's fine. You can be a playoff team with Bogey on the roster, but damn, like for the identity of what you were trying to do, you traded a guy that was versatile, could maybe hit the corner three, defend three positions for Bogey.
I don't think they did anything to take themselves up another notch. Like kind of maybe keep themselves level with that, but nothing like what the Warriors did, or even I guess the Kings now.
They definitely didn't do that. They definitely didn't do. And once again, I don't want to diss Bogey because I like him, but you might have took away from what you were trying to do. Moving a guy like Terrence Mann, who in a vacuum, Bogey's just like maybe a more skilled, better offensive player, but Terrence Mann fit what you were trying to put around. But that's it. You might have took away a little bit. Now the thought might have been, all right, Kawhi is coming back, so there might be a little level of redundancy with Mann and Kawhi out there, and we need more shooting around Kawhi. So maybe that was the thought, but then so far it hasn't paid out. And Norm Powell's been hurt too.
Yeah. Clippers are 9th. Suns are 3 games back from Dallas now for that 10th spot, which, again, given what's going on with Dallas, that's worth keeping an eye on. But, yeah, that was a wild one between the Suns and the Clippers last night. So, I ask you, did that game say nothing to you either way?
It doesn't say anything new to me with the Clippers. Like, I think they can be had. The Suns are just there's just so much talent there. I can't close the book on them. I know I've said
I hear
it.
you. No, I hear you. I get it.
They win a game like that, and it's like, all right,
well,
this is when you think they might be able to do something.
And that's what you keep waiting for the moment, right? You don't do that with teams that don't have talent on them. You just keep waiting for the moment where, like, is this the one? Is this the one that turns everything around? Because you think with a team with Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, who Brad like left at like halftime. He had like a calf issue or something like that, and didn't play the second half at all. And you wonder, like, is this the one that ignites the spark that gets them going?
I think that was their little big league moment yesterday.
Well, and so that's the other thing,
Yeah.
right? Is like we're waiting for something, and then all right, they get this big comeback, 20-point comeback, and then they lose the next night.
And the killer always with them when you get snapped back to reality, at least for me, is that schedule is crazy. And for them to get as hot as they need to get, 10 or 9 or whatever, you'd have to do it against the top teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a tall task right there.
I just can't buy into a team with bad vibes already, digging themselves out of a hole. Like you kind of need to come together at that point. I don't think what they have is a recipe for success.
I hear you.
And you're right, but you're talking about chasing down the Mavericks. That's the thing that kind of like if the Mavericks were who they like before Kyrie and all this other stuff, I'd be like, yeah, I think they'll win enough to hold them off. But now
there's that.
You got a team that's just finished.
You're talking about chasing down the Mavericks who might not be able to stand on their own 2 feet moving forward. So it's you're grading on a bit of a curve as to what Phoenix can do and what Dallas can't do.
Right.
Are we talking about the wrong team though? Is it maybe Portland?
Could be.
No, it absolutely could be.
Could be.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. Yeah. Portland making the playoffs or play in, and Phoenix not. Imagine Phoenix and Dallas miss the play in.
Wow.
And Portland makes it. Dallas. They were in the finals last year.
No, I don't think so. I was about to say something. I think it was the Lakers. I don't know. But I was about to say, didn't they play on Christmas Day? The Suns and the Mavericks.
Those 2 teams?
It might have been Mavericks and Lakers. I can't remember.
I don't know if the Suns were probably on at 7:30, and I was done at that point.
They always push. They've been for years trying to push that game and that rivalry. And I thought they might have played on Christmas. But to your point, both of those teams who had the expectations very, very high going into the season don't even make the play-in would be crazy.
Only Luka did sprints at practice.
That's it. Didn't have that beer and hookah.
It was Minnesota. Sorry about that. So I was listening to Club 520 with Teague and everything. And Jeff Teague was talking about Luka, and he's like, yeah, man, he just got that it factor, man. Like, you see kids play and there's just something about him. They got that it factor. You look at him, he's out of shape, he's fat. You're like, I could take him. When you see him play, it's that it factor. And he was like, he built like Kevin Owens out there hooping.
You imagine Kevin Owens going for 30 in the playoffs?
He built like Kevin Owens. I've died.
Oh man,
Teague's got the best pod
That's
right now.
funny.
Nah, he's killing.
He's got the belt for
that
podcast.
520 is
funny.
hella funny.
That's funny. Kevin Owens out there hooping. He got the basketball shorts. Why not?
Right.
I don't know how many dudes have wrestled in basketball shorts before.
But yeah, the Mavs are crazy. James Ham brought it up. I saw the little clip. Tim Bontemps, he made the suggestion the Mavs, like Anthony Davis, should never play for the Mavs again. Like they should trade
that
him.
was a big time. Oh,
yeah, not this year.
Oh,
but they should
ever
trade him in
again.
the summer. And it's not the craziest idea. Like, what are you doing if you're the Mavs?
You can't do that
because
you're Nico,
because I guess so. Let's like elaborate on that a little bit. Like the idea that Kyrie's not going to be back next year. There's nothing you can do to make this team better, or that not that Kyrie won't be back. Kyrie isn't playing next year, and so you're just going to march Anthony Davis out there with who? Dante Exum,
and even long term, shout out Dante Exum catching a stray.
He had hit a 3.
Yeah, this beat for life.
My financial issues would be
it's on
a
site,
little better.
On site for life. I understand. But like, even like in the grand scheme of things, like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna improve your franchise?
I don't know.
With Anthony Davis on the roster.
Well, if you're Nico Harrison, then you just got to turn in your resignation letter right with that trade. You can't do that if you're him. Like that was your thing. Like you have to somehow see it through, or like do something else. Like the moment you trade Anthony Davis, you might as well just quit.
Seeing it through might be trading Anthony Davis, though.
That's what I'm saying. Like that was your big move.
Because if your idea was AD and Kyrie, you lost that before it even like happened.
Oh, I'm saying like you guys are making sense. Like, yes, that's probably the next logical step. But also, if you're Nico Harrison, like you traded Luka for that guy, now you're trading him already this offseason. Yeah, go ahead and hand in your resignation.
That'd be the most. Would that be the most infamous run as a general manager in history?
Yeah,
you trade Luka.
It would surpass the process.
Oh, I think it crushes the process.
Probably so. But that's the first general manager tenure that I can think of is like what they did with the process.
I think the way you go about that 80 thing is he's got to request a trade or kind of just be like, yeah, this isn't going to work. I want out.
Yeah.
I don't think Nico Harrison can do it without just getting fired the moment he sends that through the fax or however they do it now.
Yeah. Yeah. Was Nico the GM for Brunson or was he after?
He wasn't the GM.
He wasn't the GM for Brunson. How long has Brunson been in New York? 3 years?
This is his 4th year.
This is his 4th.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would.
Maybe he was there. I don't know. I didn't think so. I thought he got it relatively recently, like 2 years ago or something like that. Because I don't think Nico fired Carlisle.
Nico Harrison was appointed as the general manager on June 28th, 2021.
That's close. That is close. I think that's after Brunson signed. Or like the Brunson stuff was already in motion, I think, at the very least.
What'd I say? What was the date I said?
June 20 something?
June 28th. Okay, yeah. June 28th, 2021. Jalen Brunson.
It was like a July 3rd or something like that.
The same year?
I think so. Because crowds were back when he was playing with Dallas.
I picked the most complicated way to find out, by the way. Like
when he had that run with Dallas, crowds were back. So that had to be 2020.
So
that summer is when he left.
In the 2021-2022 season.
Yeah.
So it was Nico.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So like it was already in motion, it felt like. Now it's on his resume. But if Nico took over as GM in June,
Nico left
Brunson left like
in 2022.
Oh, he left in 2022?
Yeah, in the 2021-2022 season, Brunson became a starter and finished the season achieving career highs, blah, 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 blah. Okay. The Mavericks who were without Luka Doncic. Yeah. On June 2nd, 2022, his fathers were hired by the New York Knicks as an assistant. On July 12th, Brunson signed a 4-year, 104.
Ah, you stand corrected. You're right. That's on Nico.
Sick. You got the guy who let Brunson walk and traded Luka.
Wow.
And then you're going to trade AD.
Yeah, fire him now.
Wow. That's
awful.
That's a generational run right there. Brunson, Luka. Obviously, it's not his fault Kyrie got hurt, but he has a decision to make on Kyrie because Kyrie has a player opt-out. Mm-hmm. Now, you have the Kevin Durant, like he's not KD and he's not KD's age. KD opted out and signed a 4-year deal with Brooklyn, and Brooklyn was like, cool, all good. We'll see you in a year. Mm-hmm. Does Kyrie do that? Is Kyrie able to do that? Does anyone make an offer for Kyrie to do that? Does he keep the 36 or something, becomes free agent the next year? Then what does Dallas do? Either way, Nico Harrison has another critical decision regarding that star player. And then, the Anthony Davis situation now without a castmate for an entire year.
I'm gonna have some fun real quick. Nico has more bad than good, but he's made the playoffs like 3 times. Does he keep his job?
He hasn't made the playoffs 3 times. He's gone to the conference finals. He's gone to the conference finals and the NBA finals.
No, because
I'm messing with Jesse, man.
No, because you traded the face. Like you hit the red button.
The playoffs though.
Don't matter. You hit the red button, and now we're screwed for 10 years. Now we're cooked for the next 10 years.
I'm joking because the Kings front office, the argument was they've made more good than bad, but they haven't made the playoffs, so they should go.
Nico was cool until he traded Luka.
Nico probably actually wasn't that cool when you look at he was. I guess he was cool. You got Kyrie. We'll give him that. They missed the playoffs the year before under Nico. He couldn't get Jalen Brunson. Damn, that's an awful tenure right there. That is an awful tenure.
It's tough.
And I don't know.
It's tough.
Like
Vlade somewhere looking like damn, damn.
I don't know how he has a job once the season is over.
Nico?
Yeah.
Well, from all appearances, the owner was all in.
And then you get into and I say it not like mocking it because anything's possible. He's just doing what he's supposed to do, according to the conspiracy theorists.
Getting him to the Lakers?
No, those owners want to go to Vegas.
Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty tough. You've shut that down publicly multiple times. Like,
well, Clay Bennett said he didn't want to leave Seattle publicly.
Well,
what are they gonna say?
Nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, like they.
I don't know if
I believe that.
I don't like. Adam Silver wouldn't let you gonna like doubt. This isn't New Orleans.
So
this is Dallas.
The people believe. The people. I ain't even putting this on the streets. This is the people. That they're trying to push their way out, and the NBA will work it out where the Mavericks move to Vegas and they give Dallas the expansion team.
I can't see the NBA losing a franchise in Dallas.
Well, they give them the expansion team. They're not losing Dallas. Those
Why
guys,
would you do that?
Because those owners want to go to Vegas. Those owners want to be in Vegas. You're already.
You know who else does?
I know this is where it falls apart because LeBron want to be a part of that Vegas team.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So if I was the NBA,
Adam Silver pretty much acknowledged that. Hey, I can't give you an NBA franchise yet, but here's a trophy. I don't even remember what that was for. Was it the All-Star game? Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was.
If I was the NBA, I would tell those Dallas owners, no.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I'm going expansion.
No, absolutely not. Like,
But-
if you don't want this franchise, let me know. We'll find one of the other, billionaires who wants a toy.
But the only reason why it even kind of comes up is because this theory, I guess, was alive before Luka.
This people for sure
immediately went back to that. Like, see, they're doing it. They want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe it, but that's something that is out there. And if they're the whole point of it is
what is the Adelson family? They have those ties to Vegas are pretty clear. I just can't imagine you.
The whole point of me bringing that up is if they're like, yeah, great, Nico, like you're doing good, that would lend to the conspiracy theory that he's just doing what they're telling him to do, just dismantling the franchise.
Yeah.
Once again, I don't believe it. I think, and especially on the NBA side, like you just said, I tell them to kick rocks. I want a brand new franchise in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to relocate to Las Vegas. That's, if I was Adam Silver, that's how I'd go about it.
Also, the fact that you went about it this way, I don't trust you with a brand new franchise. Also, my king wants one, and I will give it to him.
What's the business behind trading Luka? Like, moving?
Oh,
Was that Nico? That was his electric blue suit from Laker night.
Why would you trade Luka and then like move? Wouldn't you rather have Luka there?
Because you can't move if you don't.
Because you have to. You're trying to diminish attendance and point to it's Major League.
Team, yeah.
It's Major League.
Trying to John Fish your team.
Yeah, you're trying. There you go. Yeah, you're trying to Oakland A's this thing.
Yeah.
And oh look, they don't support us. They don't want to come watch basketball.
Well,
they didn't pay the 8% ticket increase.
Who does that? Like you do that, and
But they say it's going into team building or something like that. I don't remember what the line was. The line was crazy. I'd never seen it before.
Yeah, who does that?
Engagement and team building.
Like everything they're doing, you're kicking fans out. Everything they're doing is to turn the fan base in the city away from that team right now. Like I said, I don't believe that conspiracy theory, but they haven't done anything in a few months to engage themselves to that city.
Could just be incompetent with money.
Could be.
Yeah, you have so much of it, you don't know how to handle it. Well, Chris says this 8% increase will be going towards AD's medical bills.
Come on, man. Hey, come on. That's a Charles. That's an inside the NBA line. Don't do that,
not
Chris.
Like, all right, Chris.
In quotes, that must be real.
Well,
come on, man. That's as bad as street clothes.
Anthony Davis is personally.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
That was Trista.
Trista did that one. Data Davis was bad. Street clothes is bad.
Very rude, but if I had to pick a funny one, it'd be that one.
What? Oh man,
Which one?
No, Data Davis is hilarious.
Yeah, Data Davis is the best.
Street clothes is like
street clothes is disrespectful.
It is, but it is kind of funny though. It is kind of funny. Like street clothes is funny. I wouldn't call that man street clothes, but I chuckle.
If AD missed as many games as he did for the Lakers, but he was a Sacramento King, would you call him street clothes on this show?
I'd never call him street clothes. But if Charles start calling him street clothes, I would chuckle. I'm not gonna lie. I would call that man that. I ain't calling these people that, especially over something that he's got no control over.
He called him a hypochondriac that one time,
didn't
he?
Well, no, that's what John Thompson would ask him.
You asked. He didn't call him that. He presented a possible theory.
We're gonna call him the hypochondriac.
Remember he was laid out on the ground, rolling around, limping back to the locker room, and he was back on the bench in 4 minutes.
Well, he was just.
Wait a minute.
It's not like he was in a wheelchair or anything.
Anthony Davis is unconscious on the court right now, motionless.
That's a good call. That's a good call, Dame. That's a good call.
Wait, he's coming back?
He didn't catch it. That's fine. He didn't leave in a wheelchair, come back crip walking on the floor.
Oh, you're talking about Paul Pierce? Yeah.
No, I was talking about the other player that left in a wheelchair and came back like 2 minutes later.
Who am I missing?
Nobody. I'm talking about Paul Pierce.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know, bro. Like, yeah, Paul Pierce left in a wheelchair and then won a title like 3 games later. Whatever.
Oh, relax. In bump 2.
We'll come back. Bump 2.
I gotta.
And bump 2 means throws oranges at a wall. That's what in bump 2 means.
I got another random question about that AD thing that just kind of came on my mind.
All right. Hold on to that, and we'll talk about Malik Monk. We're going to call Malik Monk street clothes now because he's out tonight.
Although his street clothes fly.
Absolutely. We'll talk Malik. He's going to miss tonight. Can the Sacramento Kings get by the Denver Nuggets without Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis? We'll talk about that. Stealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Was there someone besides, remember when Aiden O'Connell left in the cart and all that? Was there an NBA player that did something similar?
Wait, what happened?
When Aiden O'Connell left on the cart and we thought like his leg was going to get chopped off and he had like a bone bruise or whatever. Wasn't there an NBA player that was similar to that recently?
No, the one that maybe you're thinking about, but he really was like hurt was Dwayne Wade. Remember when he had to get wheeled off for the shoulder separation?
Oh, yeah, but that
was pretty bad.
Yeah, his shoulder. So a lot of times when a player's shoulder pops out of place, it'll slide like back in. It's terribly painful. His didn't. He was on the sideline, and the trainer was trying to move it back, and he goes, the trainer's like, we need to go, and so he was in like crazy pain. They went back and they like took him behind closed doors to try to reset the shoulder. I only remember this because it was one of like a handful of games Kara was the sideline reporter for. And she was standing outside the locker room when they reset Dwayne Wade's shoulder. And she said it was bad. Wow. Like the noise that came from there was bad.
Oh, I don't even want to go down this road because people might, but I do remember. I do.
I could have swore we were doing like a who was worse, Aiden O'Connell or this other player like a month or two ago. I can't remember though.
I do remember this. Joe Staley. And Steve, I remember this, Steven. This was kind of cold. This was crazy, man. AD playing 2K. He got injured.
Oh, that was jacked up. That was jacked up.
Oh no, man.
John Pulls, this sounds right. Didn't Mariano Rivera hurt his back trying to tie his shoes one time?
Those I know it's a violent act, but didn't like a baseball player like hurt himself sneezing? Was out for like a month.
That sounds right.
Sneezing is a violent act.
Mm.
Sammy Sosa is actually one of them.
What did Sammy do?
Sneezed so hard he sprained a ligament in his lower back.
Be careful sneezing, everybody.
Goose Gossage as well. Those are the two most notable.
Yeah, these baseball players need to stretch, bro. Yeah, because my name wasn't spelled right.
Kacie. It's D-Lo and KC. Y'all thought Kenny Caraway, that's what the KC stood for. No.
Just my name.
It's Kacie. It's one of the wildest emails ever. Then a birthday email went out with all the March birthdays that left two really prominent March birthdays out.
What?
Which I just thought was hilarious. So they sent out like the March birthdays and anniversaries.
Mm-hmm.
Katie and Kevin from the Wake Up Call have the same birthday.
Come on, man.
March 28th. They're not on the list. And then we get an email from someone who works directly with us that is addressed to D-Lo, D-L-O, and Kacie, Kacie. It's just amazing.
Once again,
Absolutely
who spells
amazing.
Casey like that?
I don't know.
Even if you thought that was my name, who spells Casey?
Like,
No
how
one in
does
their life has ever. I've never seen that once in my life besides yesterday.
Let me see if there's somebody I can.
I'm trying to see D-Lo, and does it like autocorrect? Casey, nope. What if I put Casey? Nope.
Well,
she willingly spelled it Kacie.
Maybe that was a sign of disrespect.
I think it was.
Disrespect.
The little name tag pops up when you keyword search in the email.
She pulled a KC on KC because you know how I say people's name wrong to
to
irritate them.
Yep.
We have Casey Barrowman. She's an actress, and Casey McDonald.
And it's spelled the way that this individual spelled it.
Yeah.
How
Casey,
famous?
You know why?
Casey Barrowman was in Avatar, the movie.
I'm embarrassed to say I still haven't watched that.
I mean, you're not missing out on anything. It's okay. It's actually kind of weird when you think about it.
It's pretty overhyped if you think about it. Like the first one was a good movie, but I
didn't watch the second.
I'd never seen the second one either. Like the first one was great, but I never. Oh, second Avatar here. Like I never really understood it.
Yeah, it was all right.
I think I figured out why she botched her name so bad.
Why?
She spells her name hella weird.
Well, that's true.
Like her name doesn't even make sense.
Well, do you just assume that everyone's name is kind of spelled different then in the world?
Well, maybe. I don't know what she thinks.
Oh, this is interesting. We're talking sports now.
Okay.
Casey McDonald.
Okay.
Is a reporter, a news reporter. I don't know where.
Okay.
But a news reporter. She's married to Eric Hosmer, first baseman of the Royals. Well, now he's at the Padres.
Is he still in the league?
He might not be. Yeah, he might not be. But yeah, see how we tied it into sports.
The more
also, there's a Casey's donut that I should have known. It's around the corner from my house. I go there and get some donuts from time to time. It's solid. It's solid. I like Casey's donuts.
And it's you didn't realize it was Casey's Donuts?
I forgot until I just Googled and that's
it's Kacie.
Yeah, shout out Casey's Donuts, man. I go there from time to time.
The only thing that would have made it better is if she had spelled it with a C. That's the only thing. Like Casey Kasem. If she had spelled it C-A-S.
I'm telling you, she pulled a KC on KC, man. I can't get mad at it. I do the same thing. Telefimo Lopez, Kevin O'Connell.
The way you get her back is you email her, but spell her name the normal way.
Do that.
Yeah.
That's funny. Spell it the totally normal way. That's what we should all get together, and that's how we address her moving forward in email form is the normal spelling of her name. And just act like, oh, I didn't know.
How am I supposed to remember the first way?
Yeah, I can't. Like, I always forget. Does the A go before the E?
And there's an I.
And where does the I go into place
And
here?
it's 2 L's. It gets crazy.
There's a
It does get crazy.
GH.
Yeah, I think it's
The girl's name is Kelly.
I think it's C. I'm gonna do it without looking. Tell me if I'm
Okay,
right.
hold on. Let me find it. This is ridiculous. So come along for the ride on this one. Go ahead.
C-A-E.
Nope.
C-E-A.
Yep.
L-L-I.
Nope. Nope.
L-L-E-I.
Yep.
G-H.
Yep. So all again, all at once. Go ahead.
C-E-A.
Yep.
L-L-E-I-G-H.
That's it. That's how you spell Kelly.
See, if you ask me to spell right now, I'd get it wrong.
That's how you spell Kelly.
It's like Krzyzewski.
That is insane.
I don't think that's your name.
I remember I said, "What is this girl's name?" Kelly. No. This one. No, her name's Kelly. No, it's not. What is it? Kalia? Kali? No,
You're gonna tell
it's
me
Kelly.
You're gonna tell me everything they taught me in school about the English language is just who cares?
So now your name is Kelly.
Oh, she'd be so pissed.
Maybe it's a family spelling. I don't know. If you are Kacie, she's Kelly.
That's great. And once again, to email me, you have to see my name.
Well, the part that I just can't get over is not recognizing that KC isn't your name; it's initials.
We've had our names
5 years of this show.
My name has been up there on birthdays and employee of the months and all this. Kenny Caraway's right there.
When you spell that on the email too, it's gonna tell you like, yeah, this is not spelled right at all.
Yeah. Like, who are you emailing if you try to put that in? Like, oh,
KC
at odyssey.com. No, it's not going to work. There's nobody there.
Oh, Polo L's onto something. KC should be KEIGHCEE. KC. Oh, man. And Sacktown Tony, who can forget? Courtside Casey. Indeed. Who could forget?
You think there was anyone who ever read her name on the first day of class that got it right the first day?
Absolutely not.
Mm.
Absolutely not.
We should ask her. Is she here today?
I don't know, man. I don't know. You can go look. Like, I see Wesley. I see Karosh.
I only ask because it's a Wednesday.
I don't know if Kelly's here.
You might have people here on a Wednesday.
She's always busy.
Yeah, I feel like Kelly's like she has the opposite of the state schedule. She's in the building once a week and out the other 4 days.
And even when she's in the building,
but she gets her job
very
done.
Long. No, she does get her job done.
She cooks.
It's not a knock on the production because she gets it done. But like, she'll be here for 45 minutes and then she goes and she comes back. She's a busy lady though. I think she's a big meeting person. Like,
she definitely is.
Lunch meeting. Yeah. Let's work this out in person.
She definitely is. If she catches my eye, we'll flag her down and she can come tell us all about the interesting way in which she spells her name and your name, because that's what you've tuned into this show for. That is what you are here for.
What if she just knows nothing about Kenny? She's like, oh yeah, like
his name is in KC.
Vague, yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay, so let's do this for a second. What do you think she knows about Kenny?
I'm black.
She knows that.
Got one thing down.
She knows that. Not certain on his name.
That's the thing. Like, he's been here for 5 years.
Do you think she knows he's married?
No chance. No chance.
Do you think she knows he has 2 kids?
No.
Doesn't know where he lives.
Do you think she knows what kind of car he drives?
No.
Doesn't know it. We're
you're a homeowner.
We're 0 for something.
Do you think she knows you're a homeowner?
No. Even though we mentioned it.
So what we know is you're black.
That's it. And even though I've probably mentioned it to her and others at least 12 times, I need a bathroom. Do you think she knows that?
No. I guarantee you nobody over there knows you needed a
You
bathroom.
think everyone in this building knows you guys are on 2 stations?
Oh, good question. Good question. I'm going to say
I think there's one person.
who doesn't know.
Oh, yeah. Are we including?
You think there's multiple people who don't know we're on 2 stations?
The fact that I got to think about this is
Yeah, right.
I'm
gonna go.
Are we including our new team member? Because he might not know. He's been here like 2 weeks. He probably should. But
who's the team? Oh,
okay.
Oh, he definitely does.
Okay.
Yeah, Peter definitely does.
Okay.
I said that with way too much confidence. I said that with way too much confidence.
I'm about to say, I guess you know something I don't know.
Peter's my guy,
Peter
but I don't
guy.
know. Like Peter's talked to me like 10 times about sports and ESPN.
Yeah.
Never. I'm gonna go. No, everyone knows we're on 2 stations.
I think so too.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say there's. Well, their people have been around long enough. I'll say Peter doesn't know we're on 2 stations.
Okay. All right.
And that's not my man just got here. You know, it could be a little confusing.
Well, he just didn't get to Earth. He didn't just get
to
Sacramento.
True.
Peter been in the game.
True.
We're gonna find out. Believe me, if we're mid Kings conversation, if Will Z is on the show, and someone walks by, I'll flag them down, and we'll get to the bottom of this because I said yes with way too
You know
much
Peter your
certainty.
whole life with that answer.
Yeah, that was extra.
Peter and I is 2 best friends.
2 pals.
Best friend of 30 years, boy. Me, Peter, and Io.
Peter said, "Hey, we're going outside tonight."
Where are we going? The mix? Oh, all right. All righty.
Before we leave, like the Mavericks and all this other stuff.
Oh, we left their asses a long time ago.
I had a question about the AD thing. What do you think he would go for in open market? He's making, I think it's like 3 years of like $50 million. I mean, he's a great basketball player, obviously one of the greatest we've ever seen, but the money and the injury has to be factored in.
So I think the tough part is like he's just not going to play the rest of the year. It feels like
he shouldn't, by the way.
So yeah, I mean, given where Dallas is, I mean, but maybe for him, you need to. I mean, if he's healthy, maybe for him and whatever he might want to do this offseason, or maybe whatever Dallas might want to do this offseason. Because to me, I don't know that you shut him down with the idea of trading him. You almost have to, and this is like Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson. Maybe that's it. You got to prove they're healthy. Like they're probably the only players in the league that you have to prove. No, he's fine. We were going to hell last year. Kyrie got hurt, traded Luka. We just didn't play Anthony anymore. Okay, pal. Yeah, he hurt his adductor. Like that'll hurt his value. To your question, I still think he's also 31 going on 32. I think he gets a good return. If AD and Kevin Durant are both on the market this offseason, who commands a bigger market?
I think it's Kevin.
The only reason I hesitate, and I hear you on that. The only reason I hesitate with that is Kevin Durant's got 1 year left on his deal.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trading for him though, with the idea that you're extending him?
Yeah, I mean, yes. That's. I still think that'd be more of a hope.
Because Anthony Davis has a reputation, I think, where it's like, yeah, like he's gonna be injured and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I still think of Kevin Durant as someone who could still help you win a title.
Yeah, I think so too. That's why I think the answer to my question is Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easily KD though.
Do you see how old's KD? 36 going to 37? Mm-hmm. Do you see Anthony Davis playing to 36?
No.
It's like 4 years away.
I think it's KD. I think it's KD, but the contract situation is it's a little iffy. Like It depends on the team, right? Like if you go to, I don't know who you would say. Let's just say Dallas, for example. Like if he was like, yeah, I'll go to Dallas. Dallas probably has it built in that, he's going to sign the extension. If he got traded to the Kings, it's a risk. You might not be signing. Now, I guess you would also.
Sacramento.
He does love Sacramento. I guess you would also factor in that Phoenix and KD and this team would be working together. So KD wouldn't go to a team that he already said, no, I'm not signing the extension. Like, it's an assumption by me. But if KD's getting traded, everybody's working together, and KD has already agreed that he would sign there. They already agreed that they would sign him to an extension and everything. So, yeah, to answer both of you guys, I agree with both of you guys. KD, that's a little bit more than Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis, I think you could. Would you trade a first-round pick for Anthony Davis? A lottery pick for Anthony Davis?
I mean, I wouldn't. I think he would get that, though. Lottery pick is kind of crazy. But
I'll call it 14, 13. I don't think you're getting a top 10 pick for Anthony Davis.
I don't think so.
Would you trade that for him around there? Because it's like my point I'm getting at is I think at this point AD's value is probably another player with warts. Like along the lines of a Russell Westbrook for John Wall type deal, or those other deals that we've seen where it's like, yeah, this isn't working for us. That's not necessarily working for you. Let's see if we can swap here.
But he's so much better than those guys were at that point in their career, though.
He is, but like you said, he's 32, dealing with injuries. Like the moment he got traded, he was already out with the Mavs.
Then Russell Westbrook was when he was traded for John Wall?
Yeah, that was crazy. Damn,
no, he wasn't. No, he's not.
When Russell Westbrook got traded, so when Russell Westbrook
wasn't trash when he was traded for John Wall.
I'm not saying he is trash, but Anthony Davis, like the only issue, and it's a big one, is that
that's the issue. Yeah, there is no but. That's the issue.
But when he plays, he's far better than what Russell Westbrook was at that time.
No, he's not. He wasn't far better. Stop it. He wasn't far better. Stop it.
Russell Westbrook on Houston, who was good, was not Anthony Davis with the Lakers this year. He was not.
Okay, that's not true.
And you
can't.
You ain't even talking to a Russ hater. You know I rock with Russ.
You can't minimize the fact he's not playing games.
I'm not minimizing it. I'm just talking about.
It's like saying, man, Zion is great. Zion's played like 18 games this year, man. He's incredible.
But the thing that would get you to even consider Anthony Davis is how great of a player he is.
Prayer, belief in a higher power, or modern medicine, or voodoo. That's about it. How different is the Anthony Davis and Zion Williamson conversation? How different are those two?
It's not much different at all. It's not much different at all.
I mean, Zion maybe are a little more willing to do it because he's younger.
I'm talking about purely the production of where they're at. Like his production on the floor is higher than Russell Westbrook's was at that time. He's just not on the floor, which even makes him available for trade. Russell Westbrook was available for trade because people thought he couldn't play no more.
No, he was available for trade because of money, and they were placating James Harden. That's why he was available for trade.
Yeah, but if Russ
didn't have nothing to do with Russell Westbrook.
If Russ
it had to do with Daryl Morey.
If Russ was that guy. If Russ was MVP Russ, he wouldn't have been on the trade block. Daryl Morey would have said, figure it out.
It's 27.2 points per game. Last year in Houston. 27.2.
That's better than I realized. It's pretty damn good.
27.2.
That's pretty damn good.
I don't know. Casey said he was wild.
It's the year. It's the average the triple double. Average a triple double. Average a triple double. Placated your boy, and that sorry ass general manager out there went for 27, 8, and 7.
That's pretty damn good.
Gets to Washington. What's he do? Jesse, you want to guess?
Keep playing well, Dan.
He averaged a triple double. Stop it. I ain't doing this. Stop it.
I'll stand corrected there. AD was better though. But Russ was a lot better than I gave him credit for. I'll say that. Those numbers are crazy.
Same age too, I think. AD 31 right now?
I think so.
All-star? Yeah, I think he made the All-Star team. Russell Westbrook 31 and All-Star that year.
Yeah. Russ, I'd stand corrected on that. He was a lot better than I gave him credit for. But
no, don't stand corrected with me. Apologize to Russell Westbrook.
Basically
Sorry,
calling him-
Russ.
Hey,
calling
sir,
him John Wall,
I
basically.
honor the gift, sir.
Sorry, Russ. What's AD though? AD's like what, 23 and 30 or 26 and 13?
I think
or
he's
something
higher
like
than that. Yeah, I think he's in the area of the 26, 27 that you said the second time. Hang on.
Yeah, actually comparable.
Anthony Davis right now, 31 years old. 25.7, 12 rebounds a game. Assist 3.4.
Pretty good. And
Yeah,
what, 2.5
25.7.
blocks?
2.2. Yeah.
Top 10. Oh, this is you said no top 10 team would play.
31 years old and an all-star, just like Russell Westbrook was, to your point.
You said no top 10 team would trade for Anthony Davis.
Top 10 in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Think San Antonio would?
I don't think so. You think I'm wrong?
No, I'm just thinking about it. Just thinking about it. You think OKC
Put AD
would?
at the 4 with Wemby. Well,
San Antonio
give it.
might.
Okay, yeah.
That's a maybe.
Is that the move you make though?
Yeah,
But-
I don't know. Give me another one.
But the other thing with them too, though, is they could trade their pick and they still
Yeah,
have
they'll be
picks.
fine. Yeah,
What
you're
about-
right.
Well, never mind. We're talking top 10 in the draft.
Going back to Chicago.
I guess you can. I don't know why. I don't know what that does for you.
I think.
I mean, I
that's
guess
fine.
having him with Lonzo is not the worst thing in the world. You better find another scorer, but
San Antonio, as it
San
stands,
Antonio, you got me thinking a little
as
bit.
it stands right now, they'll have. This is just worse record.
Yeah.
So they'd have the 9 and 10 pick. Atlanta's pick is converting.
So that's the other thing I was thinking about. You're trading one of those picks and drafting another one. Yeah, maybe you could.
That might be.
Maybe you could.
though. Chicago. That would.
Chicago
I wouldn't
doesn't-
advise. it
Chicago
if I was
doesn't make
Chicago.
sense. Yeah.
No.
Certainly not in this draft.
OKC,
I mean, if they wanted to burn something, they could.
Philly. Say Philly got to keep their pick.
Okay,
Nah.
That'd be
stop
hilarious.
it. Okay, that's the most Daryl Morey move ever.
That'd be
Right
hilarious
there.
If we did that.
That's a Daryl Morey move right there.
This is a little bit of a wild card. Toronto. And the only reason I bring is Toronto is you've got Brandon Ingram, you've got your 2 young players with
Yeah.
Grady and and Scotty Barnes.
Grady who? Casey?
Just Grady. GD.
What's his last name?
Grady
GD.
Sizemore? Who's that? who you talking about? Grady Little?
Shout out JD, man. At GD. Big ups to him. But if you wanted to take a gamble, it'd be a gamble. I mean, the thought would be, do we need another 19-year-old?
Yeah.
I'd make the pick. I would make the pick if I was Toronto, but maybe the argument is hey, trade that first round pick.
Not the worst, I guess. But again, this draft, you better be sure.
They're 5 too, and like the top 5 is like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
San
Well, yeah.
Antonio has me thinking just because they can draft.
And
too.
that's circumstantial.
San Antonio.
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
got 2 picks. So
yeah, if San
you could-
Antonio just had one.
Yeah.
And Atlanta's has, I don't know, gone to Sacramento. Would they do it?
I'm surprised Atlanta is still there. I thought they'd start winning enough games to get away from that. They're still got the 10th worst record.
Yeah, they're not good. They're 28 and 34.
Don't worry, Dallas is on their way.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that. You think they can catch them? It's 32 wins to 28.
They might not win another game this year.
Dallas. Oh, stop that. Stop it.
Does Dallas
They're
win
going to
more than-
lose 20 something straight. Like, do you hear yourself?
Does Dallas win more than 5
What are you
games the rest
talking
of the
about?
season?
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
More or
there's
less.
okay. There's
Does
one.
Dallas win more or less than 5 games the rest of the season?
I'll
I'm gonna
say
say
more.
I'm gonna say less.
Less than 5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say more.
How many do we have left?
They got
So make it 5.5, and I'll take the
We got
the
20
more.
games left. Yeah, 20 games left. We're gonna
5
win
and 15.
I see them going. Oh, that's too good.
We'll do.
I see them going 3 and
So
17.
the number's 5.5, and you're taking less by a lot.
I think they win 3 games.
3 and 17 the rest of the way.
Hey, that team's bad.
They are
They
pretty
got
bad.
nothing left.
They are pretty bad.
That's assuming AD doesn't come back too.
Make it 4.5, and I'll take 5.
So the
Casey-
number is 5, 5 and a
Yeah.
half.
Yeah, don't be trying to press
Yeah.
the demon on that.
Yeah, what are you doing over here?
I'm pressing the demon at 6.5. I'll go less.
Man.
Yeah, they got a tough little situation going on.
Mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
So Malik Monk's out tonight.
Ah, damn it.
No Malik Monk, no Domantas Sabonis. I assume Keon Ellis slides into the starting lineup right there.
Yeah, that's my thought.
I think we'll get a heavy dose of Markelle Fultz. Man. I don't know. Are we getting Trey Lyles or Skal Labissiere versus? Because hear me, like it's obviously Valanciunas versus Jokic, assuming Jokic plays, and then someone's getting in foul trouble, whether it's JV or it's Trey. You might have to put Skal out there against them.
I hear you.
I mean, do you have another option?
I'd maybe go Isaac Jones before.
You go Isaac Jones? Yeah. Fine.
No.
Who scored 49 last night? Was that Mason or Isaac?
That was Mason,
or Mark.
bro.
Which one was it?
Mason had 49, bro. The G League they're doing bad for themselves as far as getting people to watch. Like, how am I supposed to take it seriously?
Man went out there and scored 49.
Oh man. I think and no shade to Skal. I don't know. Maybe you put him out there.
Maybe you need all of them. Just go out there and pick up fouls again.
Maybe you put him out there. And Trey could get out there and get.
Well, that's what I say.
Minutes.
Yeah, like Trey gonna be out there, but I think someone's gonna get in foul trouble tonight.
David Martinez, Jay Crowder.
Well, we know that's not gonna happen. I don't know why Jay Crowder is forbidden to play. It's like they traded for Jay Crowder and were like, look, you're not playing. Except your first day. You're going to touchdown, go to shoot around in street clothes, start, never see the floor again.
Just asking people left and right about plays and all this other. Don't know nothing.
Don't know anybody's name. Who you think learned everybody's name faster, Jay Crowder or Zach LaVine?
Jay Crowder.
Yeah.
Zach LaVine.
Do you think Zach LaVine knows
2 weeks in talking about got to learn people's names? Sir, you've been here 2 weeks.
Do you think Zach LaVine knows everyone's name yet?
It's a good question. Do you think he knows Skal's name?
No.
You think he knows like Jake LaRavia's name?
Nah. Yeah, he knows Jake's name. No, he might call him Jack. Hey, Jack.
Like JV? Oh, I didn't even know your name was Jake.
Jack? Oh, Jake. My bad, dog. My bad.
You think he's learned Skal's name yet?
No.
He absolutely hasn't learned Skal's name. And he gets Isaac and Mason confused. He absolutely gets Isaac and Mason confused. The only Jones he knows for sure is Mark. He's got that one down. We'll come back. Will Z going to join us in about an hour. James Ham, top of the 3 o'clock hour. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky. Oh, we are going to talk football here for a minute because your boys are doing it again. Your boys are doing it again.
All right, look.
We're going to talk about it.
All right.
Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
So, Tom, check this out. This is me. That's what happens when you assume. Where's it at? Tom, you've been commenting a lot. I don't know if I can find it, but Tom, who I think, there we go. Definitely showed them love. Absolutely. Big time section title championship. I thought they played last night. They don't play till tonight.
Wednesday, right?
Yeah. Because there were games last night.
Yeah.
And I thought
Whitney played last night.
Rockland won last night.
Rockland played last night.
Yeah. So yeah, I was like, hey,
Go Lions, all this other. I thought they played last night. They played tonight.
We had a request from the fans because we're always for the people.
Nope.
There's 2 of them actually.
Oh, there's Peter. I wonder if Peter's going to walk this way. He might be headed for the door. Yeah, it looks like he's headed for the door. Is that Kelly? Kelly and Peter are within that's Kelly, right?
Yeah, but she's on the phone.
Oh, yeah, she's working.
Yeah.
Kelly's working. So, yeah, she ain't even paying a fucking lick of attention.
Here goes Peter.
Hey, open the door. Open the door.
Oh, stuck.
Hey. Peter. Yes, sir. How many stations do me and Kenny work for?
2.
See? I took my boy
Confidently right there.
That's my boy Peter right there. Yes, sir. Well, you'd be surprised.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. My man. My man.
This guy gets it.
See, that's my man right there. I told y'all. Confidence, baby. Confidence in my man, Peter. Yeah. Like, what's wrong with you hoes? Like, what are we talking about? All right, we got confirmation. Peter knows what time it is.
Shout out to our guy Peter.
Kelly's wandering around on the phone. If we just get her attention.
Kelly, pull up. We got questions.
That is Kelly. Kelly.
E-A. Oh, yeah. No. You're right.
It's C.
Yeah. The real spelling. We're going with the disrespectful spelling.
Yeah, the disrespectful spelling is Kelly. And if Kelly wants to sell her home, she can do it with our guy Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty team.
Yeah,
avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
A perfect example of this is when my girl Jennifer heard about Johnny Jennings and his guaranteed offer program on the radio. Once again, probably listen to D-Lo and KC.
It should be.
And she wanted to hire him because she needed to sell her home quickly and for top dollar in a neighborhood with many other homes for sale. Johnny Jennings and his company Made for More Realty were able to get her a full price offer. And there's more. Her home sold the first weekend it was on the market, so she didn't have to wait around and stress out and all this other stuff.
It's because they sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They sell your home for an average 3% higher purchase price than other homes on the market. They're voted the #1 team in Roseville for the past 3 years. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. Our man, Johnny Jennings.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't matter how you spell your name with Johnny Jennings. You'll get your home sold.
Shout out to my boy Johnny Jennings. He I've seen him a couple times. He'd be at he's at the mix, not for like the club, but like they be having those mixers. With like Trevor Fong, Johnny Jennings, like, yeah, I'm outside.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I gotta pull up on my guy.
Yeah, Johnny Jennings definitely be outside. LeBron James reached 50,000 total career points. Another first, a first and only. Oh, and they're buzzing for Saturday, Jesse. They're ready for Saturday.
Big regular season game for the Lakers.
They're ready for Saturday. Lakers, Celtics.
Chasing those Celtics again.
The big thing this month. The how many more of these games are we gonna get this year? Lakers and Celtics Saturday night. More importantly, I mean, salute to LeBron, greatest to ever do it. Lakers win again.
Yeah,
7 straight win. 34 points for LeBron James. 30 for Luka Doncic. Lakers are 7-2 with Luka in uniform. Just as impressive, they're 11-2 just since the trade.
Damn. Wow. When you talk about energizing an organization, that's what that trade did immediately.
Well, they're not the only team to go 11-2 since acquiring a player. Warriors are 11-2.
Well,
I think one of those 2 losses, Jimmy didn't play.
Yeah, Philly.
Because he didn't play Philly.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Yeah, back spasms or something.
The other one was against Dallas. That was a great game.
Warriors in Dallas.
Yeah, in Dallas.
Kyrie.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lakers,
Yeah, go
Lakers
ahead.
and Thunder, the two true contenders in the West right now. Do we want to throw Denver in there?
No. Hell no. Denver not better than those two teams. So I can't. They'd have to play one of them to get there. So I can't put them as a contender.
No, I'm with you. I think. I'm not sure about Denver. You got a thought?
Denver not fooling me with what they did. I probably should say this tomorrow, not today. But they're not fooling me with what they did with that win streak.
Well, they haven't looked good against the top teams in the league. Their record against like the top three, I think, in each conference hasn't been great.
Yeah. Don't even think about putting Denver in there if you're disrespecting my Knicks because of that.
That's fine, I guess. Well, Denver's not 0-7 against the top three. At least they have 2 wins, I think. What's your thought?
I don't think I buy Oklahoma City.
Well, I was gonna say it too, but I was trying to show some respect for the number 1 seed by a mile.
What don't you?
But
buy,
I the same thought
I don't
raced through my head.
I don't think I see them winning multiple series.
Are they too young or just not good enough yet?
Who's gonna be is Shea a killer?
Shea is, but you need another one. That's where
Shea is a killer.
Shea is.
Okay.
You need another one though.
You believe in Jalen Williams then? Because that's the one that they
good ball,
sell you on.
really, really good. But I'm talking about like now we're talking about Steph. We're talking about Jimmy. We're talking about Luka. We're talking about LeBron. We're talking about guys that will kill you.
Shea is one of them. Shea is that.
Okay.
You need
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't sure, but okay.
Yeah, he's that.
I'd take OKC against a team like the Warriors too.
I don't know.
So the way things look like they're going to play out, because I'm telling you, I didn't say it. You said it, but I was thinking.
I hear you. Yep.
I do think they can get 2 series wins. The way things shape out, the way it's looking right now, you're playing. And it's always tough to do. But let's just argument's sake, you're playing what
are you doing with him?
No, well, look, I was gonna
say they'll beat the Kings in the first round.
No, I had it mixed up, right? Like I was looking 9-10.
Oh,
I was like, they're not gonna play 9-10. They're gonna play the Kings or the Timberwolves, and I think both of them could take them.
Okay.
But let's just for argument's sake, and out of respect, you beat the 8 seed, whether it's the Timberwolves or the Kings. And the next round is Nuggets Grizzlies. I think they can get that. If they had to play Warriors or Lakers or something like that, that's where it would get shaky. But I think they're better than the Nuggets or the Grizzlies. They'll get 2 wins in the 2 series wins. You get to the conference finals, and then that's when I start to lose faith.
It does feel a little disrespectful.
But the reasons are valid. The reasons are valid.
I'm just not buying it.
J-Dub in the playoffs last year, it was his first. So I'm giving him grace on that. But you're gonna have to be better. And then you get into the situation, the thing that I always worried about is, yes, you got better on defense with Caruso, but are they gonna treat him like Jared Vanderbilt? Just let him
not play him? Oh.
Well, no, just let him
shoot. As a defense.
Mm-hmm. I think he's even a little better shooter than Jared Vanderbilt, but the point is still like that's gonna be the mark. That's gonna be the guy they double off of Shea and leave open.
The Lakers and Warriors have gotten a lot better on defense which is crazy because the Lakers acquired Luka Doncic and lost Anthony Davis, who wasn't playing in the last few games anyways.
Yeah.
And they've gotten better defensively. I don't know by the markers. I think Steve Kerr said the Warriors are near the top on offense and defense since the trade. We're talking 13-game sample size for both of these teams. The Warriors, to me, isn't surprising, especially that you go get Jimmy Butler. That's completely believable. The Lakers being better defensively is surprising.
Do you think the Warriors are contenders?
I do.
See, the Warriors,
I do.
There's a little nuggets going on.
I think that's fine. I think the Warriors and the Lakers are contenders. I think the Lakers are a stronger contender than the Warriors. But, yeah, I do.
I feel like the Warriors, I could see them getting to the second round. I don't know if they could get past.
I'd rank both of those teams above Denver.
So
I think I'd rank them both above Memphis. I think I'd rank them both above Houston.
But
I'm just going to keep cutting you off because it's funny to me now.
But here's the deal: they're gonna have to play the Lakers in the second round.
Who is
The Warriors?
the Warriors? Okay, as it stands right now. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
And that's actually.
I think I'm like I think I'm picking the Lakers to come out of the conference like right now today on March 5th. I think I'm picking them to come out of the conference.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I mean, but I don't know what can happen over the next 5 weeks. I guess 4 weeks, 5 weeks to change my mind.
As far, yeah, just what you said.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like they look like LeBron. It's like 2012 again.
I was in the studio a couple weeks ago after the Luka trade. I told Casey, hey, I think the Lakers might be able to do something. Casey kind of turns, whatever, jackass.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Maybe not.
The concern that I had for them was kind of similar with the Warriors was the play in the paint, and they figured out how to handle that easily. I still have this concern with the Warriors. Like, I think that's a problem. Like, even if there's so much left to be determined. Right now, Nuggets played the Warriors. I think I picked the Nuggets.
Nuggets played the Warriors. I don't think I would, but I'm not gonna.
I think I take the Nuggets.
I'm not
at this
gonna.
point,
Yeah,
too.
I'm not gonna argue either. I'm not gonna fight for the Warriors on this one.
And I'm not even crazy about the Nuggets, but I think that's a better matchup.
Yeah, you said the Nuggets were trash. You just didn't want to say it before tonight's game.
Nuggets, great team, true champions.
I don't think that's what you said.
True champions.
You said if they don't beat these bums.
And it goes back to things being matchup based.
Who's the Lakers starting center?
I think it's
is it Jackson? It's not Jackson Hayes, is it?
Yeah, I think it's Jackson. Jackson Hayes backed up by Alex Len.
They hate Alex Len. They hate Alex Len.
They don't seem to love him.
No, I got a Lakers friend. The first game Len was playing, he sent
They
like
don't
3
seem to
texts, and by
love
the end, he
him.
was like, get Len out of here.
That's tough.
But, I mean,
our man Ken Anthony thought it was a good pickup. That's a good pickup, right, guys? It's good, Ken. Shout out Ken Anthony, smoothest voice in classic rock.
And I do worry about the Grizzlies, like going against them.
The Grizzlies against
anybody. I think they're tough
Really?
enough. I think they pose some problems in a series. They've got the size. I think people are kind of sleeping on Memphis a little bit.
Maybe.
Right now, they take on the Rockets.
The thing with
that'd be a hell of a. I hope that stands. I want
Memphis
see them
and
in the first
Houston.
round.
Yeah, I'll take
They'd
that.
be talking crazy
Somebody,
to each other.
Ime would pick up like 6 technicals.
Dylan Brooks.
Probably Taylor. The two would get thrown out of at least one game each.
That series would be popping. I thought you saw Kelly.
No, I didn't. It was just people walking around our studio. Again.
Dylan Brooks probably gets thrown out one time that series
Man,
Once?
against his old team.
Ja would be talking crazy. Desmond Bain would be talking.
Yeah,
Two
give me
coaches
that.
would be talking crazy
Yeah,
to
give
each
me
other.
that.
Was it
Oh, yeah,
Dylan Brooks who got the under no circumstances will the team be bringing him back?
Yeah.
That tweet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Dylan Brooks is getting thrown out of multiple games in that series.
I really hope that series happens.
Well, I
That'd be
don't think. I mean, Memphis could rise. Houston could too. I don't think either one of those teams are going to fall though.
Houston's got a crazy easy march.
There's 3 games between the Rockets at 5 and the Warriors at 6. And even though I'm really high on the Warriors, I'm not that low on the Rockets or Grizzlies to think that the Warriors are going to move up to 4 or 5.
The killer to me, because the Warriors have a relative. Well, you kind of laid it out in a really good way the other day. It's looked at as this easy schedule, but they got the homestand they have is a little tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Houston's, because I was having thoughts about them falling into the play-in over the weekend. Their schedule just won't allow it. Like, it just won't. They've got a pretty cake schedule the rest of the way, which leads to your point. I don't think the Warriors can catch them because I don't think the Rockets will lose enough.
Yeah, right.
What's
Conference going to be fun, man.
The Rockets
About
the 24th.
Strength of schedule wise, 24th.
Just for those wondering, the 7 seed Minnesota Timberwolves are 17 games behind Oklahoma City. Kings are 17 and a half.
OKC has what, 11 losses? Yeah, 11
Yep.
losses on the season.
And in the East, the Miami Heat, who are the 7 seed, are 21 and a half games back from Cleveland.
Minnesota's missing the playoffs this year.
Minnesota.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
I'll
Tell me more.
I've been out on Minnesota, I think, since the beginning of the season. I'll just say they'll miss the playoffs. I'll go Clippers, Warriors, and Kings. Whoever could get 6th, and then last 2 left.
Okay. I'm sorry. You're saying missing the top 8.
Yeah, they'll miss the top 8. They'll lose in the play-in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Okay.
They'll lose to the Kings if need be, but they won't lose to the Clippers.
I don't like anything about the Wolves, to be honest.
I know with Jesse.
I don't either, but I think they'll get
Jesse.
in. I think they'll get in.
Because Ant-Man and who else?
Julius is back, and I know he's been a bad matchup, but he is back. And that'll help. Rudy, well, he'll just be benched late, so we don't have to worry about that. Nas Reed.
I'll take James Harden, Norman Powell, and Kawhi.
Nas Reed out there playing 40 minutes because they can't put Rudy Gobert out there. Nas Reed out there looking like the Popeyes lady, just fighting for his life. Man plays 27.9 minutes per game. Man, Rudy plays 33 minutes per game. Wow. They really just
34 and
put him out there.
Do we think the Kings can get 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're now basically.
Absolutely. I didn't
That means
before.
playing better than the Warriors.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta. Well, you're gonna have to beat them. And when you look ahead at the schedule, you can't have a whatever happens tonight happens. You can't slip against San Antonio.
No.
And you've got to beat, in my opinion, the Clippers. And then whatever happens against the Knicks happens. And then you got to beat in what we're talking about here. You got to beat the Warriors.
How much better are the Warriors than
You're probably going to have to beat the Suns the next night too. You're going to have to win both of those games back to back.
How much better are the Warriors than the Kings?
I don't think they're that much better.
I think that's why I can't buy into
they're
this.
a lot better.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, do you question whether what we're seeing with the Warriors is like legitimate, like real sustainable?
Yeah, because I don't think we don't
do
see it
question
the same way.
You do? Okay.
I think the deficiencies they have, the shooting and the lack of size, isn't going to be good enough against good teams, playoff teams.
I think the difference is, though, they have a killer.
Mm-hmm.
They might have 2. At worst, they have 1.5. I think Jimmy in a playoff series can be a killer.
Now,
I don't think Sacramento has that.
It's different. People will talk to playoff past, but I think DeMar is
fine.
that type of guy.
That's fine. That's one.
But it's different though because it's not the 3-point variety.
You don't have to sell me. I like DeMar, but I think I can only give you 1. We just went through all these teams that have 2.
Mm-hmm.
I can't put Levine there. I can't put Domas there. I can't. I want to put Malik. I can't put Malik there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Malik can establish himself as one. Go ahead, Jesse.
I don't want to be rude, but
here it comes.
The Warriors got like 2 killers or whatever. But like, what if Buddy Hield is helping you load up the ammo, and those other guys like you buy into the rest?
You load up the
ammo. You buy into the rest of that team. I think that's kind of where I fall off with the Warriors. Like I like Jimmy and Steph, but
yeah, I don't know
if those other guys will.
I think they have guys, but also I think they have guys that have a role, and they play their role for the most part.
I think they're good.
I'm not ignoring your shooting deficiencies remark or anything like that. I think they're I do think they're better than Sacramento right now. But it doesn't mean I don't think Sacramento can't get to the 6th spot. Mm-hmm. The Kings might, in order for that to happen, because of where the Warriors are, you could remove Minnesota, the Clippers, and certainly the other 3 teams out of this equation. You have to play just as well as they do. You have to beat them. You got to beat the Clippers, and then you have to play just as well as the Warriors are on a night-to-night basis to secure that 6th spot. You can't have another hiccup. You got to find a way to beat Milwaukee or Oklahoma City, or is it Cleveland?
Yep.
Is that the other one? You've got to find a way to win at the very least one of those. Talking 6, you might need to win 2, but as you mentioned
Boston's
a second
in that
ago,
stretch, too.
Boston. I think that's who I was thinking about, not Cleveland.
They all
Because
there.
I think Boston's the first night of a back-to-back, isn't it? That Monday game? Yeah, Oklahoma City's the next night.
They
You're
all
literally
there.
seeing the top 2 teams in the conference on a Monday and a Tuesday in Sacramento.
NBA hates.
I
the
think I
Kings.
made up Cleveland.
No,
Cleveland's
Cleveland's
not.
there. They ain't played Cleveland yet.
Oh, Cleveland's here the week before. They're here Wednesday. So it goes Cleveland, Chicago, back-to-back. Jesus Christ. 1 back-to-back, 2 back-to-backs, 3.
The Lakers, I heard this too from Jeff Teague. They've got
4. They got 4 back-to-backs from now till next month, the middle of the next month.
The Lakers have like 3 back-to-backs in like a 10-day span.
You know why? This is insane. The man was right. This is insane. Y'all should apologize to LeBron James for your behavior.
But your point is well taken. I think
Thank you.
we'll learn a lot about both of those teams with their little homestands they got coming up.
The Warriors
have
and
theirs,
yeah, so
and the Kings have theirs, and whoever can come out of that one with the
alive
better record,
yeah.
I think it's the 6th
Yeah.
seed.
Who can ever come out not looking like Cody Rhodes did the other night after Travis Scott got a hold of him? Where's this homestand here?
They're probably home during the same time, I think.
Yeah, so the homestand we're looking at Detroit, Portland, Sacramento, New York, Denver, Milwaukee, and then it ends with Toronto on the 20th. That's the homestand right there. Then they hit the road for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that starts with Atlanta, goes to Miami. You got the Pelicans in there. You got the Spurs in there. You got the Grizzlies in there. And then it ends with the Los Angeles Lakers. They close their season out versus Denver, versus Houston, at Phoenix, versus San Antonio, at Portland, versus the Clippers. A lot of movement there in the last handful of days of the season for the Warriors. It's home, away, home, away, home.
Yeah.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320 Oak Grove Kia Talk Line. TC. Whoa, TC, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Just vibing. Hey, so D-Lo, check it out. Hey, Kenny, Jesse in the back too. So the Kings gonna have to. Hey, we're gonna have to stand up tall, bro. So if you think about being a team, the stretch that you're talking about, D-Lo, is that same stretch when we caught fire that year we went to the playoffs, bro, and we were standing up, going toe-to-toe with everybody. I want to say that Clippers game was in that high-scoring Clipper game was in this stretch. We got to stand up, bro. Listen, this is going to make the Kings a tough team going to the playoffs. Don't forget what I said, y'all. We going to have a last laugh. That's all I got.
All right. Shout out TC.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what he just said. Like I'm not sure what he was trying to
I think
say.
the basis of it is we're gonna see who the Kings really are coming out of this stretch. I think,
And he
they
said-
turned it up, beam team 1 year around this time. I think.
Yeah, and he says during this stretch they about to turn up.
Yeah, he's basically saying he's predicting it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go then.
Yeah. TC.
Do we know about this Kings team right now, or do you buy into that? Like, we'll truly know about this team coming up.
I don't think we'll know about this team till it's over.
I think
I think you get into a sample. You get into a stretch. Like, what are they, 7-2, right? Over the last 9. If that stretches, you start stretching that to like 20 games. You get to 10 games left in the season. Like, yeah, like you should have a good feeling of where this team is at.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, 20 games is a quarter of a season,
Right.
close to it. Like, at some point, you got to believe what you're seeing, and that would balloon Doug Christie's record up there.
Man, would it ever? Yeah, I think I got a good idea of who this team is. I don't always feel comfortable, but I think they're a good team. I think every night, no matter who they play, they can go out there and win. The bad teams, I think they'll beat up, but they're not going to play that many bad teams. They'll beat up the bad teams. I'm like confident in that.
the teams that are like above them in the standings and all that, I think they could beat any of them at any time.
You think you know what their ceiling is this season?
I don't.
Fluctuate between, damn, this team can probably win a couple games in the first round to maybe they might not get playing from time to time.
I think, but that's
like, are you confident enough to like, this is a playoff team? Like they can get to the first round.
I'm confident that their ceiling is that of a team that wins a few games in the first round. That's their ceiling. Will they reach that? I don't know. But I think they have that capability. Whereas if I'm hearing you right, sometimes you look at them, you're like, they don't even have that capability.
Mm-hmm.
They might just be a playing team.
Yeah.
I think they have a ceiling of a team that can win a couple games in the first round, put a scare into somebody.
I look back at March of Beam Team 1 year to try to look at what TC. They were 11-5.
And they gave away like the last 3 games.
11 well, that was this was just March.
April, you're right,
This was just March. So the Clippers game happened in February, at the very end of February. He said this stretch, so I was like, let's just look at March. They were 11-5 in March. That first year.
Can they go 11-5 again?
Well, they're 2-0 this year. What were they last March?
Wow.
Stand by. Talk amongst yourselves.
5-11, bro.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Don't let them get the OKC and Boston back to back.
They get one of those, I'll be like, let's go.
They get both. I can only imagine the show
they get
on
both.
Wednesday.
We playing like the
play the whole Young Zell album.
They can go both of those. Can they get 11-5 this March though?
I think I got them. Let me. This 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I got them at 9-6 last year in March. So 11-5 the year before, 9-6 last year, 2-0 so far this year. You want to know last year's April?
1-7,
3-5.
Oh, they won more games than I thought. I don't remember what games did they win in April. They beat the Blazers.
They beat the Blazers by 1 million.
The Nets, was that in April?
That is incredible that you remember that. One more. I'll be really impressed if you name all 3 wins from last April. You've got 2 of them.
It wasn't because that was on the East Coast trip. They won another home game.
Won another home game. Yep.
Was it Memphis?
It was the Clippers. They beat the Clippers 109-95.
Yeah. They beat the hell out of them. Boy, April was bad. I remember when they lost that Suns game.
April was not good. Oh,
that was tough.
That Suns game was brutal.
Oh, that was tough. I was there for that one, and I was there when they lost against Dallas. And
Dallas
and
was
Dante
painful,
Exum.
That was the back-to-back, right?
I think
the
so.
Dallas was a back-to-back with Dallas.
That's
and
right,
we lost both of them.
They got destroyed in the first one. And in the second one, I was like, no, they're going to play. They're going to be ready to go. Actually, that back-to-back, it was a back-to-back on the schedule, but they played on like a Tuesday.
That's right.
And then played on a Friday.
They said they was putting memes at Luka at the Golden Corral. And I'm pretty sure Mark Jones said that on the broadcast. Luka was spotted at the Golden Corral. Does Sacramento have a Golden Corral?
I don't think so. I don't think we do.
I'll look up what the closest Golden Corral is.
It's probably Vacaville.
That is a sentence you will only hear on this show.
My guess is Vacaville. It's the closest one.
We'll come back. We got to talk about your other boys, because if this report coming out of San Francisco is true, man, this is a L.
There's one in Sacramento, by the way.
There is.
Yes, on Stockton Boulevard.
Well,
a Golden Corral on Stockton Boulevard.
I'll be damned.
Huh.
Learn something new.
Well,
now they're saying there's one in Elk Grove. I don't know where that's at. Across the street from Consumnes River.
Because Casey ain't Elk Grove.
Oh, wait, I think and technically, if everybody is watch your mouth, that's Sacramento. If it's across the street from Consumnes River, that's Sacramento. Get your mind right.
Okay, the chat has like apparently 15 Golden Corrals in Sacramento. Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
I think it's by Texas Roadhouse, now that I think about it. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Damn, say it ain't so. It's been revoked.
It's too bad.
Well, to be fair though, I don't be on the 99 side of South Sac. I'm on the 5 side. You know.
We got one on Stockton. That's the only one I see in Sacramento is Stockton.
We've got a noob in the chat. I've never seen Miss Knox before. Welcome. She's a noob. Welcome.
We're gonna find out she's here every day. She just don't participate in the chat because there's a bunch of delinquents.
When we talk wrestling, that's part of the show.
TC's text messages are as crazy as some of his phone calls. Johnny G, that video you posted is awesome. I love that. That's my favorite video.
Across the street from Crew. Oh, so it's over there. There's a Kiki's over there. And a Popeyes.
Kiki's really underrated.
Kiki's bomb.
I am not doing brunch at the Golden Corral. Good vibes. No chance. My little spot's the pantry in Roseville. We had some avocado toast this morning. What else? We have chocolate pancake, turkey. No, it was a waffle. Turkey's eggs. Good little spot.
Don't even ask about IHOP.
I might go to IHOP tomorrow.
Just tapped in.
Salute.
I made French toast for the first time this weekend. It was pretty good.
First time ever?
Yeah.
You do some cinnamon and some sugar in the yeah, there you go.
You made it?
Yeah.
There you go.
See you cooking.
Yeah, French toast. What kind of bread did you use?
Oh, it was like a brioche kind of thing.
There you go.
Yeah,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Boy, Jesse was doing it the right way.
Hey, Dame, you going to the game on Friday, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I can get everything done.
I'm about to text you something. Because I don't even want to jinx it, so I'm gonna just text it to you. It might be a 3 a.m. night for you, big dog.
Oh, come on, man.
It might be a 3 a.m. night.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Well,
Salt didn't touch my plate as it shouldn't.
One of the craziest takes ever.
I disagree.
No, that was pretty wild. And the way that you presented it too was pretty crazy. Like, hey, did you know some people put salt on their eggs? That was pretty wild. The fact that you just eat them eggs just plain, just going raw with some eggs out of the frying pan is crazy. Man, Jesse fired off that food take like he just dropped a bar.
I still stand by it. 10 toes, by the way.
No, that's insane.
Do you guys put a little milk in your eggs?
I don't.
I just go butter, throw it in there.
I don't, but I don't. I get why.
I learned that one from Jazz. I don't do it. I still just put the
fluff
butter in the pan.
Fluff them up a little bit.
I like it fluffy.
Like eggs are dope. Like the tough thing about eggs is you could cook them real quick, but they're 10 times better when you cook them slower.
I don't even take the.
If you cook them a little bit slower, you get the the pot hot. But if you cook them a little bit slower, hey, we're trying to do a show here, pal. Damn.
Acts like we never worked.
Just
before.
threw off my concentration.
We're talking about eggs.
We were doing a professional radio show here discussing Jesse's poor takes on eggs.
This is one take.
No, that was but that was a really bad take, though.
I don't think so. Like
he doesn't. Yeah, like it's crazy. This is
crazy,
awful,
bro.
This is crazy. Have you tried it since? Have you put like a little salt on the?
No, honestly, no. I thought about it this morning. I was like, no.
The answer is no.
My dad threw black pepper in my eggs one time. I thought it was being poisoned.
Oh my God.
So you don't put salt or pepper on them?
No.
Wow.
You just.
I mean, I have like other
bland ass.
That's what I said. He's just rawing it with eggs.
You guys are babies, bro. Like, eat your eggs.
Like, what do you just eat? Just what do you put on it again? Salsa.
Well, no, like if all right, so if I'm doing like an egg burrito or something, like you throw tapatio.
No,
on that
no,
stuff like
no,
that.
no, 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 no,
That's
no,
a
no,
good
no,
sauce
no.
too, by the way.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
You throw the sauce and the
No,
tapatio
no,
on it. That's a
no,
good look.
no. Stop bailing them out. What do you do when you just eat eggs?
I don't eat eggs by themselves. It's always like with potatoes or something. Like the potatoes are seasonal, or like with broccoli and like that season and stuff like that. Like eggs, are the only thing I don't.
Are you the guy who gets the plate and just like mixes all your food together?
No, I'm not a dog.
I was thinking more of a child, but a dog, I guess that's one way of going.
I don't know why this made me laugh. Pepper your eggs, weirdo.
You're weird, King of Mactown. You're weird.
I don't really put a lot of pepper. Maybe a little bit, but I put salt on it. I'm not insane.
I'm not a psycho.
I'm not.
Yeah, man, I'm salt and pepper, man. Salt and pepper on the eggs. And I could eat eggs every single day. Every day. Twice a day. I love eggs.
Do you eat like hard boiled? Do you eat them in a variety of different ways, or you just?
I don't
scrambled?
eat sunny side. I don't do that.
Really? Oh, you missing out.
No, I'm perfectly fine. Life
No,
is great.
you missing
Life is-
out. Nah,
Life-
I was never a fan until Katie hipped me how to like make them like dope.
Yeah.
You put them in the you crack them, you put them in, and then you put like an ice cube in it and put the lid on top, and so it cooks both sides. Oh my God, I had no idea.
And the yolk is just you're still eating the yolk, correct?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
no need. I'll take your word.
I was
for it.
never a fan. I was with you
Yeah.
until she showed me how to make them that way, and I'm like, okay, that's the move right there.
Okay.
I mean, I take that back. It's not the move.
It's one of them.
It's a move.
It's a
It's a move
There
you can
go.
make.
There you go. Okay.
It's a move.
But
So you
yeah,
don't like hard boiled eggs or
I
nothing?
do. I do.
Oh, you do.
It's
Okay.
just the sunny side.
Just
So
that's
I
it.
don't- Yeah.
Okay.
And growing up, wasn't having too many eggs unhealthy, and then halfway through life they were like, no, actually it's good for you.
Oh yeah, no. You read a Men's Health magazine, and it's like, yeah, eat 12 of them. Like, no, what?
What you mean? Like there was propaganda against eggs back then or something?
That was crazy.
Yeah, and
Half of my life they're like, nah, you can't have too much. It's was
Really?
cholesterol.
Yeah, can't have too much. And then when I
Yeah.
was 25, oh no, actually a new
Nah.
study says they're great.
You know what's funny? How come no one's bringing back that propaganda now when eggs are $47 a dozen?
Bro. Hey,
Y'all
shout out
don't
you.
want to start no egg hate now, huh?
Shout out to you if you're able to find eggs at Costco. That's the only place you can find them with a decent price. You get the 24 for like.
So you
10
know what's
bucks.
funny is I don't think at least through the Amazon app, like the Whole Foods link, I don't think you can have eggs delivered anymore. Like because every time I do my shopping order, it's like eggs, no,
Yeah, there's rules now.
but they're not sold out.
Yeah,
You
they
just can't.
they ration it out.
Yeah, like you just can't
Yeah,
add
that's how they're
them
moving
to
back
your
my
cart.
house. It's like-
Understand.
They got a little paper sign. Yeah, take only one carton of eggs.
Oh, I'm sure people oblige by that.
Understand.
I'm gonna start selling an egg a piece for
Although-
$5 outside the store.
But see how you do it though. Is,
Yeah, they're gonna stop selling Girl Scout cookies and
Yeah.
start selling eggs out
Got
there.
eggs, $5 a piece. Come by.
when
JT Low, there's black market eggs now.
well how you do it.
Drug dealers are gone. You got egg dealers.
Streets.
I got eggs. I got eggs. Bro. I got
Hey.
eggs.
Hey, there you go. I was at the mix. They was trying to sell me eggs in the bathroom. It was crazy.
When they were trying to put a ration out baby formula, how you had to do it was like 2 per person. Well, me, Cheryl, and Elk Grove, and Jazz.
Y'all work the system.
We just do that. Sometimes if we had them, Reese would be in there. We all get 2.
handing Brees $20 and say, "Go stand in that line, pal."
It's always so weird. So every time there's this massive emergency at the store, it's like, oh yeah, eggs. We can't buy eggs. Like somehow they're always buying toilet paper too. It's all gone.
Wow.
So you know what I would
I don't
do
want to be without that.
if I worked at one of those places? I'd walk up and down those lines. Nah, y'all two look exactly the same. Get out. Get out. Y'all are in the same family. That boy looked just like you. Out. One of y'all got to go.
I wish they would. Now then I'd really be. I'm suing.
Then he'd be like, I don't know that kid. Oh, you profiling. Oh, just because he's black and happens to smile exactly like me.
Yeah, man, it's tough out there.
Did they
It's tough.
ration? I guess I don't. Man,
Would you do the Rocky with the eggs?
do that again?
Remember the Rocky drunk the eggs?
No, I never did that.
I
I never
have either.
I never even tried it out of curiosity. Never tried it.
That looks crazy.
That looks like you talk about a warning. That looks like it'll murder you. I'm not going to drink an egg.
Rocky one.
They make
that's a crazy movie.
They make stuff with whipped egg whites and alcoholic drinks, right? It's called something.
I don't know.
I just drink
Hey,
Modelo.
y'all help me out with that real quick. I don't think it's an entire egg. I think it's just an egg white. And if you whisk it, it foams, and it's something that like you put on alcohol, like it's a part of an alcoholic drink. Or maybe it can be a part of a regular drink. I don't know.
You're probably dead right. That doesn't sound good.
No, it's not something I've tried.
Oh.
Not my bag. But your wife got me that bartender thing, that mixer thing.
Yeah.
And one of the drinks had whatever that stuff is called.
Says it adds a foam texture to it.
Yeah, what's it called?
I don't know. It just says that's what egg whites do. I don't know what it's called though.
No, it's called something.
Somebody's saying it's in a whiskey sour.
Okay.
I think I've had a whiskey sour, and I didn't have no egg.
I don't remember. Can I have a whiskey sour without the eggs?
This little thing says it makes the sour drinks kind of feel lighter, I guess, or taste
Okay.
lighter. It's not as sour, I guess. Is that what that means?
Okay.
Oh, see, well, that's why I don't like it, because I want the sour to be
We
sour.
do.
I
egg
love
whites in our
sour
whiskeys.
candies and all that. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Where Mighty Montana said we do our egg we do egg whites in our whiskey sours at Echo. Okay. I just thought it had a name, but it's not called a frother. God, that's no. It's called
what?
something. It had a name.
Frother is what I have at home for coffee.
Right.
Okay.
I think.
I was sound. I don't know what it sounded like, but that sounded crazy.
Nah, no flag on frother.
I'm just saying. I don't know.
Man, you be working, dude.
Yeah.
You be trying to work that Draymond Caraway.
Me and Dan were always trying to be
work these
adults, and you were
officials.
just trying to bring us back. To
You're over
talk
here
about
talking
flags.
about whiskey sours and
What do you think the
Whatever.
first person was to
Frother is
think, hey,
crazy.
let's throw an egg white and let's drink real quick?
yeah, dude, that's a great
Well,
question.
I mean, it's like milk. Who said let's drink this milk?
Well, that's true.
I mean, no, we got water over there, but no, let's get what this cow has.
Who was the dude who's like, hey, I'm gonna milk that cow and drink that? Sick.
Well, the thing is, like,
Sick.
milk is yeah, that's right. That's wild. I don't know how y'all do
What's
that.
coming out of that cow? I'm gonna drink that. Like, sick.
Now that's
You throw a
crazy.
flag on me. That's a flag on
That's
whoever.
crazy. This show.
Oh,
This show is out of control. Yeah, there you go.
flags
Official-
everywhere.
Flag on everybody.
Oh, we
I
start
don't-
being a
I've
sports show.
got to
a
throw
long
the
time
hat
ago.
now. I don't even have it.
Stepped out of bounds.
Jesse
over
was out of
there.
bounds.
Oh man, but that is crazy. That is crazy. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
nah,
the guy was
I'ma
like,
drink
well, I
this.
can't get it from my mom's boob anymore, so let me get it from a cow. Like, yeah, let's do that.
Who was it? Sicko.
Bruh.
Oh man, you want to talk about weirdos? And we just follow along. It's good though. It is good. It's good with
I
your
do not
cereal.
follow that along.
It's good with your cereal.
Shout out
Nah,
2%.
Y'all on your own with that one. That one ain't my world.
Shout out. We got right now. We got Honey Nut Cheerios. We got Frosted Flakes, and we got Fruit Loops.
You have all of that. Well, you have children, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
Hey,
And we got Raisin Bran.
You
too,
can't
but
buy
yeah.
healthy. Don't buy healthy cereal. Like that's not what cereal's meant.
Do
for.
you have a bunch of cereal in your house?
No, we
Because there
got-
are no children in your home.
No, I just cook breakfast for the most part. We have like a box
Okay.
of Honey Nut Cheerios and
Yeah,
like
that's
Fruity
the
Pebbles
healthiest
there,
I get is
just in
Honey Nut
case.
Cheerios. Other than that, you ain't gonna see me with Nutri-Grain
Nobody wants to eat Nutri-Grain. That's disgusting. Or Raisin Bran.
or Corn Flakes.
You gotta throw sugar in the cornflakes.
Yeah, so I just get
Well, yeah, if you throw sugar on cornflakes, they're frosted flakes.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you go to grandma's house. You got cornflakes. Grandma, do you have sugar?
Oh,
I
look
actually
at,
don't
why
eat
does
cereal
this
as much.
why does this not surprise me from Matt George? Raisin Bran is goated.
Take a lap.
You're
for
the
that, too.
worst,
yeah,
Matt.
Take a lap. Fence and back.
Get
for
out
that
of
one.
here.
No one's
Jazz
ever said
likes
Raisin
Raisin
Bran
Bran.
like he's
That-
goated
that
besides
is-
Matt
that's
George.
awful.
Jazz might co-sign that. I disagree.
Jazz would not co-sign Raisin Bran. as
She's the
goated.
one that buys it.
Raisins in
only one that
general are
eat it.
trash.
Well, all right. Why do you always have to go that far?
I don't know, I'm strong with my takes.
Craisins are better than raisins, though.
I've never tried a craisin. or whatever
Raisins
that
are
is.
better than raisins. They're just cranberries, aren't they?
Mm.
Okay.
Craisins are better.
Matt George says grape nuts are lit too.
What?
Matt George would
What'd he
use the
say?
term.
Matt George said Grape nuts are lit too. Matt George said.
You laugh at everything. You are a sophomore. You are a high school.
We do this show to
sophomore.
entertain Kenny, bro. Like
That's
it.
pretty much it. That's why Kenny's laugh ruins the show.
He could have left.
That guy's somewhere pissed off.
Oh, he's hot.
That guy is somewhere
not
angry.
You
called
think
back
he's
to
left us yet?
Oh yeah.
Or maybe he just accepted it. Good. I don't know, man.
I always wonder, like, shout out to the person who just stumbled across this show and tuned in for the first time. And
Keisha.
No, Keisha be tapped in. Shout out to our guy. Shout out to our guy Aaron Miller, who's trying to hire people. Hey, check out some of our brands, and they flip over to old D'Lo and K. Yeah, D'Lo and KC, they're on 2 stations. They're some of our biggest earners here, and they turn into this.
Is the Raisin or the sports show they're talking about Raisin Brand? That's the right one.
That's the one, right? Because one guy was asking about when they started drinking cow's milk. And then there's one weirdo who doesn't put salt on his eggs.
No, that guy's pretty cool, actually.
Give that guy a raise.
Oh, man. This show crazy, bro. This show is crazy.
Still better than what Jason Lockenfora reported yesterday.
Well, that's crazy, too.
By the way, we'll act like adults in about 15 minutes when Will Z joins us. Maybe. I don't know.
Don't forget, we got to ask James about the picture.
The Anti-Kings
documentary. Oh, yeah. James punk ass was dancing all around that text thread yesterday.
The Game 4 propaganda documentary?
No. Tell us more. Because ladies and gentlemen, James Ham right here.
Okay. Lake Show.
Yeah, that's James Ham. Y'all thought it was Kenny all these years. It's James Ham.
Yeah, man. And Tony Berserk.
Jason Lockenfora reported that the 49ers and Brock Purdy have begun contract negotiations. And according to Jason Lockenfora, who's a very good reporter, by the way, said the 49ers' initial offer was $45 million per year. I get this. I understand how the game works. I understand how you play this. Mm-hmm. This is stupid. That is ridiculous. They couldn't have even thought for a heartbeat that Brock Purdy's people would accept that offer. That, to me, isn't even a good faith starting point.
What if you're offering 45 with the thought, yeah, we'll meet at 50 or 51? Like, could this be just, this tells us what they value Brock Purdy as?
Yeah, I mean, again, I guess this is how the game is played, but this is dumb to me.
Because I've never bought into the fact Brock Purdy's going to be the next highest paid guy. He's got to be above.
No, I get it. You don't think he gets to 60, and I'm
even 55. I thought 55, even reaching Joe Burrow, that was much. I think at most, Tua and Lawrence are 53, 54.
It's not how it works, though. To me,
that's the thing, though. He's not one of the best quarterbacks. He's not a top.
He's
tier
better
guy.
than Trevor Lawrence.
That's the killer.
Trevor Lawrence's contract is the number right now. You said 53?
He's around there, 53.
53 to 54. That, to me, that automatically puts you at 55.
But I guess
regardless of where Joe Burrow is, Joe Burrow needs a better agent then.
Yeah. And
I'm not going to suffer because Joe Burrow got
when I just turn it around,
a bad contract.
Dak is getting 60 then at that point.
Yeah, again, not my fault.
Well, but see that here's the problem. If I'm Brock Purdy's people, they're off the top of my head right now. Let's go 4. There's 4 guys that have no business being up there. That if I'm Brock Purdy's agent,
you got Dak.
He's
is
better
one.
than him.
Trevor,
No, I'm not even saying Dak.
Okay, Trevor Lawrence.
We're talking Trevor.
Yep.
Jordan Love.
Yep.
And Tua.
What's Jordan?
Jordan is 55.
What's Tua?
53.
This isn't even a conversation.
Bro, I'm better than that.
This isn't even a conversation.
You talking about Joe Burrow? Talking about as the franchise? You talking about Joe? I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about Jordan Love, Trevor, and Tua. I'm better than those guys.
You're the same tier quarterback, brother.
And it's my time to get paid, so I should get more.
Yeah,
I should get at least that.
Well,
or
Joe's
more.
55, so we'll give you 53 or whatever. Like the other guys.
Don't talk to me about Jordan. Talk to me about Tua.
No,
Joe. I need more than
I'm telling you, they offered him 45 because that clearly shows us what they value him at.
No, it's because they're idiots. That was my whole point in this. This organization, when it comes to negotiating contracts with their players, is bad at it. I don't know who was in charge of it. I don't think it's Kyle.
Parag.
Then your boy Parag is bad. He is the Farhan of the San Francisco 49ers. This is a bad look. I don't know why there is a rule that you just can't sit down with your boss or your Parag or whoever and go, this is the amount of money I want. This is what I deserve. To me, this is easy. This is easy work. If you're Brock Purdy's agent, you fight for as much as you can. So the idea is you let them start wherever they want to start. Now Brock's agent has got to come back with 60 because he's better than Dak Prescott. And we got to do this stupid dance. Look, this is where we're at. Dak Prescott's contract is clearly an anomaly in contract rankings, in contracts, period. It's an anomaly. That was just restructured, by the way, today. Go ahead.
What am I giving Brock Purdy 55 for if the team didn't make the playoffs this year?
Because there's a bunch of other teams that didn't make the playoffs that got 55.
But
okay,
That's
you
the
can get by
paying
with
him to the
Sam
next-
Darnold as your quarterback for $30 million a year.
I'm saying I don't think that's what the value is for Brock.
And you talking
He's
about
not
this
that
year?
quarterback.
I got you to a conference finals and a Super Bowl.
So Trevor Lawrence is that quarterback for 53.
They made a mistake with Jacksonville. So did Dallas. But like,
Well, you gonna make a mistake with me then?
Like Brock, I think is like that's where he is. He's that kind of quarterback. Like Trevor can be the end of that list or whatever, but that's the same tier.
It's very
Jordan
cute
Love.
how you're trying to be rational with all this. That's not how this works.
But even then, that's 55. I'm like disregarding Dak. I'm disregarding making more than Joe.
Well, then,
like you got to give me 55.
Well, then Dame is just right. Then the Niners don't know what they're doing in negotiations. Then if that's the case,
the bare minimum number, bare minimum is 55. The fact that you're starting 10 million below that is insane to me. It's to me, that is not even a good faith starting point in a conversation.
What they're doing, in my opinion, is trying to take advantage of the fact that he was the last pick in the draft and he hasn't made money. So there is a world where it's like, bro,
we don't have to sign you.
Yeah. Well, even that, and on the and maybe we'll get to this a little later. It's the last pick in the draft. I was making less than part-timers at Odyssey. Turn down $45 million a year. Like there's a thought to that. Your agent will get in there and be like, yes, you are. We're going to get you this. Like, bro, I'll go from $600,000 to $45 million in 2 years. Like anything could happen next year. The Niners may be playing on. Let me just secure this bag right now.
And here's what I do as Brock Purdy's agent. Here's your history of how that works. You did it with Brandon Ayuk. Tell me how he's doing. You did it with Deebo Samuel. How's that going? You did it with Trent Williams. How did last year work out for you? Do you really want your starting quarterback in that same category?
I have no defense for the 49ers. So I can't even role play in that one. Because I would have
I win.
It's
win for me.
It's indefensible. It's indefensible. Like I said, when I'm looking at the three right there: Jordan, Trevor, and Tua.
That's it.
If we're not even starting at their level,
Tua's the killer.
Well, Tua, they didn't make they didn't make Tua the highest paid quarterback. They just paid
they're not asking for Brock to be
that's
the
not what
highest.
Yeah,
I need more, or at least what they got or more. Those three should not be making more money than.
I
than
think
Brock
we're
Purdy.
overrating Brock a little bit. He's the same. He's the same
Accomplishments alone.
quarterback.
Accomplishments alone, they haven't done nearly half of what he's done.
Even
Yeah,
if
he's
he's
gonna
the
put the Hall of
same
Famers.
quarterback, the contracts years later, it still has to be at that or above that.
I see this as there. Yeah, you start 45, you get to 53, and we're done with it. That's how I see this.
Starting at 45 is ridiculous.
To be honest with you, man.
If
we talk about Trevor Lawrence, that's the clear one. Jordan Love has no business making more money.
If it was 45 and you're thinking Brock's thinking 58, yeah, that's crazy. But I'm thinking the Niners off from 45 with the thought, yeah, we'll finish at 53. Because 55 or 45 to get into 58, that's not happening. You're too far off.
That's
at that
me.
point.
That's me giving you a deal. Because to be honest with you, Trevor, all three of them guys got no business making more money than me. None. Period. I've accomplished more numbers wise, wins wise than all three of them damn near combined. I don't care who I've been playing with.
But what did they do this season?
They got no business. What did they do this season? Nothing.
Well, Tua's not the highest paid guy, so we could throw him out. Trevor's not the
I
highest
need to
paid
be
guy
making
either.
more than him.
Jordan Love did make the playoffs.
I need to be making more than him. And Jordan did nothing when he got there.
But he got to the playoffs.
He did nothing when he got there. I beat his ass last year.
I've
gone to a Super Bowl.
Like we talked about Brock at one point. Like he was.
I've gone to a Super Bowl.
As talented as Josh Allen. Like he's a good quarterback.
We're not disputing that. We're talking about what these people have.
I know CJ Stroud will reset the market next. That's the kind of quarterback that does that, not Brock Purdy. Purdy is Tua. You get a deal.
I'm not asking to reset the market. I'm talking to these three players, and there's no way they should be making more money than me. You can have Burrow, you can have Dak, you can have what CJ's going to make or whatever. Those three, hell no.
We're arguing the same thing. I keep saying, yeah, pay them 53, 54. Like that's what they're getting.
I may ask for 57.
Well, then, yeah.
Like if I take 53, I'm being nice. I'm being nice to you. Because there's no way those three should be
guarantee higher.
Yeah, there's no way those three should be making more than me.
My guarantee needs to be higher. My first, the most important component to all of this is the signing bonus. Because the signing bonus he can get today.
You think if Brock hits the open market, he's getting 55?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I disagree on that one too, though.
Yeah, I think he is because he's a starting quarterback. He's shown he can be a starting quarterback in the league. What you going to do? Gardner Minshew. Wait, you don't think the Raiders would pay him $55 million? The Raiders might pay Justin Fields $40 million.
You draft a quarterback.
Well, that's a choice. I guess if you're in the Raiders position, you could do that.
I think that's also a little irrelevant because none of those three on the open market are getting 55 and they got it. So
yeah, I think you hate Jordan Love and you're probably wrong on that.
Jordan Love might, because people irrationally love him for whatever reason. But because he's a good quarterback.
And that's what Brock Purdy is. Brock Purdy's a good quarterback.
Like Brock and Jordan Love, should they be making as much as Joe Burrow? No.
Nope.
Not at all, but that's what they are. I think Dak Prescott, Joe should be making more money than Dak Prescott. You're better person than him. But Dak is at 60, and I ain't even talking about resetting. I'm looking at, if I'm the agent, I'm looking at those three, and you – like how we start this negotiation is 53. We may end up there. I may ask for higher. I don't know. But don't come to me unless we're talking 53.
See, I think that's fair value for him right there. Like 53, 54, but I don't think anything more. I think anything more is too much.
Starting at 45 is insane. And that's just 49ers playing games that have gotten their ass in their games got them out of the playoffs.
Well, what if they do land at like 50 or something and ends up taking that deal? They were right, no?
Oh, then Brock's agent should be fired.
I don't know if he should be fired.
He should absolutely be fired.
If Brock walks away with 50 to 53, I think we misjudged this.
No, absolutely not. The numbers are right in front of us. Mm-hmm. Those are the numbers. They're already set.
If that was the case, though,
this isn't rocket science.
If that was the case, though, you paid Tua 55, 56. They're similar numbers. He didn't. He got 53. Brock is not a quarterback that good to pay him more than Joe Burrow. He's going to get 53.
Tua shouldn't even be in Joe Burrow's conversation.
He's not. He's less.
That's just
he's in the conversation.
So that's the problem.
He's in the 50s and he shouldn't be.
Well, that's the problem with those two contracts.
Tua and Trevor Lawrence have done nothing in their career to think they should be making $50 million.
Well, I ain't gonna be able to get my stuff off this break, so go to commercial.
I didn't even realize it was 2:13.
I was about to fire off the tape too.
I didn't realize I was coming up too.
Yeah, I do have a little something to talk about.
The way I see it, the Niners are offering 45, like they know what his value is. Or like J-Lo said, they're just completely misjudging the market.
They always do. But hold on 1 second. 13th round. With your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope one. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You know, we locked in. I guess I was wrong. I'll say it. I guess I was wrong because I know last week in the chat, somebody had mentioned, oh, what's your thought on that Fatal Fury lineup with Rolly and Ryan and Devins on there and Telefimo. Lopez is on there as well. That wasn't an accident, by the way. I was like, nah, they ain't doing it at Times Square. That's going to be in the Garden or something like that. Well, I just wasn't up on game. This is going to be at Times Square. They had a press conference yesterday with all these guys involved. And this is really happening. I think it's May 2nd. I think it's a great idea. I think it's fantastic. I love that
You've got the Turkish prince and everybody he's behind it, but they're doing it in the States. And that's what makes everything different. So I think this is a great idea. I can't wait. The press conference was a train wreck like it should be yesterday. And this is going to be a spectacle. I didn't think they were really going to be able to pull this off. I thought it was a bunch of rumors, but the fact that they're actually doing this is going to be great. I can't wait to see this. And Ryan versus Rolly, the trash talking that goes on there. And then here's the great thing about this card too. You've got the trash talk between the fighters that aren't even fighting each other. So Ryan and I'll just say his name right this time, Tiafimo, were talking. Devin, was Devin, something happened with Devin. He was either on Twitter or something like that, him talking about it. This is great. This is great. So, yeah. I like Fatal Fury, May 2nd. And that's a Friday. That's right before Canelo's May 3rd fight. So it's about to be popping off that weekend, man. Shout out to boxing. That's the 13th round. Did you see? I know you because everybody was tagging us. Did you see Oscar's moment yesterday?
Yeah, that bum.
Oscar was scared. He's like, whoa. Okay. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. I mean, look, like the way we left off last time, I guess Dame doesn't even need to be here right now. It's me and you going back and forth about Brock. I think
we angered Dame. He's pissed off now.
I think this applies. Like in a vacuum, I understand what the value is, or if that's the Niners argument, what it should be. I get it. But
right now, I'm on the side. I think we're overvaluing Brock a bit. I don't think the rest of the league views him that way. And I think the Niners, if the $45 million offer is true, then I think that kind of shows what the rest of the league kind of views him. Because you don't go from $45 million and end up at like 60 or 58. I don't think that's a massive number.
Well, to be fair, though, they were wrong about Brandon Ayuk, weren't they?
Well, he tore his ACL.
No, I'm talking about like what they thought his value was. Like they tried to come in low, like this is what your value should be. And
eventually they got to a number though where like Ayuk said, like, yeah, I was tripping. I should have took the deal like they were offering, no?
Yeah, but they weren't starting at that number.
But that's just negotiations. You never start at the number. Like you start at the lowest or whatever, and then you work your way up, I feel.
He should end up getting about 50. 50, like 50, I don't think would be a crime. I think it wouldn't be right because he's better than those three quarterbacks. But 50 is where he should be. And maybe the height of it should be 57. 50's, sorry to Joe Burrow because
50 is way too low.
It's not fair to Joe Burrow that he's lumped in
it's
with
not
these
how
other
this
quarterbacks.
Works. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it is. Like 50 to 57. Honestly, if I was being like really like 53 is the lowest. If I was the people, 53 to 57.
We're talking all these numbers. Let's get Will in here with his black background.
It's green.
Is it green?
Black, though. It is. It's like a really dark green.
He looking like a death row poster.
He do look like the death row poster. There it is. So okay. Still looks black.
Yeah.
Will, sorry.
Yeah, that's all good. We're going for like a cabin feel.
There you go. All right.
Yeah,
I'm digging it. Malik Monk. Go ahead. Sorry, Will.
Oh, I was gonna say I gave Jesse eggs. I think at the first Sky River event. I need those back. Yep.
Hey, I cooked those like that night, Will. I'm sorry. No salt on those either.
It hurts me. It hurts.
Will's taking his. I remember that. I remember when Will gave us eggs. That was terrific. Bet you wish you still had those, huh, boy? You could be selling them joints like crazy right now.
Yeah, backyard chickens is the way to go.
We could get Kenny to open up his compound a little bit. We could just raise our own chickens.
I'm saying we should.
I don't have
like Will could teach us. We'll buy like 5 chickens, and Will teach us how to like just get eggs.
It's honestly not hard. Like they're pretty easy animals to care for.
You just have to have the space for them because they're chickens. Will, lots to talk about here tonight as the Kings look for their 5th straight win.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to do it without Malik Monk. Malik Monk ruled out for tonight's game. What was it? A right toe sprain? I think is what it was. Will, what do you think of this? I'm assuming Keon Ellis is in the starting lineup along with Jonas Valanciunas, who will be in for Domantas Sabonis. What do you think about Malik being out here, and what do the numbers look like for some of this stuff?
Yeah, I really like. Obviously, it's never great when two starters are out, but to look at matchups for all the games for Monk to be out and have Keon presumably be the one to take the starting spot, like it really works out that it's against the Nuggets and Jamal Murray compared to like if pick a team who doesn't have like a point guard as one of their main top two players. Like the Nuggets, it's Jokic and then Murray. So the matchup works well that you're kind of going out there without Sabonis and Monk, and you're bringing in two defensive-minded players, which pairs really well with this Nuggets matchup, I think, in terms of especially Murray. He's been playing so good lately. In his last 9 games for Jamal, like 27 points. Where is it? 27.6 points, 5.6 assists, 53.4% from the field, 55.6% from three. That's over a 9-game stretch. Like he is just on it. So to have Keon get that assignment from the jump, I think works out pretty well. And we'll see. I think it'll be interesting to see how they do offensively without both of them. But in terms of the overall matchup, I think it's still fine for the Kings, especially with the Nuggets going through some questionable players and a shorter roster than we've seen in the years past.
Do you do we have any numbers? It's kind of tough now because Sabonis is out, but I remember there was numbers floating around where the best net rating of any lineup was the one with Malik not in there. It was Keon instead of Malik, and I think Sabonis is in there, so it's not necessarily what might apply right now. But do you think, you talked about the defensive end, do you think offensively things might fit a little bit better with Keon out there as opposed to Malik or something like that, and they can actually either hold their own offensively or even improve in some respects?
I think they should at least be able to hold their own. I don't know if they'll improve, but that's where Keon being a knockdown shooter really helps. I think you really lose the creation from Monk. Like Keon can't replace that in terms of the pick and roll, but you just key in on Levine, and DeRozan will probably get a little more ball handling and run the offense through them more. Maybe see a lot of pick and roll with Valanciunas, and having Keon be able to spread the floor, because Keon is a much better shooter than Monk. So he kind of fits that off-ball role, I think, a little bit better. So it's just shifting responsibilities. And I think Levine and DeRozan are definitely capable of handling that for at least a few games here and there.
What stood out to you the most over this win streak? Obviously, there's going to be another kind of wrinkle thrown in this with Malik out tonight, but there was a wrinkle thrown in this win streak with Domantas Sabonis being out, as he was for the most part out 2 games. What has stood out to you the most during this 4-game run here for Doug Christie and this crew?
Yeah, I think for me, it's how they're really taking this balanced approach that we've seen over the last few games. We had the 42, right, for Levine, but since then it's been, I don't think anyone scored 30. I could be wrong on that, but they've had like a bunch of people in double figures, a bunch of people in the 20-plus range. They're just kind of doing it with the whole team, which feels exactly like what Doug Christie is asking them to do. And to go to numbers for that, just the assists, I think, are so important for this team. The combo recently of the assists continuing to go up and the turnovers going down, I think comes with them spending more time together. But that whole just approach, I think, is starting to come together from the top down, from Doug to the starters to the bench. Like everyone is just doing whatever it takes to win. And I think you're starting to see that on the court more. And I love seeing that. Like it's a very sustainable way to win compared to hoping someone gets hot and scores 40 plus. on any given night.
Keegan Murray had 26 against Utah. That has been the highest point total since Zach LaVine scored 42.
And I know I texted you last night, Damien. I was going to try and write an article on Keegan. Didn't get to it. It's been a busy day, but that's the other thing. Keegan, just when he is scoring and shooting, like he takes the Kings to a whole nother level. I have some numbers. I was starting my research for the article. Over the last handful of games, where did it go? 13 games, shooting 41% from three. Like that's a solid stretch as well, and pretty high volume as well. That's on 6 per game. So we're seeing Keegan kind of get back to that shooter where when he is doing everything that we've seen all season, the defense, the rebounding, he's now adding on that 3-point shot. And the Kings don't need it to win, as we've seen throughout the season up to this point. But when he does score and when he does make a shot, he raises the bar to, I think, a just completely different level for the team. Because
No, my fault. I was just going to ask you: is there something specifically you're seeing in a change in the way he approaches the game, or his shot selection, or anything else like that, or is it just simply him hitting those wide open looks that it was getting, and maybe getting him jump started that way?
I think it's just him getting the looks, like hitting the looks. But I want to look up. I'll pull it up real quick. See what he's doing on his wide open looks, kind of before and after that game. So bear with me while I take a look at this.
He's been cooking, like he's getting those.
He has.
He's getting those looks, and earlier in the season, obviously they weren't going down, and it was a little bit of an issue. But he's picked it up in a major way in recent weeks, and you can see it just adds a whole nother dynamic to the Kings, and it adds a whole nother. It almost feels like confidence as well, level of confidence for his game.
And it's not just the 3-point shooting, like. That's what stands out, I think, because it's most prominent, but he's continuing to do all the little things on offense. He's finishing at like a 75% clip at the rim over the last 12 games, I think it was, something around there. He's getting a lot more dunks. Like his game, it feels like it's fully come together for the first time this year, that we've seen everything leading up to him as a player. Year 1, we saw the shooter. Year 2, we saw the self-creation, the driving, but the shooting kind of fell off. This year, we saw the defense and the rebounding, but the shooting fell off, and the self-creation was a little up and down. And it feels like this is the first 10-game stretch where we're seeing everything come together and everything he's shown up to now at the same time.
Well, what do you think about Valanciunas stepping in here with Domas out of the lineup? How he's done in the couple of games where he's played the prominent role, and how things might be a little bit different for Sacramento, and maybe if I don't know if you've had a chance, how things might be different for Jokic and the Nuggets tonight.
Yeah, I think he's been great. Like, it's hard to ask for a better backup center than him, especially when he fits the Kings style, and especially with them not doing as much dribble handoff lately, it seems like. Like, he is such a good screen setter. I think he had 6 screen assists for like 14 screen assist points last game. So those are typical. That's around what Sabonis will give you on any given night. He's able to replicate a lot of Sabonis's game just in different ways. And I think he's a better interior defender. I think Sabonis is better on the perimeter. But in terms of defense, it's pretty even in my mind, just watching. Hard to quantify that with numbers, but
yeah,
Sabonis, I think, can get out on the perimeter and guard better on switches. But when it comes to someone getting into the lane, I think Valanciunas gets the nod there. And super underrated on offense. And Kenny, I think you said it yesterday, he is not afraid to shoot. Like, he'll take that. If he's open, he'll go for it, which I like. Like, go impact the game in whatever way possible.
Yeah, I love it too, man. You gotta at least be a threat.
Low key called Domas a little bitch for not shooting. man,
you gotta put him up, man. You gotta be a threat.
I asked Domas to shoot 2 more times a game, and I'm
slaughtered.
I'm turning heel on everybody. Will and KC talking about, look at Valanciunas ain't a little bitch out here. He's shooting 2-pointers. Okay, no, I see. I got to change my approach.
Shoot the rock.
I think
the rock, baby.
When Sabonis is there, though, like he has the ability to pass out of that instead of take the shot. I don't think Valanciunas has the ability to pass. His career assist high is like 2.6. So I think it's just different skill sets where Sabonis, I think it feels like in his mind, he can impact the certain play or the possession better by passing than shooting, which sometimes probably isn't true. And he should shoot more, but that's just where his instincts go.
And a lot of times it is, but in his head, he probably thinks about, high percentage shots versus low percentage shots.
Yeah.
And he starts looking around the floor going, that's a higher percentage shot. I'm in a position for a lower percentage shot. And it winds up with him constantly taking the same amount of field goal attempts per game.
Yeah.
Will, in your opinion, what has contributed to the crazy play from LaVine, DeRozan? I'll even throw Keegan Murray in there. You see their numbers in the last 5-6 games, and it's crazy, man. Like 23 points per game, 50% from the field, 50, 40 something percent from beyond the arc. I mean, they've been on fire. Is it simply as those guys just kind of getting used to things, or do you think there's something that has changed with the Kings offense and maybe where the ball ends up and how they get different open looks?
I think they just look so relaxed, and confident, especially LaVine, comparing it to his first game. He looked so stiff. He was running into guys, but now LaVine makes it look so easy, especially DeMar, and DeRozan is impressive because he's a tough shot maker, but they still look kind of tough. You're like, oh, that's a tough shot, but then he makes it. And it's the same as LaVine, but he has this ease to his game that just has stood out to me. And it seems like as he's gotten more comfortable, it's just taken off. And his confidence to take a contested pull-up three and drain it, he's hitting in the last few games, his tightly contested shots, his open shots, their wide open shots, they're all 66% from beyond the arc. It doesn't matter where the defender is, he's making it. And just his confidence to go out and do that. And I think it all stems from Christie, from Doug. It feels like he just has this way of lifting people up. You guys know him a little better and have talked to him more. That's just the vibe I get from afar, where he just lifts up people and just instills confidence. And that's kind of what stood out to me, Kenny, for eye tests, just feel, no numbers, just vibes.
I feel like we say that a lot, that Doug kind of knows how to talk to these guys, knows how to talk to people. I don't want this to get lost on anyone. Doug's a teacher. Doug's not a teacher in the same way that Mike Brown is, but Doug is very much a teacher. He knows this game. He's studied this game. He wants nothing more than to coach this game. He is living his dream right now, coaching professional basketball. He is a teacher. And sometimes I think the teachers that we all remember the most are the ones who found a more unique way to get through to you. And I think that's what Doug is. Doug has found a different way to get through to these guys when it comes to teaching. And you're not teaching, I don't even think you're teaching X's and O's at this point. You're just teaching nuances. You're teaching approaches and letting guys find what works for them. And I think that's what we've seen, post Warriors game is, be yourselves, but work with each other. That's a Doug Christie line. What would they go going back to the 7-game win streak to start? Be free. His exact line was be free, but be there for each other. And I think that's something that they might have lost, when LaVine got here and when LaRavia got here. They didn't know how to do that. And ever since that meeting after the Golden State Warriors game, they seem to.
And it's a whole new group of guys too, that need to hear that message. And they're dealing with different pressures and all this
from being traded and getting to a new group of guys. So he may have had to refresh that message, to those guys. And if that's something that happened, man, they're buying in, man. They look great. They look great.
And you see it, I think numbers wise, it probably stands out most in the assists. Because if you look at the first few games, Minnesota was the first game with, Orlando first game with LaVine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
23 assists, then 21, then 24. So kind of a learning curve. Then you've got 28, 28, 38, 26, 30, 28, 21 in the win against Houston, and 34. So it's consistently around, to me, the magic number is 28. Their record when they have at least 28 assists is phenomenal. And you just
spotted
see them
something
constantly.
Sorry, Will, you spotted something interesting about that 34 assist game.
Yeah, that was kind of a fun one. So 34 assists, 7 turnovers. That's the 4th time the Kings have done that in franchise history. The 2 of the other 3 times, Doug was a player, which I thought was just kind of a fun, little fun stat.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to see that that same feel, that's what made the Kings of the early 2000s so fun, was that style of basketball, and it feels like they're trying to emulate that. And like it obviously works. Like the numbers show it. When they get those high assists, they win. Like that's pretty much seen throughout the league because assists go with shot making. But for this team, that's probably what I'll look at going into every single night. What I'll be looking at is the assists and the turnovers.
Great stuff, Will. Great stuff as always. We're following you on Twitter. We're locked into you tonight, and got all your great work over there at SI, man. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
National
Jesse, salt your
media,
eggs.
Will Z.
Yes, salt your eggs, Jesse.
Pepper too.
Thanks, Will.
Never mind life while I put poison on my eggs.
That's Death Row Will right there. It's on the internet.
Death Row.
It's on the internet. There is talk very nice about him here a handful of hours before tip-off, but I don't know what Denver is. I'm not going to penalize them for beating bad teams and beating a bunch of them in a row. Like that was the schedule. I don't think they're a bad basketball team. Far from it. I think the only discussion about Denver is, are they a championship team or aren't they? And I think you'll find opinions on that split. My thing is, if they're not, and you get a relatively early playoff exit, is this a team that's in line to make a big move this offseason?
Well, James laid it out earlier on the handoff.
Mm-hmm.
Their money situation is crazy.
Bad or good?
Like, it depends on how you look at it, but it's locked up with high money.
Yeah.
Jokic is making like $50 million. Murray's in line to start making $50 million. Michael Porter Jr. is like 35.
Oh, that's the one I got my eye on.
Aaron Gordon is like 30, mid-30s. That's 4 guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They hadn't added to the team. They hadn't done anything. So, like, the point was, and it goes kind of to your question too, if this isn't a championship team, how are you going to move off of? Who are you going to move off of on that roster to improve the team or kind of give it a different look, get out of the second apron, whatever? How are you going to do that? And obviously Michael Porter Jr. is one guy that you would probably the first guy you would look at to do something like that. But
hey, Dallas, what do you like Anthony Davis still, or if I'm Denver, I'm calling for Anthony Davis.
I was thinking of somebody else.
The guy in Phoenix?
Yeah.
I thought about that too.
Yeah.
I feel like you could probably get AD for cheaper. We talked about it a little earlier, I guess.
So
yeah.
So my question, why would those other teams take those players?
Well, they're not bad. Like what we're talking about, Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, they're not bad, but like
2 years of MPJ, what you get there. And that's just money.
And like if you're so Dallas, I don't know. I don't know what Dallas
feel like
does.
I could get more than Michael Porter Jr. for AD.
Yeah, I don't think that's all that you give up for him either. I don't know what type of you think you could get a better player than Michael Porter Jr. for Kevin Durant? Can you give me an example? Well, Anthony Davis. You might be able to land Anthony Davis.
If I'm trading AD.
No, KD.
Oh, Kevin Durant.
I mean, you could do either, I guess, because we're talking both.
Either one of them. Like, they'll start with Kevin Durant. If I'm trading Kevin Durant, man, I feel like I'm throwing out a play. I'm feeling like I could get a Brandon Ingram, who isn't like KD level, but he's better than Michael Porter Jr. He's a guy that you can rely. I can get a Trae Young for a Kevin Durant.
Really?
I'm that level play. Now, people don't look at Trae Young as that great of a player.
Okay. I mean, Trae's still in his 20s. I know you're saying a player, like you're talking about a 20-year-old scorer who can go for 28, 30 every night.
If you still feel Kevin Durant can win you a championship or like be a main contributor to that, I think I would do that too. I mean, if you're Atlanta, though, the circumstances like
you would trade Trae Young for Kevin Durant.
I don't know if I would.
He said a Trae Young like player.
I could understand it, just given what Kevin Durant brings to your team.
So you really don't like Michael Porter Jr. at all?
No, I just don't think he's like
KD 36.
Michael Porter Jr. has never sniffed an All-Star game, and we're talking about trading two of the greatest for Michael. That's your return?
Yeah, I mean, your return on. I mean, it's not a 1-for-1 swap, but Anthony Davis is. Well, what's your line? What's your word? Not moles. Is it moles? What's the
warts?
Warts. You got warts.
Yeah, I got warts and moles.
Warts and moles.
Players.
AD got both of them. AD, can the guy get on the floor for you? You're taking a risk if you're Denver. KD is 36 years old, going on 37. There is a bit of a risk there. As great as Kevin Durant is, there still is a bit of a risk there.
And understandable. And both
you're not trading for a 26-year-old.
Both of you guys went somewhere where I wasn't going. Because if I'm in the Western Conference, I'm not trading with Denver. You figure that out. You got all those guys making money. Your second apron. I'm not trading. You better look to the Eastern Conference.
The next time that works in the league, the Kenny Caraway strategy will be the first.
Yeah, you're the only GM. Okay, see, you keep all your picks. I'm not going to trade with you.
Yes,
then there's the rivals. Like, you can only trade with like 5 teams.
You would be the worst general manager. You'd be the Nico Harrison.
That's what they should do. Why should Phoenix trade with Denver?
Because Denver, because they could get an extra draft pick or draft picks out of it. That's why.
Now, I mean, to help them be an NBA title contender.
Well, to help yourself get what are you going to do?
I'm going to first talk to these Eastern Conference teams.
Well, they're not interested because New York has made their play.
You could have Derek White.
There might be one. There might be one there might be one in the Eastern Conference. Jesse gonna have a KD jersey.
I'm talking
next
to them
year.
first. I'm talking to the Eastern Conference. What's Orlando talking about?
They keep telling me you got to move Jaylen Brown. So.
I don't know. Orlando's probably just talking loud.
Move France. Paolo and KD were working out one of these summers. KD was giving them all his tricks.
Well, then you don't need KD if Paolo already got all his tricks.
Well, he's still the master.
Oh, we got to go to commercial. James Ham joins us. The turncoat, James Ham. Joins us at the top of the hour. We'll get to the bottom of this little documentary he put together. Find out why all this Laker paraphernalia was all over it. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. The unethical GM. Well, Steven, you're right. Cancel the fun. Benedict Ham.
Do we feel any sort of way about Around the Horn going away in May?
No, like I don't. I can't see that stuff anymore. Anyways, I think it's always been a good show. I always enjoyed it.
Tony Reale, you didn't have to post the black and white pick like you died, brother. Like,
Yeah, it's fine. It's amazing that Mike and Tony are still kicking. I mean, as terrific as that show is,
They should have ended that when they did their 20th year celebration.
I just figured at some point those guys would be like, I'm done. Especially Kornheiser. Like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Or, I mean, it's what? Probably 2 hours of your day from home.
Yeah. True that. I hate when you can't do your work because you got to wait for someone else to do theirs first. Oh, man. Hour and 15 minutes. Let's see. D'Lo, your boy had the clutch strike on the last ball of the game last night. I refrained from hitting the night. Oh, you should have done it, Drew. Should have given him the night. Give him the night. Michigan digging paradise. Okay. Might be able to. Nope, can't start that tonight. There's a game.
Paradise is probably the best start to a show I've watched in a while. The show could always like fall off or whatever, but it's pretty good.
I honestly do not know when I'll get to it, but it's on the list. Like it's added.
It's been pretty weak lately, so Paradise kind of picked it up.
There you go. Okay. I know Moana 2 is coming up soon. I gotta see that. When's that? Oh, that's March 12th. Disney, gotta watch that. As much as now I'm gonna watch it just because Jesse hates it so much.
Yeah, did you guys like Moana 2? Chatty House?
Got my foot up on the gas, but somebody got to do it.
Yeah, and here's the bit. Moana 2 music was ass. Heck yeah, my kid loved it too. Talking about Moana.
Warren said it was decent.
Yeah,
My mom
kind of
loves
split.
My mom loves Moana. I'll come home like on a random day during the week, and my mom will be sitting at home watching Moana with Sprout. Like she loves that movie.
That's how Crystal was with the movie Coco, but I can't watch Coco. It tugs at the heartstrings too much. I did that once. Like, what did you just trap me with?
Why are they in here talking crazy about Moana too?
They're not talking crazy. They're sharing their feelings about how they feel about that movie.
It hits Disney on the 12th, and I told Jesse I gotta watch it, and he hit it with the boring.
Oh, come on.
Known Disney hater, Jesse Tapia.
I'm not a Disney hater.
And a disrespect runs around.
I'm not a Disney hater.
Have you seen Moana 2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have. Did you like it?
It was cool. It wasn't as good as the first one, but
well, I think that's what most of the chat was saying.
Yeah, it was
Jesse hates them both. He's never seen the second one. He just hates the first one enough to not see the second one.
You hadn't seen the second one?
Why would I watch the second one if I didn't like the first?
I mean, he does have a point. He does have a point.
The first one is a classic.
Yeah, the first one is fantastic.
It's a classic.
It's not Soul.
This isn't the best day for
No,
Jesse's takes.
you're right. It's not Soul. Soul is fantastic.
No, it's not Soul.
But Moana is very good.
Coco is better, even though that one hurts.
I mean, we're talking about like one of the greats of all time.
Sorry,
Moana, one of the greats?
standards.
No, Coco.
Oh, Coco.
Coco's.
Matt Fisher says I have good taste. Like, see, I got someone on my side today.
Did
No, I wouldn't listen to Matt.
Well, Matt looked like he's on a bender right now. Like Matt, do you salt your eggs, Matt? Come on, man. So you got, like you say, goated Moana top 5 Disney movie of all time?
It's tough because it's
you
like,
said Coco was goated, not Moana.
It's
My
like
bad.
it's like boxing eras, right? Like it's just a different era of
Like Lion King is Disney, correct?
yeah. But it's just
Moana's
it's a
not
different.
Lion King.
No, Lion King. That's probably 1 for me.
Well, I've got 3 that I just named: Soul, Coco, and Lion King.
I don't know if I've seen Coco.
Coco's fantastic.
Well, the way Jesse says, I don't want to watch it.
No, seriously.
Nah, it
hey,
is. It's
Crystal will
hella
throw it
sad.
on back. All right, I'm gonna go to the other room.
Yeah, Coco hella sad.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
Well,
It'll be
It's
nice
as-
because you'll remember some good people, but
it's
it's
as
gonna hurt.
sad as Soul. Soul wasn't like
Soul
this
wasn't
shit.
No,
sad.
Soul was not sad. Soul was fun.
uplifting.
I watched Soul multiple
Well,
times.
no, because we got a little.
No, it got tough.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
but
that's what I'm
it
saying.
was in the end, it was uplifting.
But Coco was kind of the same way.
Coco, I'm watching Coco. Like, why am I'm thinking of my grandma right now?
Well, that's
Is that why you named your dog Coco?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, went with that.
Coco
movie,
grandma.
stuff,
But like I said, like we'll talk about like Aladdin is an unbelievable movie.
Okay.
Aladdin is fantastic.
Okay.
But it's for that time, right? Even in that time, like Beauty and the Beast was a great movie.
that one's kind of overrated too.
Frozen is fantastic.
Frozen's very good. Inside Out is very good.
Inside Out.
That's the emotions one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Inside Out,
I
very
think
good.
Elemental is great.
Elemental was really good.
So
Elemental was one of my favorite ones too. Actually, that was a good one.
I think with the Disney movies, you got to go new era, old era. And Coco is top 5 in the new era.
Okay.
Coco top 5. But I think Moana's top 5 too.
So Matt Fisher, get back in here. You hate Moana too?
Yeah, Matt Fisher tripping. Oh, shout out Rachel. I wasn't sure if this is Disney top 5. Zootopia's top 5.
Yeah, that one was
Zootopia's
solid.
fantastic.
Oh, I don't.
You watch Zootopia, you like it?
Yeah, you'll like it. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
you have? Or
No, I was going
Oh,
to say I don't
sad.
think I have.
Damn, and then I didn't even realize Big Hero. Big Hero was
Big
fire,
Hero's
too.
fun. Yeah, I like Big Hero.
I'm confident saying Zootopia's in the top 5.
if you watch Wall-E, that's kind of like that'll scare you for the future.
Yeah.
Well, Wally right into paradise, man. There's what's the paradise, right? That's the show. Yeah. Let's get. Oh, it's Wednesday. Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
Oh, shoot, it is Wednesday. Wow. I was actually just going to say how much I love Coco, but seeing that it's Wednesday, tonight, Chatty House after party, 8 p.m., fellas. We're going to talk about the Kings, about the little rash of injuries, see where they're going forward. And we're also, because we got to talk Elimination Chamber, we're going to talk about whether Nico Harrison had anything to do with John Cena turning heel. So all that tonight.
Can we get a new spokesperson for the Chatty
Wasn't
House
the
after
strongest
party?
commercial.
What, like,
There's a 5-second pause.
like what? Like,
Manny,
I didn't even
dead
get.
air, brother.
I didn't even get the feeling you wanted to listen to the show tonight, Manny.
Manny's already running out of gas.
Can Trina call or Dr. David?
Well, I ain't gonna say. I was about to say something, but I ain't trying to start.
Say it.
No.
Say it. Say it.
I ain't trying to start nothing.
Yes, we are.
They would make over Leezy. Leezy would be a good
All right,
commercial
never-
guy.
Never mind.
See what I'm saying?
Lazy ain't even bother nobody. Lazy actually work here and he can't get no.
See what I'm saying? Like Leezy be a great commercial guy. But I ain't even gonna talk about what's going on. I don't even know what's really going on, to be honest with you. Call me Marvin.
Manny
Gaye.
sounded like his alarm went off and he was like, oh,
Well, Manny,
gotta call this show today and do my promo.
Manny does a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like if he could delegate, if I don't know. But if Manny would run the operation, then boom, Leezy in charge of the commercials.
Well, I
Boom.
think Tasha runs a lot of the social media stuff.
See, that's where she delegating too. See, they need that one more person to be able to delegate. And I think Leezy be good for the commercials.
Lazy said no.
All right, man.
Lazy said, I'm not getting into that again. All right, man. We got the black and white faction and the wolf pack over here in the Chatty House. We've been around so long, we've broken the Chatty House up into 2 factions. The Chatty House has jumped the shark. We've turned into the NWO. Man,
we got to make shirts. Chatty House Wolfpack, Chatty, which one are
Is
you?
Leezy the wolf pack or is he the black and white?
I think he's Wolfpack.
Leezy's the wolf pack.
Yeah,
Okay.
it feels like
so,
it fits him a little.
So Manny is he's the black and white.
Yeah. Although Manny
that was tough because
Manny could be Conan. So
yeah,
maybe
Conan was yeah, he could be Conan. Yeah. Conan was in the it's either Conan or Virgil. Right? Like that's who were in the two factions. Yeah. Conan and Virgil. And like you got Stevie Ray over here. Who's Stevie Ray, you ask? Well, he's Booker T's brother.
Shout out Stevie Ray. Big ups to him. Harlem Heat. Come on now. Don't forget Disco Inferno was in there too, wasn't he?
Disco Inferno was in the NWO?
I think he ended up being in black and white. Yeah.
That's rough. That's rough. Disco Inferno, Virgil, and I'm pretty sure the guy who played IRS was also in the black and white. All right.
That reminds me, before James gets here and we got to get serious. I don't know how true this is, man. Streets are telling me. You guys tell me. Is J-Lo dating the Big Show?
You can't possibly be serious.
No, I don't know. This would
Jennifer Lopez?
Ace sent me this, so I don't know. I was like, wait, bro, what? And then I just didn't really follow up to look into it.
So you just decided to bring it to the radio show?
No, I asked the question.
Live on the radio. I
asked the question. You guys might know. You guys know what the Big Show's doing. I don't know.
Why the hell would I know what the Big Show is doing?
Because you know all things wrestling.
KC, just say to yourself, why would J-Lo date the Big Show?
I don't know. He sent me some pictures. I was like, bruh.
Okay, Paul White.
Okay, wait a minute.
Don't tell me there's some truth to this.
Okay, first of all, this is like 4 years ago.
Well, that can't be true.
So no, there's a picture of Big Show hugging Jennifer Lopez. That's it.
Well, blame this one on Ace. I just asked the question.
You and Ace.
You asked it in a public forum.
Well, okay, content, COE. But I didn't say I knew. I didn't report it. I just said, hey.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh boy. Okay, so no, it's the same picture that just keeps coming back. There appears to be one picture in existence of Big Show and
with
J-Lo.
her like in workout gear and
yes,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And the caption says, "I'm so confused. Apparently, Big Show dated Jennifer Lopez for a week." There's literally just a picture of them.
That sounds like Drewski.
I think Big Show's been married for like ever. I could be wrong. I mean I don't know. And who was J-Lo married to back then? Because she was probably married. What's his name? Paul White?
Yeah. Wow.
I can't believe
once again, blame.
Who's that? That's
Ace.
Paul White. That's Paul. What are you talking about? That's the Giant. What do you mean that's Paul White? What are you talking about? That man's been married since 2002.
Oh, see, they gotta stop doing that.
Good for Big Show.
Good for Big Show, and hopefully J-Lo finds.
Also good for Big Show because he was married in 1997. Divorced in 2002, and apparently got remarried in 2002.
Oh,
I get it. When you find the one, you just marry him.
Go ahead, Big Show. Time. He wasn't trying to be out on the market for any time.
Nothing wrong with that. Just keep it moving. That's Paul White. That's Paul White. Like, oh my God.
That's Paul White. They should be embarrassed.
Man. Like, remember that? Remember? Do you remember what they first called him? For like a second.
No.
The Big Nasty.
That's what we should call Valanciunas.
You had him as Nasty Boy.
Yeah, Nasty Boy. JV, the Nasty Boy.
You're coming out to Vanity 6?
He could just come out to Nasty Boy. I mean,
Biggie.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was at first I was thinking of the Vanity 6 song, but then I was thinking of Janet saying
Nasty. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
All right. Boy, this show had it all.
Oh, man.
This show had it all.
Good stuff.
J-Lo dating Jennifer Lopez, I wasn't prepared for.
Or Big Show.
Or Big Show, sorry. Jennifer Lopez dating Big Show. Wasn't prepared for that.
He sent me. I said, no way, bro. He said, there's the picture.
Man, come on, Ace. Come on, Ace.
And one of the reasons why I said no way, I would have heard about that.
I wonder if Jennifer Lopez, first of all, Jennifer Lopez looks fantastic.
She does. She does.
So Ben Affleck just went and got back with Jennifer Garner? Is that what's happening?
That's the
He
rumor.
doesn't know what he wanted.
I saw the tweet.
I don't think
He's
any
hopeful
of
to get
them know
back.
what they
Well,
want.
That's true.
Say that again, Jesse.
I saw a tweet yesterday. He's hopeful to get back with Jennifer Gardner.
Jennifer Gardner is.
He's not with her now.
I don't think he's with her yet. Yeah, but that's kind of his next play. I think.
And that's the lady that's on the Capital One commercial.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was on 13 going on 30, right?
Yeah. What was the show she was on? It was fantastic.
I don't know. I just know 13 going on 30.
Oh, it was really good. What's the Jennifer Gardner show where she was like
wasn't she on that movie, one of those movies with like all the famous actors? And it was like Scarlett Johansson. It was
an ensemble cast.
Yeah. I feel like she was like
I mean, she's a.
Was
what,
it with?
What was her show though? The show was Alias. Thank you.
Oh,
God damn it.
Okay.
That show was fantastic.
I didn't
Alias
watch it,
was.
I know that was big time.
Alias was fire. Alias was really good. Jennifer Gardner's filmography. Wow, what she was on 13 going on.
I think that's like her only one, right?
No.
I don't know. I'm not a Jennifer Gardner stan.
No,
it's the only one I know.
She's got credentials, dog.
What other movies has she been in?
She's got credentials.
She was in Daredevil. Is the only one I know.
It's funny. She was in Dude, Where's My Car? I remember her in that. I'm trying to figure out the ensemble movie. She was in Juno. I'm trying to figure out the ensemble movie that
I guess maybe
Casey's
she wasn't
talking
in
about.
there.
She was in Draft Day for those that celebrate that
wow.
movie.
Don't take back no matter what.
I don't know what movie you're talking about, Kenny.
Let me see if
I'm looking at her.
Maybe she wasn't in it.
You thinking
Is
of
it
a show?
Valentine's Day? I think it's Valentine's Day.
Oh, Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Ashton Kutcher was in that.
Yeah.
That was an ensemble movie.
Yeah, they had a lot of.
Oh yeah, it
people.
sure was. Yeah, that's the okay.
Because I think, I don't know if she was she was somebody else in that movie.
Yeah, like
I'm looking
Donovan.
at her right
Donovan's right. She's more known for her Capital One commercials at this point.
Oh, stop it. No, she is not.
Yes, she is.
She is not more known for her Capital One commercials.
Right now, is somebody, if they didn't know who Jennifer Gardner was, like wasn't sure.
But they wouldn't know that that's Jennifer Gardner.
Wasn't sure. Like me, I'm kind of on the outskirts. Like I know she's an actress before she was that, right? But I'm kind of on the outskirts. If they were like, oh, Jennifer Gardner, the one that played in Alias, like, Valentine's Day. No, the Capital One girl. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
It's got a point.
I think that's how it would go down. Alias was a long time ago too.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, it was.
But that doesn't take away from her accolades. Like she's been in hella movies and stuff.
Also says we keep saying her name like there's a deal.
No, it's Jennifer Gardner.
Pod.
No one is saying Gardner.
Who
It's
said
Jennifer Gardner. No one is. Stop putting stupid comments on the screen.
Stop it.
Come on, Oso. Sit down.
Come on, Oso.
I'm still laughing at Ben Affleck just bouncing back and forth between his
That's
exes.
really what it
like,
is.
well,
And they get remarried too, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like Ben will go back, get married, they get divorced again.
him and J-Lo did marry, right?
Pretty sure they did.
And then they
yeah.
got
I think
divorced.
yeah.
And now, well, J-Lo didn't work. Let me see if Jennifer,
That's
my other Jennifer will
crazy.
take me back.
How about try the field, bro?
You know what
Maybe
you like.
he's an ass person. Like, we always look at the women like, yeah, what happened here? Like, maybe Ben sucks.
Well, have you seen that crazy ass tattoo he has on his back?
Yes.
You can't have that tattoo.
I
and not
thought
have
that
some-
was fake.
No, it's real.
Oh.
I shouldn't even. I was.
You
Gonna
don't
say
get that
something-
tattoo and be a normal guy.
I was gonna say something that's not fair. I shouldn't do that.
I'll dump it.
Why do you keep doing that?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll dump it.
You keep starting something and then stopping it, and then no, do it. What?
He does do that a lot, by the way.
Man,
Well,
it's like his new gimmick.
Because I'm thinking and I'm about to say, and then I stop myself before saying it.
But you still say stuff.
If it's that bad, throw it in the group chat first.
Well,
and
it's
we'll
not.
let you know.
It's not crazy. It's just it's a little unfair. I was gonna say he is from Boston. He's a guy from Boston. Yeah, he probably.
I won't fight you all that.
He's probably not the most genuine guy.
No, yeah.
But that's not fair to Boston.
It's not, but Boston sucks, so there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, Boston is just a horrible place. Bring in James. First of all, James, this is a hell of a day. Second of all, you've got some explaining to do. Why don't you explain your little documentary that you did with your little big heart, small market gimmick here, where every time we turn around, there's some guy from the Sacramento Bee with a picture of the Robert Horry shot
That was
right
crazy.
over his shoulder.
I was watching that during the show yesterday,
And that's the
James.
shoot. The documentary was playing during the show yesterday.
I'm
for it.
I'm confused. Why were you guys watching Small Market Big Heart?
Why wouldn't we?
Well, you were on the show. Like, I'm confused. Like, how did this happen?
No,
We
okay.
just like having it on.
Yeah. But there was a conversation. I can't
We
remember.
were talking about
but-
Celtic City, and then somehow you tried dissing me, and I said, "You guys go get a documentary." And then you said we had a small market, big heart.
That's exactly. That's exactly what happened. That's our version of Celtic City.
That's right.
And I said, I'm gonna watch it right now, and turned it on.
I haven't watched it in years.
Okay.
Absolute
No.
years.
Hold on. You're avoiding the question. Why?
Okay, so when we had Tony Bijak on, Bijak, like we went to the Sacramento Bee, and in the Sacramento Bee building, it used to be, well, it's not even there anymore. They sold that property now, I believe. It used to be that they had the printing press and you could hear it, like the hum, and wherever we kept moving and trying to find a room that would work. We kept getting kicked out of places. We ended up in a hallway, and that was the only place that we could set up and actually shoot it. I don't know. It was a weird. I don't know.
Can I ask a question real quick? Why did the Sac Bee have a picture of Robert Horry
Great
on the wall?
goddamn
What
question.
the hell was
Yeah,
that?
the Sacramento Bee.
Somebody took that picture from the Bee. That's a Bee photographer took that
That's
picture.
not a good enough of an answer.
It's one of the worst moments in the history of this city.
Who thought to put that up?
What?
I didn't win a Pulitzer Prize for it, bitch. Move it.
I get it.
The
I don't know.
Sacramento Bee putting up one of the worst moments in the city's history. Like, look, we took the picture though.
Who are you in Jason Jones's office?
No, we even at that point we tried to move. We tried to move around. We were gonna switch out that picture for something else, and the entire picture frame was screwed to the wall. Like it was mounted to the wall. Not like you couldn't pick it up and move it. It was actually like we tried to do something different, and yeah, it didn't work
it's like
out.
the clown picture.
We literally joked about that yesterday.
It's the clown picture in Jim and Pam's new house.
Yeah,
They couldn't get the clown picture off the wall.
And they were trying to
Stop it. You're pissing me off with that.
don't piss you off.
This is
the
ridiculous.
picture still nailed there.
Just small market big. When they sold the building, was it? Hey, look, it comes with this great picture of Robert Horry destroyed some odd years ago.
See, and James has to be the in between with this situation. I need to talk to somebody at the Sacramento Bee because they need to answer for this. This is ridiculous. It makes no sense whatsoever. Why is that picture just framed? And hey, here in our offices at the Sacramento Bee.
Ridiculous, James.
We'll go
I
back. and
know I
blur.
did that interview. Yeah, I'm the one who did that interview with Tony.
Oh, so you looked at the picture the entire time while talking to this
Complicit.
Oh yeah,
guy. That's right. You're
Exactly.
complicit in this, James.
yeah. I did every interview in small market except for Greg Lukenbill, which that was Blake Ellington, and that took like 3 hours in Greg's basement because Greg is different. It's like-
Obviously, we've talked about this before, but as it was playing, the footage of him up on the rap, I said, "Oh my,
Oh, that's insane,
gosh, bro!"
Just absolutely.
Like he was really
insane.
like on the little pillar thing. I
Insane.
said, "Oh hell no!"
The best part about that is Greg Van Dusen, RIP. Greg passed away, I think, a year ago. Super, super nice man. We interview him for that segment. And while Greg is in the rafters, we're interviewing Greg Van Dusen. So Greg Lukenbill's in the rafters, Greg Van Dusen, and there's a point where they look up into the rafters, and I know Gary Gerald looks up, but then there's another point where Greg Van Dusen's talking. We pan to them cleaning the water up on the floor, and Greg Van Dusen, I swear, is wearing the same exact shirt, like 20 something years later.
In the interview.
he's on the ground cleaning up with the cleanup crew, trying to get the mop up the water, and he's wearing like either the same shirt or really, really close in the interview. Yeah.
We did.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say we did establish I was at that game.
Oh,
we did. Baby KC was
Baby
at that
KC
game.
was there. I was about 3 or 4.
Courtside.
Courtside. Kenny, we should look for the footage.
Watch the video back. You see KC, and then you little courtside Kenny.
Here's another fun fact about that. The lockout was going on, and the NBA wouldn't let us use any footage because they were in the lockout, and you can't use any likeness of players. They can't license it because they had locked the players out. So we got to about 2 weeks before the debut of the film at the Crest, and the lockout broke. The NBA called. They said, hey, the Kings have a 160 gig drive waiting for you. Run over and grab it, and you can have the footage. So we went over and got the footage, and Tobin, our director, added all of the B-roll in like maybe 3 days. Like, didn't sleep at all, but he got all of the B-roll right before we put the film out, which was wild. He went through and inserted all of that stuff that we have that you're looking at. So
it's really good though. I've seen it I think twice. I haven't seen it in a long time either, but you guys did a good job with that. It tells a great story. It's just like watching or seeing it, because obviously I couldn't listen to it, but like, man, everybody looks so young. You know, Dave looks so young. Angelique Ashby's on there. She's like super young at that time, and just seeing that was about 15 years ago. You made that?
I want to say we filmed it during the lockout. So the lockout was 2011. Yeah, it came out in January 2012, and we built that film on, I think, less than $10,000, and never made a dime off of it because that wasn't why we were doing it. But yeah, we won 5 awards at like 3 different film festivals, including best picture at the SAC Film Festival.
And that was the story before Seattle. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like there was a thorough, like, good. There's a lot that happened, all this other stuff, enough to make a documentary. And then that was before Seattle happened.
Yeah, this whole time you guys have had me on. I'm an award-winning film producer. You guys never once mentioned it.
I think you're a turncoat. That's what I think.
Never once mentioned that, hey, we have award-winning film producer James Ham on the show.
All right. You would be referred to moving forward as award-winning film producer Benedict Ham.
That's right.
We're gonna have to start calling him the James Ham.
James said, no. Move over a little bit. There we go. There's footage of you on the internet going, okay, Lake Show. So I don't know. I don't know
Good point.
I don't know
It's
where.
a good point.
I don't know. It hit the internet yesterday, James. It's out there, man. It's out there. Award-winning producer and insider from the Insiders, James Ham, with us here.
That's right.
Hammer, Malik Monk out tonight. Denver Nuggets, Sacramento Kings. Kings look to make it 5 straight. Got a couple of unique matchups ahead for them, within the game. Let's start with Valanciunas. Valanciunas versus Nikola Jokic seems to present a different set of problems for Jokic than Domantas Sabonis would.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is one of the reasons why you go out and get a player like this. Like, historically, I haven't gone through and seen what their win-loss record is against each other or anything else. But to be honest with you, this is probably as good a matchup as you're going to get. And Sabonis usually plays Jokic really well too. But there are times where where Jokic just like shoots over the top of Sabonis. I don't think that's going to be the problem in this game. You worry a little bit about foul trouble with Valanciunas because your backup in this game and sort of over the next week or two is Trey Lyles, and then maybe Scal, maybe Isaac Jones. But I think it's a really good matchup for the Kings. And the one thing about Valanciunas is that he likes to get down low and go into the post and beat up on people. And Jokic doesn't really like that. We even saw it with Sabonis early in the season. Jokic just got out of the way. He's like, okay, I don't want to get beat up anymore. And we also Joker is questionable for tonight. I don't know if he's playing or not. I haven't checked into it this afternoon, but there's always a possibility he doesn't play. Although that's highly unlikely because Michael Malone hates to lose to the Kings.
Real quick, Jokic, 13 victories to Jonas Valanciunas' 8.
Okay.
So
actually not bad.
Jonas 8 and 13. In numbers, pretty solid from Jokic. Pretty solid from JV. 13 points per game, 9.4 rebounds, a block per game, 56% from the field. Numbers are there for Valanciunas.
Yeah. I would assume it's going to be a really good battle, and that's what you're hoping. That again, this could be a preview. If the Kings can somehow get to 6, and Denver's a 3, if the Kings can get to 7 and Denver's the 2, this could be like a playoff preview. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here, but just like that's what the Kings are fighting for right now is that 6, 7, 8 spot, and you're trying to avoid 8 because the Thunder are a buzzsaw, and I don't think anyone wants that team.
Jokic and Aaron Gordon listed as questionable as of 45 minutes ago. Still listed as questionable, I should say.
Is Peyton Watson and the rest of the guys still listed as questionable, or have they updated
Yes,
those
sir.
guys?
Peyton Watson still listed as questionable.
Okay.
It looks like I don't think there's any changes. Yeah, no changes.
Yeah, like half their team is listed as questionable.
Other than Malik is out. Obviously, that's a change. Domas is out, which we knew. Mason Jones, the G League superstar, is on assignment, so he will not play tonight.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
I was going to say Devin Carter also joined the Kings yesterday. He was recalled, and I believe he flew to Denver to join the squad.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll take that.
There you go. I
take that.
I guess he looked nice on the bench.
Well, he might get out there. No Malik Monk, he might get out.
Oh, that's
there.
a good. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. He might. He might.
James, when you talk about like JV going up against Jokic and that matchup right there, the one thing that I like, and you mentioned it as well, that I like about Valanciunas is he doesn't bail these guys out, whether it's a big man like Jokic or if he gets a little guy on a switch. Like he gets the ball, I've got the mismatch. Yeah, we're in the paint, like we're going to work. You're going to battle with me. Do you think that, like he shot the ball, I think 16 times the other night. Do you think that was like kind of a one-off, or he can shoot the ball like that, being in that starting role and get that many shot attempts? Because I bring that up because that's part of not letting these guys off the hook when they're on the switch. He gets that ball in the paint and he puts it up. You think that's something that he's going to do on a regular basis?
Yeah, I would hope that he would shoot, 12, 13 times a game, somewhere around what Sabonis shoots. 16 is a little extreme. And, to be honest with you, in that game, there could have been a couple other shots that went to a guy like Keegan Murray or some of the other players. But, I think what you get from him is just he's a starting center. I think he'd still be a starter in the league for, I don't know, maybe 14 or 15 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you have him coming off the bench is huge. And again, the fact that you might be able to match up against a team like that in the playoffs with the depth that just other teams don't have is tremendous. I think that there's always going to, he's like a true old school big man. He's not going to do a lot of damage like on the perimeter. We talked about this the other day. You guys asked, what do you lose with Valanciunas defensively? And I think the first thing I talked about was, sort of helping on like traps and stuff like that, where Domas is so good at moving his feet and not fouling way out on the perimeter when you're throwing two people at a guard to get the ball out of his hands. But what I think we learned with Valanciunas too is he struggled a little bit with Kai Jones, sort of that super fast rim run guy that Domas doesn't struggle with. Domas usually just plants those guys 3 feet under the basket and scores right over them. for whatever reason, like offensively, I think Valanciunas is okay, but defensively, he had some major issues with Kai Jones, and that's part of the rotations, as part of an overall defensive scheme and stuff like that. But Dallas is unique in the fact that they run a lot of actions with those types of players. And not everybody has, a whole stable of them like they do. Even if half of them are injured right now, they still have a whole bunch of rim running, centers that get up and down the court, that hide in the dunker spot, and that's just not Valanciunas's like forte.
Hammer, what do you think about getting away from Valanciunas and the matchup tonight with Nikola Jokic? What do you think about the way Keegan Murray has played over this 4-game winning streak here for Sacramento?
Yeah, this is what everyone's been waiting for. Like, if he can turn it on here late in the season and really show up and be a big time player for you, that would just be tremendous for the Kings. I don't want to say he hasn't lived up to expectations this season, as much as I don't think he's been given the opportunity that he normally would. And as you lose players like Sabonis, as you lose players, again, even like De'Aaron stepping off and being traded, even tonight, Malik Monk, like Keegan's role just needs to increase every single time. And I think they're starting to embrace Keegan as like a major offensive weapon. And if his teammates start to really do that, focus on getting him the ball in good spots, then I think you're gonna see him continue this hot streak. He's been shooting over 40% from three for a while. He's raised his 3-point percentage all the way like over 34% for the season. And I just think that this is what you should have been doing with him the whole year. And, it's never too late to start feeding him and featuring him. And I think it's one of the best things to come out of, when you are a little dinged up, or when things are getting a little crazy, and some guys don't know the schemes or don't know what their role is, to have Keegan kind of step up and say, hey, I've been here for a couple of years. I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. And it takes pressure off of guys like Jake LaRavia, who hasn't, offensively found his game yet, although he did have a good stretch at the very end of the last game. But it's good to have sort of that balancing player that can step up when other players aren't performing or don't know the system, or, don't have the capabilities to be a big time scorer.
Yeah, Keegan has been fantastic the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so, both sides of the floor. He's been doing a great job on the defensive end, and I will say this is what is expected of Keegan Murray. Playing at this level, being able to shoot the ball at this clip when he has those wide open looks, and this is something that it feels like he can build off of as a basketball player, and use it to catapult himself for the rest of this season, and maybe in the next season. But the level of confidence and aggressiveness that he showed in this streak is something that's on him, and that's something that I want him to be able to repeat night in and night out. Just being aggressive, not being passive, going out there and making the action happen. And he's done a great job of it the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I would say too, as much as it's on Keegan to be aggressive and take these steps, it is also on his teammates to realize that this team is better when he's hitting 3-point shots, when it's better when they're getting him involved in the offense. And I just feel like, that gets left out. He's not the squeaky wheel, so that's always going to be a little bit of a problem, right? That people don't always look for him because he's not making a bunch of noise. But you're a better team when he's scoring, and when he's a big part of what's happening. So over his last 25 games, Keegan shooting 39.5% from three and 48.3% from the field. He's averaging 13.3 points per game, but he's still like that 10.5 shot attempts per game. That needs to increase. He needs to take 12. He needs to take 13 shots every game. And I'm not saying he needs to take, some ridiculous number of shots. He doesn't need 16 or 18 shots per game. It would be great if he ever got to that point. But for me right now, like, go get him those extra 3 shots, because this is a player that people should fear, that the other team should be game planning for, and a player that can average, 15 to 18 points per game if he was featured in the right way.
Is it him or the team that need to take that, give him the ball more approach?
Yeah, I think it's both. Because look, we all know Keegan doesn't bring the ball up, right? It's one thing, we saw it in the last game, right, where DeMar DeRozan just decided he was going to go be the point guard for like 5 or 6 possessions in a row and just started dribbling the ball up. And then he kept calling his own number. He kept, he had the spin move 360 that he layup that unfortunately he missed, but was still cool. That's not Keegan. He's not going to get that opportunity to go be the primary ball handler and to go score on his own. And if your teammates aren't getting you the ball, if your job is to run down, because we talked about this like a little, so a rim runner, the reason they call them rim runners is because when on the defense, when you get a rebound, you want a big man running straight at the other basket, because what that does is it draws the defense towards the middle and leaves the perimeter open for you to, number one, space the floor, but also for you to run down and then find those corner guys. The Kings don't do that. The Kings have their 2 wings shoot straight down to the corners for corner threes and space the floor that way. So it's just different. And if Keegan were to make that rim run, there's opportunities where he would get just maybe 1 or 2 extra chances as, like a racing down the court big man who can finish in transition. But their job is to go, race down and stand in the corners to space the floor that way. If no one ever passes you the ball and your job is to stand in the corner in space, there's not a lot you can do. You can't just, he has done a good job of going in, getting offensive rebounds and sort of making himself part of that and getting points that way. But overall, there's just, maybe you could do a few more cuts. Maybe you can do a few more things off ball to get open. But I don't even think that that's really the case. There are times where he's passive and he doesn't shoot the ball when he gets the ball passed to him. But I don't remember that for like the last 2 or 3 months. That was a problem a lot early in the season. Now I haven't even seen that. So I don't know. It's tough. I would like him to be more aggressive for sure, but I just don't know that there's an opportunity.
Real quick, 2 seconds. I mean, I think it's on him a lot of the times, because there was a play on Monday that I think if they remember it, everybody's like, why aren't you doing this more? He gets a rebound, keeps the ball, goes coast to coast at a certain pace, sees, I think it's Omax in picking him up, but below the 3-point line, attacks him, bodies him, spin moves, finish at the rim. You can't tell me. I don't believe, I'll put it to you like this, Doug Christie and everybody else is saying don't do that. Like, no, they're not saying, yeah, Keegan, it worked that time, but you're not supposed to do that. I would venture they're probably saying, hey, thank you. Do that more. Be aggressive. And that's why I say it is on him. Are there certain things within the offense that they can get him better looks? Absolutely. But I don't think anybody is telling Keegan Murray to tone it down and not shoot the ball, or if he has a lane, not attack. And that's where I want to see more plays like that, where he has an advantage. He surveys the field or surveys the court after getting that rebound and be aggressive. Take it to the cup. I think that's there for him a lot of the times.
Yeah, but how many plays per game are transition opportunities? And, is there going to be like 8 as a team, 10 as a team? So there might be some more of those, but I would like to see him, take the ball to the basket. I know exactly what you're talking about. Drop the shoulder into somebody, create that space. I'd like to see him do that off the dribble 2 or 3 times a game. But he's got to have the ball. And, again, you got a lot of mouths to feed on this offense. And I agree. Keegan's not like chirping and asking for the ball all the time. Although we did have 1 or 2 possessions in that game where he did actually call for the ball. I'd like to see it more for sure, but I don't know that there's just, unlimited opportunities for Keegan Murray to get a rebound and dribble it all the way up court and have a transition bucket, even if you consider how many rebounds per game he averages right around 6 or 7. Even if he took all of the defensive rebounds that he gets and races up court, he might have 4 or 5 opportunities a game. And that means that all of those work out perfectly where you're able to lead a break and go to the basket. There's just not a ton of opportunities in that way. There needs to be more, but I think it is a combination of his teammates and him. I don't think it's just on him.
Kings and Nuggets tonight. We'll come back with more from award-winning producer, our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
This isn't really the case. They don't allow Keegan to go post up on the left side. Those are specific plays that are happening on the court, and DeMar gets a ton of them. What's up, Leezy? Is it chat bonkers today? Yiddy. Yeah, it is always bonkers. Yiddy asked if any of the baseballs are signed. Yes. This is Don Mattingly. This is Rod Carew. This is Yogi Berra, Duke Snyder, Brooks Robinson. Some of these are my brothers, but he doesn't have a place to put his stuff. That is Ferguson Jenkins in the corner. And this, I want to say, is Dave Stewart. And then I have more on this side. I have Ken Griffey Jr., Will Clark, Ricky Henderson, RIP, Reggie Jackson, Rich Harden, Eric Chavez, and I have a shadow box with Willie Mays over there.
You don't throw salt in your eggs once, and people just assume you don't season your food anymore. I'm not crazy, okay?
Norm, I don't know what that is, and no, Chatty House after party. I don't have any Robert Ory autographs.
Yeah.
I do have a really cool. It's like a 2-shot of Adam Sandler and Bob Barker from Happy Gilmore, the fight scene, that is signed by both of them. I did not get that
Did you
signed.
get it signed?
No, but my brother had bought it for me. It has a letter of authenticity and all that stuff. I've had it for like 20-something years.
My fault, Matt. Shows had me defensive today. I don't know who to trust right now.
I think Matt's Team Jesse.
Yeah, Matt's with us.
D'Lo said he looked like he was on a bender.
Well, he looked like he was. Looked like he was at the mix.
Uh-oh.
All right, back here with James Ham.
Real quick, before we talk to my boy James Ham a little bit more. You know, Kings play tonight.
Yeah.
So you know it's beam money going down tonight, baby.
Yep.
Beam money with Prize Picks. I got you covered, man. Let me just tell you real quick. Christian Braun, points, rebounds, and assists. Now, he killed the Kings last time they played. They got him at 24. I'm going to go last. He ain't doing that again. He's a good ball player, but he ain't doing that again. Points, Zach LaVine, 25.
I feel like we do this every game. Isn't it Christian Braun?
What I say, Brown? I said
Braun.
Braun.
Isn't
It
it
is
Brown?
Brown. I said Brown. I
Okay.
thought I said Brown. My bad.
I mean, it says Braun. It clearly says Braun, but the man's name is Brown.
You know, the way I know it says it's Brown is because it's not Braun. You know what I mean? Like I made that mistake.
It's the yeah.
Zach LaVine, 25 points. Give me more. Russell Westbrook, 12.5 points. Give me more. He goes to work against the Kings. Trey Lyles, 5 rebounds. Give me more. And I guess I'll take it. This is a goblin here, not a demon. DeMar DeRozan, a half 3-pointer made. I went more. So B Money will be posted on the socials, so you guys can follow along if you want to. And if it's your first time, go ahead and put that promo code KIFM in when you download the app. And in the promo code section, put in KIFM to get $50 with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Get your stuff off. Oh, I see the double demon here. You can go DeMar DeRozan 1.5 threes or Demon.
Ooh.
2.5.
Ooh.
Oh.
I ain't doing this again though. I did this during the show. I got all excited. It was a great idea.
I liked it.
But I'll wait till KSFM when Kendrick Lamar is playing, and then I'll get my picks right there. Get my picks. James, Kings, Nuggets tonight. We've talked about Valanciunas and Nikola Jokic. We've talked about Keegan Murray. What about Malik Monk? Malik Monk is out for this game. I imagine we're going to get a steady dose of Keon Ellis, and perhaps we'll see quite a bit of Markelle Fultz out there on the floor. How big of an absence is Malik Monk for this one tonight?
I think it's big because the Kings are going to have to figure out a way to create their own energy. You know, that's something that Malik does. He just changes everything out on the floor. And I think we've seen some players, you know, but Keon Ellis has an ability to do that, to really bring a bunch of energy. I think Jake LaRavia has an ability to bring a bunch of energy to a game, but they're going to need somebody to like sort of mix things up. And I don't think Malik has been asked to do that nearly as much as he has in the past since he joined the starting lineup. But it's still something that they need. They need that like electric, take the ball to the basket, do a crazy dunk or a crazy pass that gets everybody going. And I know they're playing on the road, but that also ignites your own bench. It, you know, gets everybody on the court excited. And you need somebody who's going to do that. And maybe Markelle Fultz is able to do that. He'll definitely have more opportunity as an offensive player. We've seen the last couple of games where he's just more of a facilitator when he's in the game. But I think it should be interesting. How do you replace that player? And for whatever reason, it doesn't feel like this Kings team is nearly as reliant on like the specific players that are, whether it's Sabonis, whether it's, you know, what used to be De'Aaron Fox, you know, whether it's Malik Monk's energy. It doesn't feel like this team is as reliant on specific players being that. It feels like it's a little more balanced all of a sudden. And I don't know. We'll have to see how they show up and play. Either way, it doesn't feel good to not have Malik Monk. He's one of your better players. And, you know, even if he is having a little bit of a rough shooting stretch, he's still an electric player that brings a ton to the court.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we see Devin Carter tonight? You know, I know maybe he's just brought up, you know, for bodies, but do you think Doug gives him a couple minutes here to see if he can provide some energy and provide a spark? I think it'd be a good opportunity to see what he has sometime in the second quarter and see if he can provide that type of energy.
I mean, maybe, but I think you're going to start with heavy minutes for you know, Keon Ellis, heavy minutes for Zach LaVine. Markelle Fultz will get an opportunity to probably play 15 to 20 minutes tonight. And again, I don't know that you're going to rely on a player who hasn't been with the team a ton to do, you know, anything spectacular, to play more than like, you know, 5 or 10 minutes. And if he does well, maybe he get a little bit more. I could also see a situation where if you're in a close game that he doesn't play, and you're going to just tighten the rotation. Again, they don't play again till Friday, so you do have a day off. It's a travel day. You won't have a bunch of practice or anything tomorrow, most likely. And so this would be an opportunity to, just kind of play out the end of this road trip and see if you can go 4-0 on the trip. And you're going to put your best foot forward to do that. And so I think the rotation might be a little bit tighter than what we normally would see. But we'll have to wait and see.
I think these off-ons are always tough. Like when the Kings play on the night, let's say you've got Dallas out there tonight against Milwaukee. I'm not sure, how much your scoreboard watching those guys anymore. Like the biggest one that I think you're watching really is Golden State. You got Minnesota out there. Those teams don't play tonight. So for Sacramento, Timberwolves do well. They do, but they don't. They play the Hornets. So it's kind of the
man. Every single night, some team the Kings are competing with play the stupid Hornets. Every night.
Earlier in the year, it was the Wizards, and luckily we've gotten past that.
Yeah, well, now it's the Hornets. But it's like it becomes a thing of we just got to keep pace. You don't want to lose ground on the night that the other guys don't even play. Like it's just Warriors took care of business last night. You just gotta find a way to keep pace with everybody else.
Yeah, when you're looking at this the standings, like the Kings are the one team that's sitting at 28 losses, and everybody else keeps picking up more. Most of the other teams around them are up to 29 or 30 losses. And we're getting down to the point where you're going to be looking at the loss column as much as you are the win column. And so, sure, this is an opportunity. I mean, this is a even if they all play, this is still a pretty banged up Denver Nuggets team. And you go in there and you play really well. You never know what you're going to get. Damien, you guys brought it up. I think it was on Monday. Denver had that great streak where they won a bunch, 9 in a row or whatever, and they played nobody. Like the best team they played in that streak is Orlando, and Orlando's now like 4 games under 500. Like that was, So this is, I don't know if they're as good as that streak or they're better than their record or worse than their record, but certainly they've been able to string wins together, and you have a team that's really good offensively, not great defensively. I mean, they're okay defensively, but offensively, they're a team that leads the league in 2-point field goal percentage. They also are third in 3-point field goal percentage. It's like highly effective, efficient offense. And you need to go out there and, play a really good game, a clean game. Don't turn the ball over a bunch. Stay within yourself, play your offensive game, and get back on defense. You might have an opportunity here. But either way, it's a really talented Denver team, and there's no shame in the Kings losing this game if they do tonight. You would just hope that they'd be highly competitive and not lose by, 20 or 15. Make it really close if you are going to lose, and if you can win it, that would be huge to extend your win streak to 5 games and to again jump up in the standings even more than you are right now.
James, let's go a little big picture real quick because we were talking earlier about just the landscape of the Western Conference and where the Kings fit in that landscape. Do you think today that they are just as good as the Warriors, or the Warriors on maybe another level than the Kings?
Yeah, I think Kyle did a really good job of like breaking the Western Conference into tiers earlier today. And his first tier, of course, is OKC by themselves. His second tier was Denver and the Lakers. His third tier was Memphis, which is kind of weird to have a tier with one team, but I get it because they're not as good as the other 2 teams. But then they're better than the next group of teams. And that next group of teams, I think it's littered with a whole bunch of teams that you're just waiting to see how they finish and see who they are by the end of the year. And that, of course, is Houston. It's, Golden State, the Kings, Minnesota, the Clippers. And I think that's the group that the Kings are competing with, that group of 5. And then there's, the other teams that are around that, the Suns who are at the bottom of that, Dallas, who's just completely fallen apart. And that's a different tier. But I do think the Kings are in a tier right there with those 5 teams. Right now, Golden State is playing extremely well, but that doesn't mean anything. They could get to a rough part in their schedule and all of a sudden they're not playing really well. Just like the Kings are going through a stretch right now that is relatively easy, up until this Denver game. But, you get San Antonio, that's kind of this 11 or 12 game stretch here where you had a bunch of winnable games, and Denver being probably the toughest game out of all of them, but still just not like the most elite of elite teams, a really good team. But yeah, I would say that the Warriors have, if I'm looking at that group of 5 teams, the Warriors have moved their way to the top of that, and the Rockets are slowly falling, and I don't know if they're going to get really in the mix with all these other teams, but it's very possible. Again, they're only 3 games up in the loss column over the Kings right now, and that's, they're a young team, and they're making some mistakes here and not knowing how to finish a season the right way, and that's what you expect from a young team.
Hammer, you called cap on the Warriors' start to the season. There are 2 teams playing really, really well in recent weeks, both with, I think, 11-2 records, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors. Do you buy this version of the Warriors? Do you buy the Lakers as a contender? Do you buy either one of those 2 teams as contenders?
I don't buy the Warriors as contenders. I buy them as a playoff team. I think they are a step above the play-in group. The Jimmy Butler transaction, like, I didn't know how that was going to work. And it's a little bit like the Zach LaVine transaction. It can work right now, but you want to really see what it looks like in its totality, like the 2 to 3 year window. What does it look like? Because there's more nuance to it than just, is he playing really well right now, and are you going to make the playoffs today? I think what he's done to pull, some of the coverage off of Steph and make life a little bit more simple and easy for Steph is something that maybe we overlooked when that trade was done. And yeah, they're playing really well. As for the Lakers and what they're doing right now, I don't know that I buy them as full-fledged contenders, but they sure are convincing a lot of people out there that they are like in a tier well above just a standard playoff team. And I want to see again how it all plays out. You are still banking on like a guy in his 40s, in his 22nd season. You're banking on a guy who has a long history of injury, and Luka, and then a team that just wasn't really well formed around them. But at the same time, they're playing really tough, and that combination of Luka and LeBron is devastating. And so they've got an opportunity. But if I were like, who's my favorite right now, I would still put I'd certainly OKC above them, and then I think they are really, really close to what Denver is, and 2 very very good teams. But just I don't know if they're a true contender right now.
I don't agree with anything you just said. Absolutely nothing.
The one that we just don't we just got different opinions or different levels of faith in is Denver. I think Denver's a good team. I don't think they're a championship team this year. I just don't think they have enough surrounding Murray, Gordon, and Jokic. And I think if they got into a series with the Lakers, maybe even OKC, I don't think they'd be able to win a series against those teams. Could be wrong, but just a thought I have.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. But the way that we talked about this a little bit on the Insiders earlier with Kyle and myself. Like I think none of us were super convinced about the Kings when they barely beat New Orleans twice and they beat Dallas and it took overtime, right? What you're waiting for was this moment that we've seen over the last 4 games where they absolutely throttle a bad team and they choke, they end the game early, and they make you feel like they build confidence because, just go down the list of teams that they've beat over the last week. They didn't even make it close. I mean, like the Charlotte game, you won by 42. But all of the other games were so incredibly convincing that even what did they beat Dallas by like 22 points or whatever, and it wasn't even remotely close to that. That was a 30-point blowout. And so the reason I bring up this is because Denver did that in that 9-game win streak. They had an easy schedule, but what they did to some of those teams was demoralizing. When they had that one game where they outscored their opponent like 88-46 in points in the paint. I mean, that's just like such a dominating performance that the other team has no chance at all to even compete. And so that's where I kind of look at Denver as a team that, we're not quite sure about their win and loss total, but you play the teams that are in front of you. You play the teams on the schedule, right? And I think that they showed you during that stretch, like the Kings have showed you during this stretch, that they're probably much better than we think they are, and they're growing. And, I talked about this with you guys like maybe a week and a half ago. Like all the advanced numbers told us that this Kings team was sinking. And it was over like an 8-game stretch that they were in a lot of trouble. Their offensive rating, defensive rating, true shooting numbers, assist to turnover ratio, assist percentage, all of these things were tanking. They've turned all of that around over this stretch. And again, it's against subpar opponents, but what are we can only, grade them on what they're doing right now. And what they're doing is they're manhandling teams. They're throwing teams around that aren't very good. So what does it look like when they play a good team? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. And you're going to get that opportunity because it's not, they got the Spurs on Friday, but then the schedule just gets wild and they're going to play a whole bunch of good teams. And we'll know exactly who this team is in probably 2 weeks and whether they're going to hold up.
Well, and to that point though, I don't want to just say like we know for sure, but Denver started playing the good teams again and they not on that level.
They're 500.
Yeah, 500 against those good teams. Yep, you're right. That's not championship vibes to me. Not championship vibes to me. But then again, Oklahoma City has 50 wins, and I'm like, whatever.
They're really good.
They got 11 losses.
Are they? They're good. There's no question that Oklahoma City is good. I think the game is a little bit different in the postseason, and I don't mean, it's more physical. I don't mean that. Though De'Aaron said it was, so I believe De'Aaron. It's more, are they going to be able to adjust, against a Micah Malone and a Nikola Jokic on a night-to-night basis? Are they going to be able to adjust to a Steve Kerr and a Steph Curry on a night-to-night basis? Are they going to be able to adjust to LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and apparently a very good JJ Redick head coach on a night-to-night basis? That I'm not. I just want to see it. That's all. I just need to see it. They're a good basketball team, but sometimes I watch them and I think, man, Steph is a killer. LeBron is a killer. I think Luka's killer instinct is returning. And you say Shea is. I was a little more skeptical, but okay, Shea's a killer. I don't know that they have the same. I just don't know that they have the same playoff intensity that some of these other more experienced teams do. Because every team I just named is a championship experienced team.
I think the difference with OKC is that they have a defensive rating of 106. They're so much better defensively than any other team in the league, and that stands out. And it's not a defense like what we saw from Minnesota last year, that their defensive rating was way high and they were crazy good defensively. No, I mean, their defense was predicated on Rudy Gobert that's going to get played off the court in the playoffs, right? And that's where I look at OKC, and every single one of their players is just a really good defensive player. Jalen Williams is, probably their 6th best defensive player, and he's near elite. You got Lou Dort. Shea's a great defender. Chet's a great defender. You got Caruso on that team. Everybody that they throw on the court can really, really defend. And so I get the idea that you're going to struggle with, some of these great players, whether it's Steph or name that great offensive weapon. OKC has 7 different looks they can throw it at Steph. And not only that, you can't catch them in a switch because they don't care. They have defenders everywhere. They're like, okay, go ahead and switch. We don't mind you switching. It's fine. Go ahead and set screens. You can hand off Steph to another guy and then another guy, and all of them bring something different, and they're physical and they're good defenders. So I get it. It's just, for me, it's one of those teams that, sort of like the Boston Celtics last year, they've built this team in a different way, and they've built it to be sustainable and to be a winning franchise. That doesn't mean that they're going to beat everybody and they're going to win the championship, but I certainly believe that they already took their leap last year. They took some lumps in the playoffs. They're a team that's ready to take that next step, at least in my book. And, again, they have Alex Caruso who's playing 20 minutes a night. they don't even need, like, what would he look like on the Kings? He'd be playing 30-something minutes a night, and he's, again, one of like 8 or 9 defensive players that they have that can defend the wing. They can defend on the perimeter. It's like a really well-built team.
They you got to get stops to win games. You also got to score to win games. And that's my concern is like, they can get the stops.
Is that true though?
It's debatable.
Okay.
But they can get the stops. But even with being able to get the stops, Luka, LeBron, Steph, like, it don't matter. They're getting 30 points a night. Like, one of your guys is getting 30. Where's the other 30 coming from? Or 15 from each. You know what I mean? Like, that was the thing last year. They were a great defensive team last year. And when it got down to it in those playoff series, Kyrie, Luka, even PJ Washington just gave them too many troubles in that, and they didn't have anywhere. SGA was great in this series against Dallas. They didn't have a number 2. And that's much like Dame. I want to see if Jalen Williams can turn into that number 2, or Chet, after a year of experience, is able to do it now too, and see what they're able to do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not just anointing them as the Western Conference champs. If I were putting a bet, I would say that they're the team that I believe will make it out of the Western Conference. But they're just really deep all the way across the board. I mean, on the season, they're holding their opponents to 43.6% from the field. That's just bonkers. They lead in 3-point defense and 2-point defense. Like, it's just a really, really well built team. And and not only that, but they're scoring. They are a team that is a lot better offensively than I think we give them credit for. They're 4th in the league in points per night at 119.6 points. So they're a good all around team. They're 5th in offensive rating. Like, this is a team that, they use Shea as their big guy, but Jalen Williams averaging over 20 points a game. They just have a bunch of dudes that score, and
all right. I had a bunch of numbers too, but I can't give them to you because Jesse said our show is over. So we'll see you here tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 13.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff.
My bad. I didn't look at the clock.
No, it's all good.
No, you're straight.
It's all good. We got out right on time. All right, y'all. We got to head over to 102.5.
Hit the thumbs up for us, everybody.
Yeah, please hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe buttons. And for God's sakes, just like the damn beat.
Please.
Beat
Michael Malone's ass.
This would be a big win.